Good morning and welcome everybody once again here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, 21st of November 2024. We've got the Rwanda Emerging Invitational got going here, and alongside me are the captains of Team Uganda A, Roger Mukasa, and Clinton Rubagumia of Rwanda 11, alongside Eric, the match official from Uganda, here for the toss. Roger will be giving it a flip. Tails is a call. And heads it is. Roger, winning the toss, what would you like to do first?
We're gonna bowl fast because the pitch is new track, so we have no idea with it. So we want to fast ball, then see how the pitch is gonna be working out, and then try and come and chase whatever they're gonna put on.
And what sort of a total are you trying to restrict them to?
I can't tell, but we're gonna try and bowl in channels and try and save whatever we can save, and it makes our job easy later when we're chasing the runs later.
And not your first time coming around here. You've been here plenty of times. How's the experience around here for you?
This is my second home. Rwanda is like my second home, because I always play in this Rwandan league, so it's not a new new country to me. So it's like I'm home.
All right, all the best. Thank you very much. Clinton, losing the toss. You've been sent into bat first. What sort of a total are you looking forward to putting on?
Yeah, it's a new pitch. We're really not sure what the pitch will play like. But if we can stay 150 around there, I think we'll be fine on a new surface.
Thank you very much. And that's it for the toss out here in the middle. Team Uganda winning the toss and electing to bowl first.
Uganda A side, of course, taking on the Rwanda Select side here this morning. It is a beautiful Thursday, overcast conditions, of course, as we see the teams are taking the field. Of course, they are marking his run-up is none other than Jonathan Sebanja alongside Baidu coming in from the road end. Opening the batting for Team Rwanda, none other than Didier Ndikubwimana alongside Oscar Manishimwe, and the two umpires of the first game of this first edition of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament are Veronique Iriho alongside John Damascene. Beautiful day here. Of course, I won't be alone. I will be joined by the man who was out there at the toss with the two captains who catch up with us with a view of the captains. New pitch, of course. Baidu has decided to go with the sleeping place as the captain of the Uganda A side, Roger Mukasa. He has a fine leg in play. And the third man just joining us, Uganda, of course. Uganda A won the toss and they elected to have a ball first. Beautiful conditions here. Good morning, Zaid Khan.
Good morning, Bob. It's a lovely, cool morning here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, and what a competition we've got on hand here. Two neighboring sides taking it heads on. Of course, not the very first time they've played each other, but plenty of action we're about to witness. Pace bowler charging in from the road end.
Gonna be Ivan Baidu, left arm quick. Interesting here. Roger Mukasa, the captain of Uganda A, has opted to go for 5 spinners and 2 pace bowlers. One, of course, is that man, Baidu.
Yeah, of course, the understanding that the Rwandan side has been having the fair bit of struggle against spin. That's why they've been trying to take on the challenge and bring in the difficulties with the spinners, but starting off with pace up front.
Into the pads are flicked away. And Rwanda is off and running.
Yeah, off the mark straight away, not wasting any time there. Very quick between the wickets, and they'll try to put on every bit of single and double here to keep the strike rotating to get to that mark of 150, as the captain mentioned earlier on at the toss.
It's going to be again, Zaid. Very interesting to see how the Rwanda select side openers are going to go about playing the left arm quicks. They've been struggling to play them, of course, with those sharp in-swingers.
It's going to be a fair bit of a competition here But the two individuals you see out there in the middle, Didier Ndikubimana and Manishima Oscar, have been in fine touch of late.
They go into the pads again, but straight to the fielder at short mid. Anas Beg denying them that quick single.
Yeah, it seems like a very hungry Ugandan side for sure. Plenty of players also coming in from the A side and now trying to prove a point, trying to make a mark through the course of this tournament. They won't make it easy upon the host side.
Absolutely, Zaid. They've been, some of the players, of course, have been warming the bench of the national team. This is a very big opportunity for them to showcase their skills and talent. A little bit of movement there, beating the outside edge of Oscar, of Didier Ndikubimana's blade.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. Is getting a good amount of carry through the surface here as it bits the outside edge. A bit wideish on that occasion there, but early on having a look at the pitch there, did seem to be having some lumpy sides to it, but good carry by Ivan. He's getting good purchase out of this surface here.
It is, of course, a double-paced wicket. It's going to have some movement early on in the power play with the new cherry, of course. Down the leg side, this time round on wide, signaled by the umpire, Rwandan Masena.
It's a great sign of a pace bowler getting that amount of carry out of a surface like this. You can almost imagine if he gets a proper deck out there in the middle, the sort of pace he can generate through the pitch. At the moment, the length doesn't seem too adequate, but it's not been harmful to them either.
On the leg side again, missing his line and length is Ivan Baidu. Back-to-back wides. Looking at the squads here, Zaid. Of course, Team Uganda. Lovely to see the likes of Simon Sesazi back into the side. Coming again to fight for his position in the national team alongside the captain, Roger Mukasa. The likes of the youngsters, under 19, Anas Beg, Ronald Lutaya, the left armer. Into the pads again. Quick single taken, run out chance. Loud appeal by the umpire, Veronique Iro says he's well home. Is Oscar Manishimwe. These two are very quick between the wickets, taking advantage, of course, of that diving from Ronald Lutaya.
Yeah, excellent fielding there as we mark the end. Fielding by the Ugandan side here, Bob, is going to be top notch. You've got young sides, young players putting in all the effort and not trying to give away easy runs to the hosts. Cyrus there being very handy with the gloves behind the wickets there.
Full ball this time round, driven straight to the fielder, Calvin Watua at mid-off. Not sure why Oscar Manishimwe, with the form he's been in lately, as you mentioned earlier, of course, having scored 107 runs in the ongoing tournament, the Elite Men's. Not sure why he didn't go with the full face and flow of the bat.
Yeah, it's been a sort of play by Manishima Oscar. He's not really the quickest of starters to his innings. Likes to settle in initially.
Nicked and taken. Draws fast blood is Ivan Baidu. Leaving his bat hanging is Manishimwe Oscar, exposing his outside edge. What a way to start.
Excellent delivery there and lack of footwork there by Manishima Oscar. Just getting a feather to it as it finds the safe hands behind him. He's got to depart very, very early. Early troubles for Rwanda continue here. It's been a very long over this, but ultimately pays off.
You can see he is leave it with himself. Is managing with Oscar. Only one runner of 3 deliveries. Getting out on the last delivery of the first over. Not ideal there from the youngster Oscar Manishime coming into this game after that 55 runs. Look at that on the replay.
Beautiful movement away and just takes a bit of a willow. The finger has been raised. Early blow. But he's faced plenty of deliveries like that by one other teammate of his of the national side. We've seen similar deliveries coming in by another left-hander. Inyas tends to be bowling that particular length and line very, very often. So it shouldn't be new to face a bowler like Ivan coming at him that way. But first blood for Team Uganda.
Newman in is Isaini Omugabo. Another man there in your frames is small, but he has the heart of a lion. But he's got to be up against the experienced Jonathan Sebanja, another left arm quick coming in from the Mount End.
Yeah, I mean, the title of the tournament says it all. The emerging youngsters. It's all about the youngsters portraying all their skills and talent out there. That young man right there, Isainu Mugabo. Pocket dynamite, as we call him, around. Let's see, does he have the play to bring it on against the more mature sides? It's been dropped into fire quite early. Facing Sibanja, another Uganda international.
I'll tell you, Zaid Sebanja has a way of picking up wickets here with ease. He loves these conditions. He's played on a couple of occasions on these particular pitches. Up against Didier Kugimana. He has a sleeping place, of course. The captain, Roger Mukasa. Looking to sneak in for a single batter. Isaini Omugabo tells his partner, hold your horse, young man. We just lost a big wicket over Oscar Manishimwe. No need to take those risks up front. He has a deep, fine leg. Simon Tesazi and the third man, Baidu, in play.
There's been a sort of a talk there. You've got experienced campaigners, players that have been part of the recent historic feat of the World Cup. Got players coming in from that national side. What a dream tour that was for them, making history for Uganda cricket, and now finding themselves playing games with their neighbors here. Not trying to take it lightly at all.
Only Uganda, I'll tell you, Zaid, the whole of East Africa was proud of Team Uganda, of course, led by the captain, Brian Makmaksava, making history and getting that famous win against PNG. And Nibaka again. Same delivery, another dot ball. Pressure climbing here for Team Rwanda. Turning out to be a very good toss to win from Roger Mukasa. Tell us what the captains were talking about there earlier at the toss, Zaid.
Yeah, speaking of the captains, we've got Roger Mukasa there. He's having a word about not being a stranger to these fields. He's played plenty of times, second home.
Goes fishing this time round. You can see that shot came out of frustration from the young Didier Ndikugimana.
Yeah, like Roger calls it, second home for him. Rwanda has come to play plenty of times for the domestic league as well. And for national duties, he's been around, especially in amidst the attempt to be part of that World Cup campaign where it all began, facing sides like Tanzania and Kenya in the regional competitions. Had a very good run at that time.
Another widest delivery there, but again, no timing there whatsoever from the young Didier. Make that 5 dot balls on the trot. You can see he is attacking, is Roger Mukasa with all the experience he brings in. Anas Beg at short covers. Lovely to see the likes of Siraj Soboga, Calvin Watua. They've played a lot of games here. If I'm not mistaken, Siraj Soboga 3 days ago, if not 4 days ago, he was playing for Team Challengers here in the league. In the air this time round, catches the call, but there's no one in that particular region. Fast maximum from the young Didier Dikugimana telling Sebanja, I've had enough, as he takes him downtown. It is a 10 for note after 2 overs.
Yeah, beautiful way to finish off the over. Just launches that over, covers for half a dozen. Beautiful looking shot there by Didier. Not a good way to end the over by Jonathan there. Just back of the length and use of the feet opens up his hands very easily. Again, this game is more like a student-teacher meeting, as I would like to inform the viewers, the former head coach of the Uganda side is now the head coach of the men in blue here. So the youngsters from Team Uganda have a point to prove.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you an interesting fact here, Zaid. The coach of the Uganda A side is none other than Davis Turinawe. He also coached Team Rwanda, so it's going to be an interesting competition here. And for the first time, Zaid, we're going to see 2 sides from Rwanda competing in a tournament. How interesting is that going to be? As we see Ivan Baidu, of course, after picking that big wicket of Oscar Manishimwe, he's been trusted by the captain to bowl his second over. There's a sleep in place, Ronald Lutaya, and there's a gully, the captain, Roger Mukasa himself. Into the pads, Laura Pilba, it looked like he was striding down the leg side.
Yeah, you mentioned 2 sides taking part in this competition. It all means progress. It all means growth. You've got 2 sides now. That means plenty of talent around, and kudos to Runner Cricket Association and our proud sponsors, Dufferbet as well, bringing in the opportunity for the youngsters to give out some entertainment and make them play plenty of cricket here. Ooh, a beautiful delivery there by Ivan Baidu. This one just goes across him. Excellent delivery. Nearly had the edge of Isai.
And I love the way Baidu is setting up the batsmen. If you remember very well, in the first over, he was bowling the nip backers, and then he bowled the first one that missed the outside blade of Didier Ndukubwimana. But again, he bowled that outswinger that took the healthy outside edge of Oscar Manishimwe. Gotta be very careful. Tell you, these are experienced players. Ivan Baidu played for Ginger back in the days when we used to travel for the schools week. He's been in the system on and off. Lovely to see him back into those colors.
Yeah, a bit of a hitch there on his run up. Something not settling for him. Very straight action, I must say. However, his body seems to be crashing towards the stumps as he goes into his run up. Tries to keep it as straight as possible.
They see the outswinger missing the outside blade again. Zaid, you mentioned how you gotta be very careful. Looking to play it over covers is the young Isai, a shot he normally loves playing.
Yeah, I'll tell you, at times the best way to deal with nervousness is put on a smile, and that's what you've got. Isai having a wide smile on his face, being bitten by pace there. Team Uganda have got plenty. Yes, they've got 2 today coming in, but they feel it is enough.
Full ball driven powerfully down. 2 is the caller. They're running very hard, these 2 youngsters are very quick between the wickets. Isai is looking for the 3rd one, and they decide not to take on the arm. Very good cover driver. And he is off the mark, is the young Isai Niomugao.
It should be a sigh of relief for him. Plenty of cricket has been played in recent times here at Gahanga. We've got the men's elite, the domestic T20 tournament as well, and the inter squad throughout the year.
And so when you look at that shot from Isai Niomugao, you can see the outfield is still a little bit weight holding the ball. Of course, it's because of the rains last night. and in the few past days it's been raining heavily. At this time round, it goes a little bit wider.
He seems to be struggling with his line. Yes, he's picked a wicket, but fortunate he's generated enough pace despite giving the extras. Hasn't been having too much contact on to the blade of the batsman here.
So you said we go way back, me and Ivan Baidu from the schools week back in the days 2010, if I'm not mistaken. He's been on and off at some stage. Him and Elumuka, another left arm, they used to be deadly up front.
Ooh, into the body this time. A genuine bumper there. A gentle one, I must say. Cut off the pace and pull the length on that one.
$13 for 1, 2.5. Moving at 4 is the team Rwanda, the select side. A lot of batting power to come, of course, with the likes of. Do you think Orkide, the man who's been on form?
Yeah, Bob, what's going to be interesting here is how they approach the spin bowlers if they're not really attacking the pace bowlers earlier on. Understand, if they do not take care of the power play here, it might be tumbling towards the end.
Then I'll tell you, the key word there is taking care of the power play. They should get around something 35 runs in the power play to stand a chance, of course, of posting that 150, as the captain mentioned earlier, Clinton Rubagumia. And again, remember the spin attack is always tidy for the Ugandan side, with the likes of Siraj Subuga, Calvin Watua, Joseph Baguma, an interesting character. He doesn't talk much, but I'll tell you that young man Baguma, he will make sure the ball does the talking. It's going to be Jonathan Sebanja to continue from the Mount End, bowling his second over. Then the Kugimana back on strike.
Oh, just lands short of the short fine leg fielder there. Jonathan Sebanja into his second over. He's given away just 6 runs so far. And interestingly enough, nothing new for the Rwandan side as well, because most of these players are not strangers. They've played plenty of times and alongside with the individuals here.
Goes big again. There's protection in the deep. Catches the call. Wow, what a take there to get rid of Didier Ndikubwimana. The shot was there. It was in the arc. I could only manage to find that man, Murungi Pasco.
Yeah, Pascal very, very critical with his movement across the pitch there. Had a couple of yards to cover on his right, and he put in the slide adequately. Comfortable hands, and second blow, second wicket goes down. As we see the departure of Didier Ndikubwimana. A mediocre 7 comes off 11 deliveries there. Hard hands, but no guidance behind it.
Oh, what a take there from Pasco Murungi. He's been very impressive in the field. We saw him in the recently concluded Challenge B League. He didn't have a go with the bat and ball, but he made sure every time he got that opportunity to field, he was very electric in the field. Is young Pasco Murungi, one of the players to watch out for in this tournament, Zaida.
Yeah, young Pascal, lots of optimism about him, and that tells you the spirit of the rising cricket in Uganda as well. Very, very special talent still left to come by the Ugandan side. And with that, Sebanja picks up his first wicket for just 6 runs. He's given away. Very neatly done there. Doesn't do too much. Keeps it very, very normal. Within the same areas. Very disciplined.
One of the players in this tournament, Zaida, who has a lot of experience, is Jonathan Sebanja. Very interesting to see the battle between him and Orkide. He's picked his wicket on a couple of occasions here in Rwanda with the nipbackers. He has a sleeping place. Oh, beats the outside edge. What a peach of delivery there from Jonathan Tebanja said.
Oh, first delivery, he bowls to him, squares him up completely, and I don't know how that's missed the off stump. I would like to see that on replay one more time. Excellent delivery to begin with by Jonathan.
He knows the thing or two about this young Orchide to Yesenge. A lot of pressure on Orchide to Yesenge, of course, after being dropped. Look at that. Just on leg side and almost took the top of off on a pitch. A dream delivery there for any pace bowler. Because flashing, no timing whatsoever. You can see straight away the frustration is getting into the mind of Orchide to Yesenge.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Orchide of recent times, yes, he's amongst the highest scorers for the men in blue, but of recent, he's been trying to find his mojo where he plays a big innings, then the very next innings tends to be quite low. So it's been on and off for him. He's trying to make a mark.
Soft hands again, trying to sneak in a single batter. Anas Beg is very agile there at covers. Talking about this youngster Orchide to Yesenge, he was dropped, of course, from the national team in that tour where they traveled to Malawi, winning the series 3-2. He was dropped again from the qualifiers in Kenya. But again, he put in a lot of work in the nets, getting those 2 centuries back to back. He's been getting, of course, some runs. But again, as you mentioned, it's the consistency for me. He is one of the best batsmen in the region. He needs to get his head right. Full ball driven powerfully. No single again.
Yeah, plenty of movement on that occasion by Orchide, walking across the off stump there. And we mark the end of the fourth over, 13 on board for the loss of 2. Team Rwanda. I'll tell you, Orchide to Senge, very, very capable batsman, and the result of him being dropped, coming into 2 back-to-back centuries, tells you sometimes you've got to poke the bear, wake up the demons inside a capable player, and sometimes it works out. In occasion of Orchide to Isenge, it worked out pretty well.
I see Joseph Paguma, shot number 11. A man who doesn't talk much, Zayda. But I'll tell you, the ball is going to do the talking for him. Very interesting character he is turning out to be for Team Uganda. We've always talked about who is going to replace the legend, the living legend, Franco Subuga. I'll tell you, Zayda, I'll put my money on this youngster. And he's been getting some runs lately in the league. Coming in from the road end. He has a sleeping place, the captain. In the air this time round. Quarter is the call. Gets it up edge. Can this be a boundary? Yes, it does. The chase is in vain by Siraji Subuga.
Excellent, excellent innovation there by Isai. Gets down on one knee, loves playing that shot. And that's the result of young talent around. You get such experiences and such action coming into play.
Interesting play is Ainia Mugabu, but I will tell you, Zaid, you gotta be very careful. Try and build a partnership with Orchide Tuiseng. Of course, after losing 2 big wickets, I'll tell you, Uganda would feel they have put Rwanda on the back foot. Pulled away powerfully this time round. The sound of the blade made sure the ball goes away all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, got onto it into a flash, back-to-back boundaries off Isai Mugabo. Joseph Baguma here, starting off with a flourish of boundaries here.
Pick the length and the short ball very quickly. He's not the tallest of players, more of the Temba Bavuma's height. Allowed appeal this time round. The umpire is not interested. We'll have to see that on the replay, Zed.
Yeah, tight call there, but a great comeback by Joseph. Challenging him outside off stump. That bit fuller.
I would say maybe he survived because of the impact. He lives to die another day. Is Aini Mugabo. In the air this time round, quarter is the call, and Sirajin Subuga makes amends out of that one.
Yeah, I feel it didn't carry all the way through, but surviving after A powerful beginning to the over. Trying to sweep it blindly on that occasion.
You can see Isaiah has decided this should be the over where they can get to that 9-run mark and over to catch up to the 30 runs at least in the power play.
We'll have to see how Orkide Tuisenge approaches Joseph here. Offered a wide first up.
Not the best of deliveries would love to see on the screen, especially from the likes of Joseph Baguma. Shot again into the pads, flicked away, but flicked straight to the fielder at shot square legish is Jonathan Sebanja. Last delivery to come. He has a deep square leg, interestingly, Pascal Murunji. Plays it to the back foot. Lovely shot there from Orkide Tuisenge straight to the fielder. Calvin Watua to cut it off to only 1 run. And that should be the end of the first over from Joseph Baguma. An expensive one going for 11 runs.
Yeah, it's gone for 11 runs, but the positive side of that, Bob, is the amount of turn the bowler is getting out of the surface. So if you bowl the right lines and lengths, it could be quite dangerous for the batsmen out here. Understanding that they've got 3 spinners. They've got 5 spinners in their side. So they'll make great use of spin on a surface like this. It's a bit patchy and like I said, not too much of bounce. So it can be quite dangerous for the batsman to be facing. But once again, we've got Sebanja coming in from the mount end.
I'll tell you interestingly, Zaid, when you look at the team list of the Uganda A side, as we see Sebanja, the experienced one, coming in to bowl his third over on the trot. Sticking to the sleeping place, of course. Goes big this time round. Quarter is the call. There's a fielder converging, but he can only chase it to the ropes. Much needed boundary here from Orkide Tuisenge to release, of course, the pressure.
What a way to get off here by Orkide. Signs of aggression early. Was in the arc and took on the challenge. Didn't get a whole lot of it, but just enough to cross the boundary ropes. 1 bounce for 4.
And with that shot, of course, on the boundary, they send at the deep a long on fielder. And they bring in Baidu into the ring from third man. Not sure that was a smart move there from Roger Mukasa, being defensive straight away. Goes big again. He can only watch it sail over him back to back here. Boundaries will wait for that signal from the umpire. It is a boundary, of course. Smartly done.
Yeah, Orkide Tuisenge picking up the length very early, adjusting it and giving it the treatment down the ground in the vacant region. Takes on the fielder in the deep and catching on to the required run rate within the power play here. Beautiful looking shot, 1 bounce for 4.
Getting to that 35-run mark in the power play, Zaida is team Rwanda here. Into the pads, soft hands, but straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. Siraj and Subuga. When you look at that half a chance that goes down, Ronald Lutaya, remember in the East African Trophy here, he did exactly the same thing, not knowing exactly where to stand. If you're on the boundaries there, they normally say stay on the boundary ropes.
Yeah, you can be expecting extra wings to get to such opportunities.
Oh, look at that movement there from Sebanja. Again, very well played, getting into the line of the ball, using the full face to defend it. Is Orkide Tuisenge.
It's good to see the youngsters taking on the challenge here. If the shots are there to be hit, they are striking it. We've seen 2 overs now consecutively where they start off with a flourish of boundaries. 2 boundaries back to back.
Gets the healthy outside edge, beats the fielder at short third man. Can this be another boundary? Yes, he does. make that 3 boundaries in this over. Trying to finish on a high in the power play is the Rwanda select side.
Yeah, fighting back really, really well and giving it a good end to the power play here. Lovely drive there, beats the field at point, races away. Speaking of product placement, you saw the board there. Those are our sponsors, our proud sponsors, Rwanda Cricket Association and Dafabet, providing such exciting visuals around the world.
Last ball in the power play. Fall and beats the outside edge. What a pitch there to finish the power play. Good field here. Jonathan Sebanja has missed out on that. Look at him there on your screens. But it's going to be a healthy power play here for Team Rwanda. Of course, losing 2 big wickets over Didendi Kugiman alongside Oscar Manishime, but they've made sure they get to 36, moving at 6 runs and over.
Yeah, pretty sure I can totally agree to the expression there by Jonathan Sebanja. How did that miss everything? Miss the blade, miss the off stump by the thickness of paint. Excellent delivery that was to end the over. And we come to the end of the power play. 36 for the loss of 2 now. Projected score showing 120. Orchidea started off slowly, but then got into the act with boundaries here. Got to show some character and take care of this particular instant here if they're to get to that 150 total that the captain mentioned early on at the toss.
Joseph Baguma to continue into the pads. 2 is the call. They're running very hard. But they decide not to take on the arm. Look at that throw, Zaida.
Flat and accurate. You wouldn't want to make that schoolboy mistake. Yes, they are young boys, but turning into men. They've got to make wise decisions here. Orchidea on strike.
Beats everything, including the wicket keeper. He's getting the purchase out of this wicket is Joseph Baguma. Good signs here for Calvin Watua, Siraji Subuga.
Oh, definitely. They must be smiling at the back of that delivery. Lots of grip, lots of turn and bounce off the surface here.
He has a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Oh, he gets that extra bouncer.
Yeah, on that particular delivery, Bob, you can see how a batsman makes the mistake of committing quite early onto the front foot, and you're not left with too much time to adjust later on, and it becomes quite awkward in the end.
Plays this on the back foot. But there's protection again, Anas Beg. Oh, look at that backing up from the captain there, Roger Mukasa. That ball was traveling, Zaida. But again, a very good field setting from the Uganda A side. They know the ball is turning and getting some bounce, making sure he has protection in the deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and he has a long on fielder in play. Goes on the back foot, but straight to Ronald Lutaya.
And I'll tell you, Bob, it's also the matter of discipline and focus here. Yeah, that was a fumble by the fielder and excellently caught by the skipper himself, but not trying to make a big deal out of such small of an issue. Still focus on to competing into the game.
White thing that he is not happy is Joseph Baguma. Putting a little bit of leg spin on that occasion, Zaid.
It's the one that goes away, trying to keep it towards the off stump line, wideish, but a bit too wide.
Flicked straight to Siraji Subuga again, a short fine leg. But they will settle with a dot ball. Very good comeback from Joseph Baguma, giving away only 2 runs. He was very expensive in his first over, leaking 11. Shows you the play is. It is 39 for 2 after 7. Moving slowly and steady, building a partnership. At these two is Zaini Mugawa alongside the senior batsman out there in the middle. Look at that wide again.
Bit of a harsh call, I must say, but ultimately, it's the word of the umpire out in the middle that matters the most. We'll find the skipper coming into the act now.
Interesting here, Zaida from the captain, Roger Mukasa, introducing himself, taking matters into his hands. Last night I was following one of the interviews, of course, from a man who's been very impressive with the media, Ivan Sajabi, asking the captain what he thinks of the tournament. He literally mentioned if the team needs him to ball, he's got to ball. At some stage, I'm like, you are the captain. You're the one who decides who balls it.
Well, he's decided quite early.
And he comes interestingly ahead of a specialist spinner, Siraji Subuga. There's Calvin Otua in the side.
The word of the captain matters the most.
Ball driven powerfully downtown. There's protection. Anas Beg, they're running very hard. Isaini Omugabo takes on the arm. A very good running between the wickets from these two.
Yeah, onto a flash. He went for a double there. The throw was good as well, but not quicker than Isai coming back for a double. And yeah, it would have been interesting to see the likes of Siraj Subuga coming against Isai Nyumugabo because they played against each other last weekend for their domestic teams, respectively.
He has a long off, long on, deep mid wicket, and deep extra cover. He's the captain. Healthy outside edge again. Straight to the fielder at short third. They'll be very happy to keep the scoreboard ticking at these two.
Yeah, speaking of that competition, Isaini Mugabo playing for Team IPRC alongside against Challengers Cricket Club, where you found Siraj Subuga being clubbed in that particular game. Would have been a moment for him to revive himself.
3 overs 8, he went for 33 runs. I remember very well the captain wasn't happy. Srinath Vardineni expecting a lot of work to be done by Siraj Subuga. But again, you got to be selfless as a captain. If you play a spinner in the side, let him go first up.
Yeah. Not quite sure what was going through Roger's mind there, but he's the man with experience. He might have a few tricks up his sleeve. As he mentioned, it's his second home. He does know these boys quite well.
So yeah, about the tricks, yes, indeed, he has a couple of tricks. He is the experienced player in this tournament. Plays it on the back foot. 2 is the call again, but Orkide is not the quickest. Telling his partner there, Isai Niyomugabo, to hold your horse. He has the experience, Zaid. I remember 10 to 8 years ago, he defended 4 to 5 runs in some qualifier. But again, I feel like this is a tournament of youngsters. He mentioned himself, the captain, that this is where the youngsters should showcase their skills and talent. Lays it on one knee straight to the fielder in the deep. Pasco Moronji to carry it off to only 1 run again. Very good over. It is turning out to be here. No dot ball so far.
Yeah, again, the understanding is the more runs you give away as a bowler, you've got to score them as a batsman. That's the role you play as an all-rounder. Siraji not having the best of days in the field. The ball is following him and he's not following the ball at all.
He's been struggling. Zaid, I'll tell you, he's the only Ugandan I know who can't field. But I'll tell you, he has taken a catch of a lifetime. Back in Kenya, taking that big wicket over Buya, who was taking them alive. They're at short third man. I will never forget that moment, Zaid. Pulled away this time round.
Another opportunity goes by. It just flashed right in front of his eyes. And he was dumbstruck by the ball flying by at that pace.
How many times do you see a pace bowler fielding a short mid wicket? That should be 47 for 2 after 8. A very good over indeed from the Rwanda select side, making sure they get 8 runs of the over of the captain of the Uganda 8 side, Roger Mukasa. Moving slowly and steady are these two in the middle. Look at that partnership. It is now worth 34.
Yeah, decent sort of partnership here. 34 of 28 with a contribution of 14 of 10 by Izai and 18 of 18 by Orchide. So the strike rate is quite healthy by Orchide here. And speaking of the man that you said, that Camfield, let's hope he brings up his bowling magic for the Uganda side.
Trust me, Zaid, we're going to see a lot of excitement from the batters here. The batsman, I beg your pardon. He loves sledging them. Is Siraji Subuga. Tries to carry it, beats the outside edge. No turn whatsoever on that occasion.
His bowling reminds me of the Rwanda international. Another spinner, part-time spinner, Hamza Khan. Doesn't turn it a mile, but he's got some pace and skids it on. And he believes the mouth does the rest of the work as well.
They should go in the competition of that, Zaid. Lovely shot down the ground from Orchide to Yisenge. He looks very composed now. A little bit of fumble there, but Izai was not ready. Siraji is not the happiest, telling the fielders, wake up. His partner, Calvin Watwa, they played for the same side here, KCC back in the days.
I'll tell you, Bob, both of the batsmen here will be quite comfortable playing Siraj, as he's not a new sort of bowler coming at them. They've played plenty of times, so very used to him.
Allowed a play this time round, and the finger is up. The change in the bowling from Roger Mukasa breaks this partnership, which was looking very dangerous at the moment.
Siraj Subuga comes through with a breakthrough, breaks this partnership at the brink of the 50-run mark. Just 49 for the loss of 3 now. And again, the troubles continue against spin, trying to play across the line of delivery. Siraj Subuga knew the batsman would go for the bait.
Lovely to see Siraj Subuga keeping it simple, bowling it straighter. Look at that on the replay there. Straight ball trying to play it on the leg side. Not ideal there from Izai Nyamugabo. Look at that celebration from Siraj Subuga. He has a way of picking up wickets every time he plays the Rwanda Select or the national team.
It's the awareness. It's knowing the batsman that you bowl to. He's got that benefit to his side because he's most often around. And that brings the new man in, Gumusengi Daniel, another exciting youngster who's been going through a purple patch of lately. We hope to see him making a mark for himself through this tournament.
He's had a drought of runs, as you just mentioned. He made his debut, of course, in that tour in Malawi for his national side. Full ball ending up yoking himself, but what an over to start with from Siraj Subuga, giving away only 2 runs and picking up a wicket, breaking the partnership. It is 49 for 3. One more over to get to the halfway stage of the first innings, the first game to be precise of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament 2024. One of its kind, Zed.
Yeah, this is what you tune up for. This is what you turn up for. The excitement and the entertaining bit, while both sides keep giving each other blowouts. You find the Uganda side starting off with wickets, and then the Rwanda side fighting back with a flourish of boundaries.
Goes on the back foot. That should be 50 up. They're running very hard. Can they take on the arm of the fielder in the deep? Pasco Murungi. Yes, they do. 51 up after 9.1 overs. Gotta be very careful, Zaid. We mentioned how the wicket is double paced. So that delivery, it almost skidded onto the wickets and the pads.
Yeah, a flatter, quicker delivery there by Roger. Oh, much slower, and that made the ball turn so much off the surface. If it had stayed true to its line, Orchide would have found himself in too much of a trouble there. But we can see that delivery on the replay at some point.
A little bit quicker this time round from Roger Mukasa. He's got to vary it. Every single delivery is the skipper, Roger Mukasa. That occasion, Orkide Tuisenge seeing that slow delivery, enticing him to go for the big slug sweep into the back foot again.
Once again, very, very wise, showing experience as Roger, mixing up the paces and the length as well, but not keeping it too wide of the crease, just enough within the channel of the stumps. But we've seen only one quick delivery coming off Roger.
He might surprise the new batsman here. Soft hands again from Daniel Gumusenge. Interesting character he is.
He's got to find a way to adjust alongside Orchidea.
Another dot ball. Uganda already back into this competition. Of course, after breaking that partnership, we're already halfway the stage of the first innings. 52 for 3. There you see the dugout. Oscar Manishimwe, who was livid with himself, he's been the man in form for Team Rwanda. There you see the batting chart. Nothing much there. Caught by Cyrus Kakuru for his 1 run. And Didente Kugimana struggling after hitting that maximum, giving a very good catch to Pascal Murunji, and Isainio Mugabo trying to force a straight ball to the leg side, ending up giving away a wicket. But it's now Siraji to continue, keeping a little too low on that occasion.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the particular parts of the pitch there that tend to hold on to the ball much longer than the other. This time clubs it onto the leg side. The cry was quarter, but the only place it will go is to the boundary ropes for 4.
Very good pickup shot there from Orkidetu Yesenge. He knew the fielders were there, but he backed his shot, giving no chance to Joseph Baguma's diver. 1 bounce for 4, much needed boundary here. Can this be the over?
Yeah, this is the point where Orchidea Tuisenge understands the fact that his partner isn't really comfortable at the moment, so he's got to take on the game and keep scoring the runs. You can't go flat from both ends. Beautiful looking shot that down on one knee by Orchidea.
Almost a no-look shot there. Goes again from the big slug sweep. 2 is the call. But they decide to settle for only 1 run. Very good throw indeed from Joseph Baguma. Fielding in pairs at these Ugandan side fielders. He's been kept quiet. He's Simon Sesazi there at deep extra cover. He knows he has a lot to do with the bat. Full ball this time round.
Yeah, but that makes it the 4th delivery he faces, and he's not yet off the mark, and that is where the struggle for Gumisenge Daniel has been. It's the amount of dotted deliveries that he faces.
Down the ground this time round, driven powerfully. Straight to the fielder. Ivan Baidu cuts it off to only 1 run. Talking about the youngster there, Zaid, you've seen him play, you've seen him train. He has the capability of clearing the ropes. He can get the boundaries with ease. He has the power, he has the skills. He is talented. I'm not sure every time he comes out to bat, he finds himself in a shell-shocked mover.
Yeah, it's definitely because he's not used to the environment of being out in the middle. And that is something that should be introduced to most of the players. Having open nets session can really help the players imagine how performances can be out in the middle. Most of these players, you'll find them smashing thousands of runs in the nets that don't really get accounted, and struggles continue.
Talking about thousands of runs in the net, Zaid, you're one of those people. You've scored 3,000 in the net. But again, you've also got some runs in the league.
Yeah, you're slightly off, about 5,000 in there.
A very good pitch of delivery there from Roger. Interestingly, he's bowling his 3rd over. We are yet to see Calvin Watua being introduced into the attack.
Oh, lots of turn once again with a reduction of pace by Roger Mukasa. You've probably heard the term king of the carpets. Very, very sure they must be talking about me out there.
I'll tell you, you're not the only one in that league. There's a man called Taga Dennis. Goes on the back foot, keeping a little too low on that occasion. These two need to be very careful. Playing out Roger Mukasa, getting Sam to skid on. Laura Pela. Another dot ball. Very expensive here from the youngster Daniel Gumusenge, the coach. You can see him there in the dugout. He's not the happiest.
Yeah, he's swallowing lots of deliveries here. Hard hands and beats the fielder, but not the sweeper in the deep. I'll tell you, Bob, it's a very fine skill. Trying to find the cracks under the carpets here. The likes of Taga Dennis, Zaid Khan. We've got the X-ray vision.
Goes big this time round. The fielder can only watch it sail over him. Was looking for that shot. Is Orkide Tuyisenge finishing the third over with the maximum.
Yeah,
Much needed maximum here for Team Rwanda here and Orkide Tuyisenge. 67 for 3 after 12.
yeah, beautiful looking shot there. The fielder would have requested to have been 7.5 feet tall to get to that, but still would have made it for half a dozen. Look at that acrobatic attempt. A bunny hop over the boundary ropes. Beautiful shot there by Orkide.
34 of 30 is Orkide Tuyisenge. A very good sign for all Rwandans who love cricket. Seeing this young man Orkide Tuyisenge getting back into those colors, the national colors, and into the groove. We all know the damage he can make to the opposition side if he stays out there in the middle.
Yeah, and Siraji comes back into the attack from the road end. But it is Gumisenge Daniel that needs to resonate with the efforts of Orkide Tuyisenge. Because most occasions, what happens is when you find guys like Orkide Tuyisenge on the non-striker end getting silenced by the likes of their partners, they tend to lose focus, and that effort goes in vain.
Absolutely, Zay, you're very spot on. One of the reasons you saw in that previous over, he was trying the slog sweep to try and capitalize on the dot balls being created by Daniel Gumisenge. So for 10 dot balls for his 3 runs. Quarter is the call again, beats the fielder. Siraji Subuga himself. He is very happy to keep on rotating the strike, is Orkide Tuyisenge, but again, his partner there.
Yeah, trying to keep it tight here, and at this point, I feel Orkide does have the understanding of keeping the strike.
Goes downtown again, powerfully struck. There's Baidu here on the ropes, looking for a second one, but he's been denied by Orkide Tuyisenge.
Yeah, trying to overheat that. No timing on it whatsoever. Keeps it on the ground. Didn't look pretty either.
Would love to get a boundary or two in this particular over Siraji Subuga. He has a long gone deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and deep extra cover. Simon Sesazi. Can he go much straighter? Cut away powerfully straight to the field that covers Anas Beiga. He is very agile in the field. He has Calvin Watua here long off. Seen him hitting it on the side screens before. Goes again flashing, but straight to Simon Sesazi again.
It's been a different form of approach by Subuga Siraj, trying to get through his over very, very quick. Doesn't want to give too much time to the batsman to think about. As we we've got the 13th over done here. "71 runs on board for the loss of 3 wickets is Team Rwanda." As Bob takes a break, I'd like to introduce Mr. Lee Booth here in the commentary box. Welcome, Mr. Lee.
Thanks, Ed. Morning all. Yeah, finally poised game set up here now. I'm sure Time to press the accelerator for Rwanda. Just 3 wickets down.
Plenty of notes for you to make.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Fantastic tournament for us, this. And there is Okide at his absolute best, going through the covers, striking that with lots and lots of power, finding the gap and another boundary, and fantastic to see Okide back in the lineup, back in the runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Crunches that bit over pitch there, and hard hands goes through the line of the delivery there. Beautiful looking shot for 4.
Bit over pitch, but it's the width he loves, isn't it? It's the width he's looking for, Okide. Got very fast, strong hands through the ball there, and yeah, found the gap beautifully.
And do you reckon the sort of approach by Orchidea is being triggered by the slowness of his partner at the other end?
Yeah, it certainly puts a bit of pressure on you when your partner's not getting away. See there, he's having to take that one across the line, and a misfield. A rare misfield from the Ugandans out there at long on, and that's gone through for back-to-back boundaries.
Oh, very, very casual on that occasion.
Just don't think he's watched the spin here.
Yeah, came flying at him and took a moment for him to adjust, but goes through him like a deck of cards for 4 more.
Yes.
For 8 runs.
That's what these air side there he is, targeting that gap. Has he found the gap? Yes, he has. Beautifully pierced those 2 fielders out in the deep. See, he's been eyeing that up a little bit from the over. Pretty simple approach from Okide now. Any width is going to look to blaze it through the covers. The rest of the ball, you can see there, just a little shimmy outside off stump. And again, those fast hands. And that's beautifully placed in the gap.
Yeah, he waited on it. He waited and waited, went down on one knee, and powerfully struck for 4, making that the 3rd boundary of the over. Spoiling the economy of Maguma.
That's what's needed. Again, that's brought over to his side that time, but finding the captain Roger there, the one fielder inside the circle on the leg side.
It's really on for Orchidea. He can almost sniff his landmark around the corner there as he sits on 48 for 39 after 14 overs. We're on 83 for the loss of 3. Team Rwanda.
As you say now, Daniel, though, can't afford any more dot balls, you must be thinking. It's time to go hard. If he gets out, he gets out. There's just 3 wickets down, 6 overs remaining, so he has got plenty of power, clean striker of the ball, so it's time to go. Got to step on the accelerator now.
Yeah, you've got to go for it. You don't have much time left after this.
Yeah, plenty of batting to come. No stress if he loses his wicket, but yeah, got to be looking to attack now there. That projected score 119. I'm sure they're thinking that's the real minimum that they need against this Ugandan side. And again, another dot ball. Daniel on the back foot just punches it out to Roger. Not finding the gap on that occasion.
Yeah, at this point, if you're still playing back foot defense.
There's a better one, attacking, finding the fielder out in the deep though. But doing the right thing, attacking the ball, getting himself off strike. Getting Okide on strike. As many balls as Okide can face now would be the beneficial for Team Rwanda, you feel?
I'll ask you, Lee, you've been a player yourself, you've been a coach, you've been playing plenty of cricket in your lifetime. And do you feel as a batsman you apply more pressure by the rotation of strike?
I think it depends on where you are in the situation of the game, aren't you? I think now you've just got to be thinking about clearing the ropes and hitting boundaries. Yes, obviously, if there's ones, you're trying to turn the ones into twos, but at this stage, with just 3 wickets down, I think you've just really got to be focusing on trying to clear the ropes and getting, a lot of bat on the ball and hopefully finding the gaps.
Yeah, and I feel playing this game, being part of the top order batting, I've always felt like once you apply the pressure upon the fielders, they get quite generous with the amount of runs that slip through their hands.
Yeah, I think the beauty should be really a beautiful shot again, using those fast hands through the ball, cuts that into Sasazi. Can't prevent the 2, and that's an excellent 50 from Okide. 51 from just 41 deliveries.
Raise your bat, young man. What a way you fought back. Bringing responsible numbers. 51 of 41 deliveries with a strike rate of 124. 1 maximum and 7 staggering boundaries by Orchidea Tuisenge.
Yeah, great to see the man fighting back. Lost his shirt recently. This is the best way of doing it. Do you talking with the bat, and a fantastic innings from a difficult start when he came to the crease, and the 52 fantastic runs from just 42.
Yeah, his bat is not just talking, it's screaming at the
Correct.
moment.
He's such a clean striker of a ball when he's on form, isn't he? But no, I think back to what you're saying. I think at this stage of the game now, it should be pretty clear in your mind, isn't it? Everything's got to go now. You see, just 3 wickets down, not many deliveries left.
Yeah,
No stress if you lose your wicket now.
you've got to put the foot on the gas here and get going. We've got plenty of wickets in hand, as you can see. The 3 wickets coming off the first, fourth, and the 9th over.
Yeah, good finish to the power play. Dragged that back a little bit after a slow start, and the last few overs have been very good by the batting side.
And again, I feel Team Uganda might be feeling they've missed out on a trick by playing way too many spinners.
Yeah, it's a warm pitch here. You can certainly see why, but they've looked much more comfortable against the spin, really.
Orchidea Tuisenge has been reading the bounce really well. He's been adjusting to the height of deliveries. And the quick hands we've seen today have been quite exquisite to watch.
That's his real gift, those hands for me. Just too often gives it away too early, but battled early on today, and now he's just looks in imperious form. So
You can see the frustration there by Orchidea Tuisenge telling Gumisenge Daniel to just play with a straight bat and move on.
yeah, you've just got to feel he's got to get some bat on the ball here. There's no fielders inside the circle on the leg side. Got to try something, step out or a little sweep or get across his stumps, but there is a powerful shot, and that's fine. It's going to be safe. It's over the covers, running away towards the boundary, but the sweeper will collect that, but 2 runs. Yeah, you can't afford dot balls at this stage of the game. Daniel will know that. He'll be as frustrated as anyone. He's not quite got going yet, but a couple of lusty blows can soon change that.
Yeah, that's the beauty of T20 cricket. Can always have a slow start, but get going once you get some ball onto the bat.
Oh, that does feel like it was one for it. Tossed up a little bit more on that occasion. Just not getting the elevation, hitting that out to long on, and be disappointed not to have landed that one on the banking. It was there, that one.
Again, Lee, if he was trying to guide that adequately, he would have played it past the bowler into the V for more opportunities. Has been played in the air, fielder getting underneath it, and it's been dropped. The cricket gods are watching after Orchidea Tuisenge as he's been provided the opportunity to continue his innings here.
They say you make your own luck, and he did on that occasion. He got plenty of bat on it, but it went way, way up in the air, and it's a rare mistake out there. Mr. Sars will be very disappointed for that. Didn't really have to move it. An age of time to settle under the ball. It's not him, actually, he's moved, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I'll tell you the frustration there. It's because
Yes.
his partner isn't really doing the same damage as he is. And if that wicket went down, it would be at the price of Gumisenge Daniel.
Yeah, Beg actually dropping the catch out there. Simon was there earlier. But yeah, right thing again from Orchidea. Taking on the boundaries at this stage. A little bit of a top edge on that occasion, but got away with it. He did get plenty of bat on it. It went very, very high, but at this level, them catches have to be taken.
Roger Mukasa back into the attack. Oh, pulls it down the leg this time.
.96 on the board now. Projected score still just hovering around the 120 mark. With 3 wickets down, I'm sure Rwanda will be looking above that now.
From the attempts itself, you can clearly see Gumisenge Daniel just closing his eyes and having a wild swing at whatever comes his way. That's why he's not getting any connection on the bat as he would like to.
Yeah, it's very difficult, isn't it? If it's not your day, you're not just in glorious form. Sometimes that has to, that's the final step, isn't it? You just have to chuck the bat at it.
Yeah, speaking of confidence there, you find Orchidea Tuisenge with the lead off, rushing back for a double and comfortably makes it there. Nearly had him.
I'm not sure it was as comfortable as you say. That one with a slightly better throw, I think it'd be tight. But again, right decision, taking on the two. No drama with a few risks in the running again at this stage. And Day needs to be on strike. He looks certainly the more comfortable of the two to clear the ropes.
Pushes that one much flatter, quicker through the air.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of flight in this over from Roger, just round the wicket. Stumps to stump on the angle. I think we'll see Day getting across his stumps and taking that on. There you go. He'll be very disappointed with that. Not great contact, but there's only one man in front of square on the leg side, and he hit that directly to him. Good over this from Roger, just 4 coming from it so far.
Keeping it tight. Very, very quick into the block hole. Much fuller this time by Roger.
Dug out well, but again, finding the fielder at long on.
Yeah, the 100 comes up for Team Rwanda for the loss of 3 in the 17th over. Plays it on to the leg side, just a flick of the wrist, and will get off the mark there.
Very good over at this stage from Roger. The Ugandans, you're just thinking no boundaries. You're happy to give up the singles, I would imagine now. The odd 2, but it's how they can restrict the boundaries.
They find the individuals that will be playing for the other team part of Rwanda A.
Great opportunities for lots of the Rwandan boys here. 2 talented sides to play against in Uganda A, and the Zim emerging side looked pretty strong from what we could see the other day as well. So, yeah, really fantastic opportunity for Rwandan cricket to, have a look at some of the experienced players, but have a look at some of the next generation as well.
It's very healthy for the game in itself, as you find young talent battling on each other, and also experienced players having a take at them as well.
Lots to play for as well. Big tournament coming up early December, so obviously we won't have 2 teams in that 5 Nations tournament. We'll only have 1, so we've got 27, 28 lads picked here. That's going to be down to 14. So, yeah, everybody needs to put themselves in the shop window and try and grab one of those vital shirts for that upcoming tournament.
This tournament being quite handy for them to have a heads up about what to expect in the later half of the year.
Yeah, just try and give us selectors as much of a headache as they possibly can. That's the best way for us to move forward, isn't it? The more players we have to spend time discussing, the better.
As we find Ivan Baidu, the left arm quick, coming back into the attack for his 3rd over of his spell. He'll be bowling to Kumisenge Daniel, who hasn't been finding the meat of the bat.
Bowled with good pace for early doors, back of a length, but they've got no protection out here. 3rd man deep backwards, so I think if I was out there, any sort of bat on there you'd be looking for. The leg side boundary's pretty full, even though that is the shorter way, but there's no boundary riders behind the batter. So he does keep it full.
Oh, beautiful delivery there, bitten by pace. Kumisenge Daniel not sure of what to expect out of Ivan.
Yeah, just trapped on the crease there, that first ball, wasn't it? Not a lot of foot movement. Again, 11 from 21. Not ideal at this stage when you've less than 3 overs to go.
Yeah, you just got to give the strike to your partner here, Daniel.
That one's a better attempt getting across the stumps, but there is some pad. Trapped in front, but fair enough by Daniel. As we said, when it's not your day, you've got to try things right across his stumps. They're trying to whip that across the line. Very difficult against the left arm.
Yeah, the struggles come to an end for Daniel Kumisenge there. 11 coming off 22 deliveries.
Good bowling, as we said again, no protection behind, so having to keep it full, and you can see that's as easy a decision as you can make as an umpire. That ball's on the back pad, it's got nowhere left to travel, going to be smashing into middle stump.
Yeah, one thing about missing Daniel is there's lots of movement of head, shoulders, legs, but not enough contact with the bat.
I think that's a symptom when it's just not your day and you're a little bit out of touch and you're searching for the ball, aren't you? Some days it just feels easy, doesn't it? It feels you can stand pretty much still and throw your hands through it. Other days it feels like you always have to try and create something, and you know that's cricket for you. You're not always in form, are you?
Yeah, and that brings out the skipper, Clinton Rubagumya, out in the middle. Two thinking minds out in the middle.
I don't think it needs too much thinking at this stage. Just 2.5 overs to go. Bat on ball time, get Okide on strike. He's the danger man.
Yeah, gets off the mark straight away there. Clinton Rubagumya. Whichever way the runs come here, as they keep piling up and get to a fair total for the bowlers to defend in the second half.
Just feel Rwanda could do with just one of those big overs, you know, a 14, a 16 off an over to just really put the pressure back on Uganda. They'll be relatively comfortable chasing sixes, I think. And there is the start potentially of a big over.
That's massive. That's a massive shot there by Orkide Tuisenge, and it shows you how well he's connecting the balls today.
I don't even think he quite got all of that. I think it was a little bit toe of the bat, but again, we've talked about his fast hands and just deposits that over long on. Fantastic strike.
High and handsome goes over the mount. That's a big hit for half a dozen.
Well, the bowler looked to change up and go shorter here. No, keeps it up there, but that's squirted along the round. Keeper misses it. And good running from Okide, comes back for a 2.
Yeah, the intent of rotating and coming back by Orkide pays off as he picks up a double, trying to face Ivan. If Ivan bowls it into the arc here, the way Orkide has been connecting it, he might be going on for a bigger shot once again.
Difficult decision to make as a bowler, though. That's where all your fielders are. I'm not sure you can really afford to drop it short. So, yeah, really full in the block hole is probably what's needed.
Might be going across this time.
Yeah, good bowling. Took all the pace off that one. Okide well out in front. Good piece of bowling.
Yeah, trying to drag that to the leg side, but outfoxed by the variation by Ivan. As we're done with the 18th over, 110 on board for the loss of 4 wickets here. As I welcome back Bob Bashir back here in the commentary box.
What a knock this youngster is getting. Orkide Tuisenge back into the side. So far, he's on 66 or 51 deliveries. 2 more overs to go.
I'll tell you, Bob, the score would have stayed true to the score that Clinton Rubagumya mentioned early on at the toss if they didn't have the hitch of Daniel Gumisenge in the middle. The struggle did drag the score a bit down.
Not only that, Zaid, I'll tell you, Team Rwanda have been struggling again, finishing off the games with the bat, knowing you have 7 wickets in hand. And now we've seen Clinton Rubagumya setting himself up in front of, ahead of Martin Akayezu, Zapi Menyimana with those long levers. Those are 2 batsmen who can clear the ropes with ease. They'll give you a quick cameo to see if you can get to that 130 plus runs.
Yeah, you've got to go hard. If not now, when else? And again, it's very difficult. If you see, technically speaking, Clinton Rubagumya, when he's on strike, he looks up at the bowler at the very last moment when the ball is being launched by the bowler. So it gives him very little time to adjust.
Not only that, look at that shot. You could see easily he's trying to get on the other end. Go big, you're the captain. They normally say you go big or you go home at this stage. Change of pace there from the experienced Jonathan Sebanya. They're looking for the second one. Run out chance. Direct it, goes begging, misses it by a whisker. Is Calvin Watua. But again, very good running between the wickets.
Nearly had him there. Calvin hasn't been really handy in the outfield. Plenty of times he's been to Gahanga as well, as most of these players have been. Only a few haven't had a go here at Gahanga.
Goes across again. Outfoxed again, once again from Jonathan Sebanja. Not bowling anything into his body. He knows he has a deep extra cover fielder on the boundary ropes, long off. There's a long on the wicket, deep square leg. Interestingly, we haven't seen Orchide taking a shimmy down the wicket, something he's been trying out in the past games. In the air this time round, catches the call. Anas Beg doesn't make a mess out of that one. He dropped him. You can see no celebration whatsoever, as he knows he would have picked his man in the previous over. But what a knock from Orchide to Isenga, 68 of 54. But he has to take the long way back. He has done the damage with the bat.
Yeah, excellent effort there by Orchide to Isenge. And now, like you mentioned, you've got plenty of wickets in hand. They've got to come and pile up the runs. But interestingly, we've got Emil Rukeriza coming out in the middle. Maybe sent in to have a go at it with the long levers.
Said he's had a couple of good games here in the elite men's. Look at that on the replay. Change of pace. Trying to go for the no-look shot. Gets that top edge straight to the fielder at short. Third man. A little bit of Jago again there from Anas Beg. Emiru Kiriza, he's been in fine touch with the bat. And again, I would love to see players coming out knowing you have 9 deliveries to go. Try and see if you can get runs for your side. He's covering all the stumps. Is Emiru Kiriza in the air this time round? Over the bowler's head too is the call. The captain takes on the arm of Calvin Watua again. Safe and sound are these two. They know anything they can keep adding here on the total can be very key in the chase. They have some quality spinners, of course, is the Rwanda select side, the likes of the left-arm orthodox Mohamed Nadil. Alongside that man there on strike, Emiru Kiriza. There's Inyasi, the left-arm quick, who has picked up a couple of wickets of Roger Mukasa and Simon Sesazi in the previous games. Soft hands. And who keeps strike is Emiru Kiriza. It is 116 for 5 after 19. Of course, if you're just joining us, Roger Mukasa, Uganda A side, won the toss and decided to have the ball first. And they've managed, of course, to restrict Team Rwanda on 116 in 19 overs. One more over to go. The big question here is how many more can these two add in this last over? Yeah. Baidu, the man to bowl the last over, he's been very economical with the ball.
And also just 7 extras being bowled in a span of 19 overs. It's been very disciplined so far, I must say, by the Ugandan side. It's a fair fight, but will it be enough? They need to maximize this final over. 116 on board. Not often do we see the Rwandan side going past 100 against the Ugandans. But they're getting accustomed to it of lately.
Knocks him over straight up. Toe crusher there from Ivan Baidu. He's been bowling very sensational at the death for Team Uganda, picking up his 3rd wicket for his side. No clue whatsoever from the young Emiru Kiriza who has to depart.
Let's have a look at it one more time there. Emil Rukeriza misses out on a full delivery. Excellent quake and fool and had no clue. By the time the bat came down, the stump had gone for a walk. You can see all smiles there by the Ugandans in bright red and yellow as we get Martin Akayezu coming in.
Ivan Baidu, who's been very disciplined with the ball, came up with the new ball, bowling his 2 overs, giving away only 7 runs, picking up a wicket, of course, over Oscar Manishimwe. And now he has made sure he changed ends and is cleaning up the tail of the Rwanda select side with these 2 crushers.
Martin Akayezu, being a pace bowler himself, about to get a taste of his own medicine by Ivan.
And now knowing that the 2 fielders, third man and final legger inside the ring, can Martin Akayezu go for the scoop shot, Zaid? Full ball this time round, up. And 1 bouncer. Oh, what an effort there in the deep to carry it off to only 2 runs. Saving his side, 2 runs is Joseph Baguma.
Excellent effort there in the deep. If you can see that on the replay, lots of effort put into that. From stopping the ball to reach the boundary ropes, saving valuable runs for his side.
Missing out on his line and length. The Yorker line is Ivan Baidu. But well enough. Good effort from Joseph Baguma there in the deep and long off. 4 more deliveries to come. Goes big again. Run out chance. And run out completed. What an effort from Kakuru Cyrus to get rid of Clinton Rubagumya, the captain of the Rwanda select side. A lot happening, of course, in this over. They're trying to get runs. Whereas a very good tight fielding from the Ugandans as usual.
Yeah, you said it very well, Bob. Rwanda has been really struggling to finish off the overs on a high. Clinton Rubagumya has to depart now, trying that desperate attempt to get a double. Doesn't connect that well enough. Nearly lost the cameraman there.
And that was very quick between the wicketkeeper and the ball, the run out, as we see Mohamed Nadir joining Martin Akayezu. 3 deliveries to come. They can get a boundary or 2 here, Zaid, moving forward. I believe Team Rwanda can have something to fight for with the ball.
Yeah,
Won't come easy with the ball, I'll tell you, Zaid, knowing that this is their home. They will take that advantage.
and again, the name that really stands out for me is Mohamed Nadir. He loves bowling on this surface. In the most recent men's elite, out of a spell of 10 overs, he bowled 9 maidens, giving away just 5 runs and picked 2 wickets. Magical figures.
It's going to be one, of course, the Uganda side to watch out for with the ball. But now he has 3 deliveries to contribute with the bat. Deep extra cover. There's no fine leg. He's inside the ring, and the third man, there's a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a long off fielder from Mohamed Nadir. Down the leg side, white signaled by the umpire, Veronique Iriho. He's been picking up wickets with ease here on these particular pitches, is Mohamed Nadir alongside Inyasi Nirenganya. It's going to be an interesting one here.
It's good to see Nadir picking wickets, and he loves bowling, but he definitely does love batting as well. He's the only spin bowler I know who loves batting more than he bowls.
Top crush again, very well dug out by Mohamed Nadir, straight to the fielder at long on. Who cast it off to only 1 run is Joseph Baguma. He's been very busy in the field. Of course, not the best of outings with the ball, going for 8 runs and over in his quarter. Wicketless from the young Joseph Baguma. 2 more deliveries to come is Martin Akayezu up against Ivan Baidu. 120 for 7. And we see a scoop shot Zaida.
I think the Rwandan side missed out on a trick by saving Martin Akayezu at the back of the batting lineup and sending in Daniel if he was introduced up the order, he would have caused some damage for sure.
Change of pace there, lovely done by Ivan Baidu, deceiving the batsman Martin Akayezu. Another dot ball. Look at this over, Zaid. Only 4 runs coming in the last over. Something they need to work on. Yes, they have plenty of games to play in this tournament. The first edition, of course, of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament. Can they finish on a high? Can they get a boundary? Into the block all again. Up. 2 is the call. They're running very hard. Pascal Murungi gives it a chase. They will settle for only 2 runs to end the first innings with 122 for 7 in their allotted overs.
Yeah, falling short about 30 runs from what the captain had expected, but I feel it's a decent total out in the middle. If they can provide adequate amount of bowling pressure, it can be really helpful, the bowlers here. 123 needed in 20, and here we have the scorecard.
There you see Manishimwe Oscar, nothing much to talk about there, but that partnership of Isaini Mugawa alongside Orkidetu Isenga of 38, where Isaini Mugawa had to chip away an easy wicket to the Uganda A side, but Orkide stood still out there for his 68 or 54, 2 maximums and 7 boundaries, getting back into the side, of course, for his side. Gimisenge's pedestrian knock might be the key point here in the first game of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament. There you see nothing much on the partnership side.
Yeah, the backbone, the very main reason for this total to get past 100 is that partnership of 52 or 51 between Orkidetu Isenge and Gumisenge Daniel. Of course, majority of the runs coming off the blade of Tuisenge. And once again, that 36 of 33 by Isainio Mugabo and Orkidetu Isenge coming at a healthier strike rate with 8 extras on offer. They end with 122 for the loss of 7.
They see the bowling chart led, of course, by that man, Ivan Baidu, picking up 3 wickets. Look at that economy of 5, giving away 15 dot balls. Impressive. Siraji Subuga again picking up a wicket of Izai, going for only 19 runs. He knows these pitches. And Jonathan Sebanja, with all the experience, picking up 2 wickets, a little bit expensive on that occasion, going for 6 runs and over. They see, Joseph Baguma's 32 runs in his quarter. It's going to be very expensive for Uganda A side. Something he needs to work on. And then the captain himself giving away 24 in his quarter.
Yeah, Baguma started off well and then almost gave it away as the aggression came through by Orkidetu Iseng. And that's that for the first innings, as we'll join you shortly after the break for the run chase.
Hello and welcome back to the second innings of our match day one, game number one. Rwanda select side taking on Uganda A side. Uganda earlier won the toss. Roger Mukasa putting in Rwanda to bat, restricting them to 122 in their allotted overs, picking up 7 wickets. Of course, with an impressive magical spell from Ivan Baidu, picking up 3 wickets for his side, making sure they don't go past that 150, as the captain Clinton had mentioned earlier. They are on your screens, the usual suspects, of course. The captain, Roger Mukasa, alongside Simon Sesazi, opening the batting for team Uganda A side. Again, you would feel Team Rwanda, after getting that 36 in the power play for the loss of 2 wickets, they have failed to capitalize to get to that 150 mark, missing out, I would say, with 20 to 30 runs short in the first innings. But they are done and dusted with the first innings. On to do a lot of work with the ball. I won't be alone here in the commentary box. I'll be joined by Zaid Khan to take us through the chase of the first game. Welcome back, Zaid.
Yes, lovely to be back here in the commentary box. And 123 needed in 120 legal deliveries. And a very well-known pair coming out for Team Uganda. The left-hand, right-hand combination of Simon Sesazi and Roger Mukasa. Experienced campaigners coming out in the middle to get things started. Speaking of experience, the senior men's aggressor, you find Zapi Bimenyimana starting the bowling attack from the mount end.
You'd feel, Zaid, 123 is a walk in the park with the players of the calibers of Roger Mukasa alongside Simon Sesazi, 2 players that have crossed 1,000 runs in T20 internationals. Simon Sesazi, to be precise, 2,000 runs with his partner there, the captain Roger Mukasa. Of course, having missed out on the Challenge League B last week. They would love to capitalize and make a statement in this particular tournament, first of its kind, the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament. Just need a runner ball, but again, Team Rwanda would love to pick up a wicket up front in the power play to make sure they put them on the back foot. He has a sleeping place, is Zapi Menyimana. There's a third man and the deep mid wicket. Those are the 2 fielders outside the ring.
Yeah, starts off with an extra. Zapi Bimenyimana not getting hold of his line with a new cherry. He can move the ball. He's been bowling well in the domestic league, and now coming into national colours, he'll have to bring his A game to defend the score on board. Straight away off the mark is Team Uganda with 2 runs on board.
It'll be very challenging here for the Rwanda select side. This left-hand, right-hand combination can always be tricky up front, making sure they change their field every time they cross. Starting off with the chase with extras. Allowing now Simon Sesazi. Emmanuel scored a lot of runs here in Rwanda. He scored his century 2 years ago here in Rwanda and crossing 1,000 runs on these particular pitches. He knows a thing or two. Down the leg side again from Zapi Menyimana. Not an ideal start from Zapi Menyimana. You can see he's trying a lot of things.
I feel he should just easen up and just bowl stump to stump here to get rolling. Starting off with extras, not a single legal delivery is bowled and given away 3 runs already. Simon Sesazi and Roger Mukasa out in the middle.
Cut away on the back foot. 2 is the call. They're running very hard. Trying to take on the fielder. A third. Run out chance. A little bit wider with the throw. Allowing Simon Sesazi to get off the mark with that lovely punch on the back foot.
Yeah, makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Just goes on to his toes there and places it using the pace of Zapi.
Doesn't look like someone who's been out of action either. Not an easy shot to play, but he made it look very easy. Very patient he is. There is, of course, the deep mid-wicket fielder outside the ring. Full ball into the pads. Flicked and flicked finer. 2 is the call again. Roger Mukasa tells his partner, no need to take on that fielder in the deep. Izai Niomugabo.
Yeah, Simon says as he makes it look like he's got so much time on hand, makes it look very simple, doesn't complicate things, and the sheer understanding between Roger and Simon is one tends to be going hard while the other keeps rotating the strike.
Pulled away, but not enough timing straight to the fielder at mid-on. But they are very happy to rotate the strike. These two are very quick between the wickets. They understand each other.
Yeah, plenty of games being played together, taking on much more challenging sides, I believe. So they do know a thing or two about keeping the scoreboard ticking here and not trying to take the game for granted here, not trying to undermine the bowlers. Driven there, no run taken.
Very casual he is Simon Sesazi. You never know Zaid when he hits you. He's always composed. And he knows, of course, he has to get back into the national side. A lot of work to be done in this particular tournament from Simon Sesazi. Soft turns again there from Simon Sesazi trying to go full is Zapiwe Menyimana.
Yeah, like you mentioned, keeping it very casual. He's the man with one of my favorite interviews. He loves keeping it simple. As the man, I quote, said, job is job. I do my job. You do your job. Job is job.
Is, of course, the Alliance boss. In the this time round, beaten by the pace. Catches the caller. What a catch there from Martina Kayezu. Speaking of which, he gets rid of Simon Sesazi. Change of pace there from Zabi Menyimana. Exactly what the doctor asked for.
Yeah, we saw the first wicket going down in the first over in the first innings, and similar sort of events happening in the second, as Simon Sesazi, the left-hander, has to go out cheaply. That one just popping up in the air and an excellent dive to get hold of that catch. So the job is done by Zappi.
As he takes the long way back to the dugout. Change of pace there, deceiving him. Slicing his bat. Oh, what a diving effort there from Mati Akayes. Look at the celebration. They know this wicket is big. As we see another left-hander, Ronald Lutaya, always putting on a smile, of course. He doesn't like wasting time out there, Zaida. If you ball in his arc, he'll take you on.
Yeah, Ronald Lutaya with the nickname Luta Fire comes in out in the middle. The man that started off the grounds, son of a groundswoman who's made a mark for himself in Ugandan cricket, loves scoring his runs very, very quick. Got a very strong bottom man, well known for his short arm jab once he gets going. But at the moment, he finds himself trying to balance the rocking ship of Team Uganda here for 7 for the loss of 1.
Very good start indeed here for the selected side of Rwanda. They need to pile up pressure. Ball more dot balls. Pick a wicket or two. This Ugandan side can bat deep, Zaid. They have the likes, of course, of the young Pasco Murunji, Kevin Otua, who didn't have a go with the ball. Cyrus Kakul, the wicketkeeper batsman. Into the pads, no ball signaled by the umpire, straight up.
You've got Inyas Nyirenganya coming in from the road end. Something Inyas has been really struggling with is consistency of line, and commits a crime up front by giving an early Christmas gift to Roger Mukasa as a free hit.
Because Flashing misses it completely. Very good delivery there from Inyas Nirenganya. I'll tell you, Zaid, he has picked up his wicket on a couple of occasions here in Rwanda with his nip backers. They normally say tough times create strong men. This young man got injured, but he has come back superbly. He's been very impressive in the league, in the T20 league. He picked up 5 wickets. He's been picking up wickets in the elite men's. They would love him to keep up the momentum of picking wickets for his side. He has a slip in place. There's a third man. Power is nothing without control, they say. Picking the man at mid-off is Roger Mukasa.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a zing to his bowling, Inyas, as he pushes it away from the right-handers most occasions. And in the past few games that have followed Inyas, I haven't really seen Inyas bringing that big in-swing into the right-handers. Something he's got to work on, as his go-to delivery are the ones pushing away from the right-handers across the pitch. I remember there was a game in the men's elite last week where at a point he had 2 slip fielders nearly about to call in the 3rd slip as well because of the angle that he creates with the left arm pace.
Oh boy, he was bowling some magical deliveries in that game. But he's now up against the best in the business. Takes a little shimmy this time round. Saw him charging in and ball it a little bit shorter that time. Smartly done by Inyasi Nirenganya. That's Roger Mukasa for you.
Yeah, and the experience of the youngster Inyas also bowling in Uganda for the men's elite that happened there. He's got a thing or two that he's witnessed about the Ugandan players and the Ugandan batsmen. He adjusts the line and length adequately, not trying to give them too much room, keeping it tight, not too much width on offer. And the deck is playing its part.
You see the nip backer, and Roger is very happy to take on a single, allowing Ronald Lutaya to face the young Inyasi Nirenganya. Last delivery to come.
What a great competition this is about to be. You find the lefty, Lutafire, as they call him, facing the fairy spell of Inyas Nirenganya, best of the best, punch for punch, courtesy of Rwanda Cricket Association and Dufferbet, the emerging invitational call here for the youngsters to rise upon and provide us such experiences.
I'd love to see these kind of tournaments every year. It exposes the talent. Changing ends is Inyasi. On the leg side again, very expensive. Another extra.
Yeah, an accurate throw would have found Roger in trouble, but that is a wide, and it's the extras that the pace bowlers need to really take care of. You cannot afford handing out extras when you're defending a total well within run per ball.
Already 5 extra Zaid. We're into the second over. Goes flashing big up. 1 bounce for 4. That's Roger Mukasa for you, picking up the length very quickly.
Yeah, and on the boundary ropes, you could see that was the head coach of Team Rwanda chucking it back into the field. Sir Lawrence Matlani not really happy with the bowlers here. As we mark the end of the second over, 15 for the loss of 1. What a way to finish by Roger Mukasa.
Inyasi Nirenganya there getting the treatment he deserved, going with and Roger Mukasa with all the experience he possesses, capitalizing on that, getting the first boundary. It's going to be Zapi Bimenyimana, no spinner. No Mohamed Nadil Zaida. He's been very handy with the new cherry. Love to see the captain Clinton Ubaguma throwing the ball to him in the power play and see if he can create a wicket.
Yeah, definitely. He would reduce and tighten up the screws and allow the luxury to the rest of the bowlers to come in and apply some pressure as well. Missed the outside edge. Beautiful delivery there by Zappi.
Lovely pace and carry there. Beats the outside edge of Ronald Lutaya's blade. Very good comeback here from Zapi Menyimana. Would love him to bowl that kind of length as they add another player on the offside, Mohamed Nadil. Down the leg side again.
Yeah, you see, it's the consistency there that has been lacking. And interestingly, no wide being called there by Veronique. Lutaya having a smile as he usually does. Not sure why. Believing that must have caught his thigh pad on its way.
Plays this on the back footer, but straight to Gimisenge Daniel there at short covers. Pressure climbing again. They would love to bowl more dot balls, Zaid here.
Yeah, and speaking of dot balls, Zapi Bimenyimana has got that corridor of uncertainty that he bowls towards the batsman, and the only worry is, does he keep it consistent on that line?
Oh, what a piece there. Look at that movement, that late movement from Zapi Menyimana.
Yeah, that right there. That is exactly what I was talking about, Bob. And again, the length on that occasion, a bit fuller, and it's the movement of the surface there that finds trouble towards the batsman.
We saw earlier in the first innings, Sebanja bowling that similar delivery there. Zapi looking to have found that spot.
Yeah, he's trying to stick to that spot and cramping Ronald Lutaya for space, not trying to give him any width on offer.
Tidy over here, yet to concede a run in this second over is Zapi Menyimana. They would love him to finish on a high, pick up a wicket or ball, another dot ball. Goes big. 2 is the call. They're running very hard. 1 bounce. And we'll get off the mark with the boundary to end over number 3. 19 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, it was about a calling there. Ends the over with a boundary. Not sticking to the plans is Zapi Bimenyimana. 2 overs, 11 runs, 1 wicket. Have a look at that. In the right area, and a lovely swing of the bat by Ronald Lutaya to get things started for him. It's one of those batsmen whereby if he tastes the leather on his willow, he gets going and he understands how much energy is required to put it to the fences. That is the first of the lot. The experience of Roger Mukasa still out in the middle. Team Rwanda picking up an early wicket. Do they stay on to the attack? We see yet another pace over coming through.
When you look at that boundary, Zaid, of Ronald Lutaya, every left-hander in this world would love that kind of deliveries into the pads, in the power play. No fielder protecting that region, allowing him to get an easy boundary. Cut away powerfully, but straight to the fielder. Emir Rukiriza. Trying to create room is Roger Mukasa to access the offside, which is very packed. With 5 fielders on the offside. Still has a sleeping place is the captain, Clinton Ubagumia. There's a 3rd man in play for Roger and the deep mid wicket, Mohamed Nadil. Of course, for that short ball.
Yeah, 4th over of the power play here, Bob, and no introduction of spin. Plays it in the air, hard hands. The fielder tries, but the ball wins the race to the boundary ropes for 4. Aggression here by Roger Mukasa as he charges down the pitch. Gets a very healthy nick off that one.
You see taking a little shimmy, trying to hit it downtown. Gets that healthy outside edge, beating the dive of Zapi Menyimana. at third man. They don't mind how they comes as long as they are runs. Zaid 23 for 1 after 3.2.
Just 100 in 100 needed with one slip in place. And Yas coming in.
Down the ground, taking on Martina Kayezu. Very smart cricket, a boundary and a single straight up.
I feel from that sort of instant there, Roger Mukasa has understood the sort of length Inyas is bowling to him, and he's adjusting accordingly. Going with hard hands, showing confidence. A left-hander to a left-hander now. Will be coming sharply into him.
Again, there's no long gone for Ronald Lutaya. Goes full, driven powerfully, but straight to Izai at mid-off. Who denies them the chance of taking that quick single?
Yeah, didn't really time that. Went a bit too early on that occasion. Lutaya still not getting a hold of his timing here.
Almost the same fashion of Team Rwanda batting earlier in the first innings. They were 24 for 2 in their 4 overs, getting to that 36. In the air, no timing again, but the ball will land safer.
Gets away with that one, Ronald. And I'll tell you, the introduction of spin will be very, very crucial for this innings for Team Rwanda to defend their score. At what particular point do they choose to bring in the spinners? We've seen the ball turn square of the wicket in the first innings by Team Uganda.
I'll tell you, Zaid, right now I'll give the ball to Mohamed Nadil to come from the mound end to see if he can create that wicket.
And understand, the new cherry in Mohamed Nadir's hand does provide the potential of drift through the air, and that makes playing spin even more difficult.
And the angle he brings into the side, the left arm, orthodox, always a headache to the batters. There you see the physio out there taking the concussion test to Ronald Lutaya. The safety always comes first, Zaid.
It's good to see the implementation of the physios and the medical caretakers being around at any given point. It's part of the game. Anything unfortunate can happen, as we wish nothing of that sort happens to any of the athletes.
The physio says he's up and ready, up on his feet is Ronald Lutaya. Getting a little bit dark here at Gahanga, Zaid. We saw earlier on the weather forecast showed there's some rain around 1 to 2 p.m.
Yeah, there's grey skies here at Gahanga. Chances of rain have been around. We've been foretold about it for the past week. We've seen plenty of rain in the region.
I see the Rwanda A side getting ready to take on the Zimbabwe emerging side. Of course, led by Michael there in your screens with the shades on, alongside Mucho Dusenge Eme and another speedster, Kubugiman Eric. Hamza Khan there in your frame. He's been having a good time with the bat.
Yeah, and the big man, Kevin Irakoze, the 6-foot spinner.
Interestingly, Zaidia, no spinner. Another speedster, Martin Akayezu, is being introduced into the attack from the mound. And I'm not sure what the Captain Clinton is trying to do.
Maybe he's trying to provide protection for the spinners by opening up the field.
I would love to strangle Team Uganda at this particular moment, not hiding my strike bowler, Mohamed Nadil, alongside Emir Rukiriza. Gotta try out a lot of things and tactics in this chase. Just need a run the ball is the Uganda A side.
Yeah, and I feel the likes of Mohamed Nadir bring out their A game in such situations where they know they've got to defend. They know they've got to protect runs. Martin Akayezu with all due respect to him, does tend to make things a bit easy for the batting side, as initially he doesn't start off with appropriate lines, and he's been a culprit of providing plenty of extras too.
Starts off with one into the pads, flicked away by Ronald Lutaya. One of the bowlers there, shot number 17, who can surprise you with his deadly yorkers. But again, it's the consistency for me that he's been lacking. Up against the left-hand, right-hand combination. He has a third man, Nyasi Nirenganya, for Roger Mukasa. And a deep mid-wicket.
Knowing Roger, he loves pace on, especially pace bowlers who are not consistent with the line and length. Tries to get off the mark there.
Very good technique there from the experienced Roger Mukasa, getting into the line of the ball. But again, very good pace there from Matira Keyezu.
Strong boy, I tell you. Amongst the strongest in the national side. Very athletically fit. Oh, just goes past Roger there, beaten by pace. With on offer, Roger tries to play a cute shot on that one and misses it completely. There you see him shadowing it.
Martina Keyezu on the other side. He doesn't mind the dot balls. But again, very good thinking there from Roger Mukasa, trying to pierce that gap where Inyasi Nirenganya was a little bit finer on that occasion, a third man. Of course, at point, there's one of the best in the business, Orkidetu Isenge, pumped up. Down the leg side, that's Martin Akayezu for you, Zaida. He will give you 3 good, beautiful deliveries, and then he'll go downtown the leg side. There you see apologizing to his teammates. 27 for 1 after 4.3. Stick to the basics here, Zaida. Just defending 6 runs and over.
Yeah, a couple of technical aspects of Martin Akayezu's bowling. The coach has been working closely with him, trying to drag that back foot. A full toss, and it's been muscled to the boundary ropes. No one moves. In a flash, it goes for 4.
Goodness me, look at that on the replay. Zaida, the sound of the blade of Roger Mukasa. Belted that one. Trying to go for the Yorker at this stage. Full flow of the bat into the vacant region for yet another boundary.
Yeah, really hammered that to the boundary ropes. Took no time to get to the boundary ropes.
No timing on this occasion. He is livid with himself. Is Roger Mukasa, one of the best players of that pull shot.
Yeah, he nearly felt he had it. Final delivery of Martin's over. Apart from that boundary that he gave away, he's been bowling very decent here.
He is indeed a decent bowler. Is Martin Akayezu. Very young in his career. One for the future. Takes a little shimmy down the leg. White signal again by the umpire, Veronique Iriho. Roger Mukasa, who loves playing with the minds of the bowlers.
Yeah, clearly they're just giving him a couple of fancy dance moves on the pitch, distracting Martin Akayezu and stealing a freebie out of him. Got to stay focused. That's part of the game.
Full ball this time round, driven powerfully downtown. They take on the arm of Zapibi Minyimana. Very good running between the wickets to end over number 5. 33 for 1, needing a run a ball is Uganda A side. Whereas on the other hand, Team Rwanda, they need to produce those wickets, Zaid.
Yeah, because the likes of Roger Mukasa, if they tend to hang around for more than the power play, they will get heavy on you. And the more comfortable he gets out there in the middle, he'll take on the chase comfortably.
I'll tell you, Zaid, not the first time Roger Mukasa has done this to the men in blue and yellow. Starting very slow and then take away the game in the blink of an eye. He's still out there unbeaten with Ronald Lutaya. Last over of the power play, we see Mohamed Nadil coming in to bowl the last over in the power play.
Yeah, he's coming in for the very, very final over of the power play, and at this point is when we get to see what sort of action Mohamed Nadir provides and the support that he can get out of the surface.
It's going to be Zaid, 8 crucial overs of spin for Team Rwanda if they are to defend 90.
He's definitely high on confidence, Mohamed Nadir.
Cut away this time round straight to the captain. Covers Clinton Rubagumia.
Having bowled in the recent sub-regional ICC tournament back in Kenya, bowling against experienced players like Raza, learning a thing or two out of those games. This time he's been struck well. And it goes all the way for 4. The chase was on, but it goes in vain. At that pace, he would have needed a motorbike to get to the delivery as it races away.
Goes on the back foot. Power spot of the ball. The moment it left that young man there, Gumisenge Daniel, he had no chance whatsoever to stop that, to race away to the boundary. Getting into the groove is Roger Mukasa, who jumps to 20 off 19. We haven't seen the switch hits from the experienced Roger Mukasa.
And being the player with so much experience, he's not going to allow Mohamed Nadir to settle. It's a very healthy competition between the two.
Cut away, and again a little bit of dive there from Gumisenge Daniel. The chase is on. Martin Akayezu does a fantastic job to keep it to only 3 runs. A very good running between the wickets. These two are very quick, Zaid.
Yeah, definitely. And Martin Akayezu also covering lots of ground to his left to get to that delivery. But every single run matters. If not a boundary, 3 runs it is.
What a way to welcome the best bowler in the Rwanda select side, Mohamed Nadir, so far with no risks whatsoever. 7 runs in just 4 deliveries. These two are batting sensibly.
Oh, that's the quicker one that comes into the left-handers. He's got that particular delivery whereby he swings it through the air, more like a sling coming into the left-handers.
Full ball driven downtown. And that single brings us to the end of the power play. 41 for 1. What a way to start the chase from the Uganda A side, of course, led by the captain Roger Mukasa, who is on 23 of 21, alongside his partner Ronald Lutaya, 7 of 11.
Yeah, surely winning the power play are the team Uganda. As we mark the end of the power play, and my partner Bob Bashir takes a short break, I'd like to invite Mr. Ivan, all the way from Uganda, here in the commentary box. Good morning, Ivan.
Good morning, Zed. Good morning, our viewers from all over the world, wherever you're watching in. I'm very happy to be here in the commentary box yet again, just coming in as a guest commentator to make sure that, of course, this is always home. This is a place I've always been to here in Rwanda. But 82 runs from 84 balls, Team Uganda A is what they need to seal off a victory here at Gahanga B Stadium.
Starts off with a wide there. Ivan, what do you think this tournament means for the Ugandan side, as the tournament is for emerging players? There are plenty of experienced players as well in there, but how do they use this tournament for their own benefit?
Yeah, looking of course at the Uganda A team, it is a mix of players, a team which has players like Roger Mukasa and Simon Sesazi, not very, very new to the game of cricket. But as you ask Zed, what Uganda needs to be getting off this tournament, Roger Mukasa, one of the batters who have been struggling with the bat of late, and Simon Sessa also having struggles with the bat. So this tournament gives them an opportunity to make sure that they get back their form, because Uganda in the recently concluded Challenge League B tournament, the two, Roger Mukasa and Simon Sessas, didn't make part of the squad. But the team for Uganda also has under 19 players who have recently represented Uganda. Players like Msamajid Ramadan, who was the opening bowler for Uganda under 19 during the World Cup under 19 qualifiers that were recently concluded in Dar es Salaam last year. Anas Beg being part of that team, also the under 19 team, and Christopher Chidega. All these players could be trying to make sure that they work on their game and maybe try and raise through the ranks. Players like Calvin Watua, who was made strides here in the RCA league, had a stint in the Zimbabwe League earlier this year, but this tournament also gives him opportunity to make sure that he scores runs and fights for a spot, maybe in the team. Stephen was also being given an opportunity in this tournament.
Yeah, just losing a shape there, Martin Akezu, and providing a wide. Plenty of work that can be done through the course of this tournament, and definitely there's plenty of viewers back home following the games, trying to see what the youngsters are up to. The men in yellow and red always have a close following of each other's games.
Yes, indeed. But of course, Uganda mixing a bit of experienced players and youngsters, because even if it's an emerging team, tournament team, but to get learning from the field gives you that bit of experience. Roger Mukasa, Simon Sessas were both in the T20 World Cup for Team Uganda. So I believe players like Joseph Baguma, when they are on the pitch with them, they learn a thing or two from them. But Martin Akaizu still giving wides on the offside. The plan for Martin very, very clear. He is bowling all the balls outside off stump.
Yeah.
So even though the weights are coming in, but he's trying to make sure that he keeps it on the offside. If there's anything to be squared off his bowling, let it be on the offside.
He's now come from the other side of the wicket, trying to cut off the angle. He's got to think most of the runs he's given away have come through extras, not really from the bat, as you can see on the board. With the amount of runs required by Team Uganda, you can't afford giving out freebies. You've got to apply pressure, enough pressure that the bowler following the over after yours has enough room to apply some more.
Of course, Matnaka is one of the players who played for the Rwanda team in Kenya just weeks ago in the Ice Men's T20 Sub-Regional Qualifiers. He picked up only 2 wickets in the entire tournament, but he's a brilliant player. He managed to help a team in Uganda called the Wanderers Cricket Club to win the T20 trophy. So he's not a player you can really rule out of the game.
Yeah. It's been bowling good pace, but I also feel once you get caught in the middle of two required roles as a batsman and as a bowler, it gets a bit confusing and nerve-wracking to figure out which side do you fall. Because it's very difficult to say if Martin Akayezu is a bowling all-rounder or a batting all-rounder. What do you think Martin Akayezu falls out as?
Of course, I'll take Martin Akaiza as a bowling all-rounder. But this all-rounder thing misleads players, because someone will come and fail to get wickets, and then he will say, "Good thing I scored runs." So it's true indeed. It puts that I don't know. It gives you a divided mind. But Martin Akayezu ends the second over. He's so far considered 12 runs in his 2 overs, and 45 for 1 is the score after 7 overs.
And that will bring Mohammad Nadir back into the attack from the road end. 12 runs Martin Akayezu gave away in his first 2 overs.
Of course, Mohamed Nadir, not one of the bowlers you will rule out in Rwanda. In the T20 qualifiers that happened in Kenya, Muhammad Nadir completed with 7 wickets. He is a real good bowler that you would love to see bowl a little more spin in this tournament.
Yeah, just bowling outside off stump there, as he knows he's getting a good amount of turn on it. Again, Lutaya hasn't really seemed too dangerous here, but he's just rotating the strike, providing the support to the rest of the batsmen.
Yeah, of course, Ronald Rutaya was part of the reserves for the T20 team that represented Uganda in the World Cup. But he is also one of the players who have not had a lot of playing time on the national team. So this is what this emerging tournament is providing some of these players. A player like Ronald Rutaya, trying to make sure that he also gets playing time. Because right now he's coming at 1 down. If he doesn't get runs, of course, that will be upon him.
Most definitely. You've got to give them enough time. You've got to allow them to open their wings and provide some action. That stayed low but adequately played. And that has gone for a boundary. The player seems injured there, as he had an awkward landing on his shoulder. Hope he's all right. The physio has been called in straight away in an attempt to save the ball from reaching the boundary ropes.
Of course, indeed, those are not good images there. I think the ball hit his mouth. Very, very unfortunate instances there. But the physio just making sure that the player is in good condition to continue batting. Of course, that is the batting card there for Team Uganda. Simon Sessas, he departed with only 3 of 5. Looked like Simon Sessas was getting back his form during the warm-up series in Uganda, the Italy series. But unfortunately, today he has left so early.
Yeah, pretty long is the batting lineup here for Team Uganda. And not too many runs to get either.
But this is a slow wicket, Zed. This wicket, we may not see so many runs because yesterday when they were rolling that wicket, I went and looked at its surface. It's a wicket that looks to be favoring slow bowling, and it isn't really a wicket that will be giving so many runs. And also, the heavy showers that have been in Rwanda give a slow outfield. So 122 is not really a very small score.
Yeah, and it's got a bit of a patch to it as well. It's got some grass to the right-handers towards the road end. If you have a look at it there, it's not easy for the batsman to face at all. 75 in 75.
Current run rate 6.4. Required run rate 6. Uganda trying to keep close throughout the game. But these are some of the fans who've come here to watch the game. Also, the coach for the senior women's team there, Leonard Namburu, also coming in to watch this game. Players for Rwanda senior women's team, Merivale Wowase also being part of the people who have come to watch this exciting encounter.
And also the captain,
Mary Diane Bimenyimana.
Mary Diane Bimenyimana.
Sitting close to the president, Rwanda Cricket Association, Mr. Stephen Musale.
Yes, they've all come in to watch the boys play some good cricket. It's a lovely, cool morning here at Gahanga.
The rain sparing us because the first 2 games that were supposed to happen between Rwanda and Zimbabwe emerging, the 50-over games were both washed out. But it's good that we've had some bit of cricket. There was a rainfall in the night, but the morning has been cool. 75 in 75 is what Uganda needs to pick up the first victory of this RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament. This is a tournament which will be played on a round-robin basis, and it will culminate into a third playoff and final, which will be played on the 29th of this very month. So we are still here for Days Z.
It's pure joy. The more cricket we get to play, the better it is as we come towards the end of the cricketing year as well. Mohamed Nadir continues. This time plays it so late, and again back-to-back boundaries. I beg your pardon. After that double and the injury to Inyasi, plays it very late and cuts it hard, chops it for 4.
Yeah, of course, Roger Mukasa known for his power hitting. You cannot rule out the power of Roger Mukasa.
And again, it's been bread and butter for him for so many years down the line. So many times he's faced plenty of quality bowling, being amongst the openers for Team Uganda in that historic World Cup appearance. Something that will hold to his back, to his name for the rest of his life.
Yeah, Roger Mukasa, not a player who can quickly rule out of this game of cricket for when you talk about Team Uganda. That is a soft touch there from Ronald Retire, just beats the wicket keeper, and they are running very quickly to pick up a double. Yes, they will set off for 2 runs.
Oh, death touch there by Lutaya. Very, very softly and cheekily done. Just beats the glove of the wicket keeper. A man who's always got a smile on his face. He's got to find himself some sponsors here. Some dental sponsors. Are we looking for Colgate? Are we looking for Pepsodent?
The fans right there on your screen, the president of Rwanda Cricket Association, Stephen Musala, and the captain for the senior women's team for Rwanda, Diane Bimenyimana, sitting and having a conversation. But the partnership growing for Team Uganda, a 48 runs partnership after the early departure of Simon Sesars. Martin Akayezu will continue the bowling there for Team Uganda from the hill end.
Yeah, they crossed the 50 mark in the 7th over there. We're done with 8 overs of play. Keeps it away from his arc. Roger Mukasa doesn't get a hold of that one. 30 of 27. Good chase he's getting into.
Yeah, but when you see the Martin Akayezu is bowling, he's really trying to bowl to the plan. All his deliveries, even his extras that he has fumbled in this game, have been maximally on the offside. Now, like that ball that I just beaten Roger Mukasa, that's the length that he needs to be maintaining because Roger Mukasa is one of the good players who can pull.
Yeah, he's clearly not trying to swing the ball, as you can see him gripping it cross seam. He's trying to take away the element of swinging deliveries, trying to bowl a cross seam delivery that cuts off the pace. 2 back-to-back dots by Martin Akayezu. But it's not about finishing the deliveries here. It's also about applying pressure by picking up a wicket.
Yeah, Zed, me, I've always believed that every time you bowl those consecutive dot balls, you pile the pressure to the batters. They try to go for the big hits, and wickets come in the end.
Oh, nearly had him there. Gets away with that one, Roger.
Yeah, but what a delivery there from Martin Akayezu. His plan brilliantly working out for him. 68 in 69. Team Uganda. Martin Akayezu is still getting those matching dead dots. When you look at the way Martin Akayezu is bowling at the moment, he's trying to just put it close to the wide line, but getting the ball standing to Roger Mukasa and cramping him for room.
Yeah, just nips one back in on that occasion. Oh, cramping him for room. Tries to pull that, doesn't get a hold of it, but rotates the strike.
Okay, those dot balls, Roger Mukasa badly ended to get off the strike.
Yeah, it was steeply. It was rising up to his chin. Very, very quick angling into him. Would like to see a replay of that bumper slowed down by Martin Akayezu.
One of the things I've liked about Martin Akayezu is even on the left-handed batter, he will try to bowl it on the wide line, on the offside of the left-handed batter, Ronald Retire. Man with good control. Look at that one. But a deft touch there from Ronald Retire. Racing down to the boundary. There is a man, but Uganda will pick up a double.
Easy as you like it. Just the placement there by Ronald Lutaya. Opening the face very late. Have a look at that bumper. So wide of the crease, angling in. Roger gets away with that.
A shot out of desperation. Martin Akayezu with the last delivery of the over is so far going for only 3 runs. Very, very, very. Those 3 dot balls are very, very. But that is full to the blade of Ronald Lutaya. Overhit. They are running very quickly. A bit of hesitation between the two batters, but the throw goes the wrong end. That would have been a run out, Zed.
Oh, clearly Lutaya came halfway down the pitch. And the throw came towards the wrong end as we mark the end of the 9th over. 59 for the loss of 1. Just 64 now needed. The men in blue are still searching for wickets here, trying every alternative they've got on hand.
The equation there for Team Uganda, 64 in 66 balls, as Rwanda looks at taking a change in the bowling attack.
And there will be a change in the bowling attack as we've got Emil Rukiriza, jersey number 23, coming in. Another experienced spinner. Gets plenty of turn and bounce and bowls at good amount of pace. Doesn't get too much time for the batsman to get hold of his deliveries. Coming in from the road end now. With plenty of variations. Gets driven down to long off.
Making great use of the surface there. Emil Rukiriza are getting that turn. But Ronald Lutaya manages to get it onto his blade.
And yeah, it's not really easy for the bowlers to be adjusting with the left-hand, right-hand combination. It's been there from the very beginning for Team Uganda here. Every delivery the bowler has got to make the fine adjustments to line and length depending on what batsman they bowl to.
Emile Rukiriza also got only 2 wickets when Rwanda went for the sub-regional qualifier in Kenya just weeks ago. But it's not really a spinner who can rule out of the equation as Roger Mukasa is crumpled for room and just plays it back to the fielder.
Yeah, that particular side, we haven't seen too much bounce coming off the surface. There are a couple of places, spots there where the ball just digs in a bit deeper. This time it's been pulled hard. Lovely walk in the deep by Zirahangaje. Francois.
Zirahangaje there brilliantly going down to the ground because that was played between Zirahangaje and Isaini Yomugabo. But Zirahangaje running and making sure that he keeps it to only 2 runs there. In defending a total like 122, the fielding needs to be top notch. That is overhit by Roger Mukasa, but a diving effort there.
Yeah, he's livid with himself. He felt he nearly had it, and Clinton Robagumia doing an excellent job in that position, not allowing it to go past him.
Of course, being a captain in the side, you need to be one of the motivations. So Clinton Robagumia trying to make sure that he puts up his A game because that's what you need in defending this total. Keep dotting and making sure that you pay all the pressure to the batters.
Yeah, trying to lead from the front is the skipper. Good over so far. He's given away just 4 runs.
Just 4 runs coming off that over. Emil Rukiriza's first over, and that puts the total to 63 for 1 after 10 overs. We are halfway done, and the equation there for Team Uganda, 60 runs of 60 deliveries. Ronald Lutaya with 15 of 22, and Roger Mukasa Papa there with 34 of 34. The dugout there for Team Uganda, and Asbeg, one of the top order batters who will be coming in later on to bat for Team Uganda. The team led by the development manager, Uganda Cricket Association Davis Turinawe, not a new man in Rwanda. But there is a change in the bowling attack as my mate Zed takes a break, and I would love to welcome back Bob McCoy. Bob, welcome back.
Thank you there, Ivan. Always a pleasure having you here. I must say here, this is your second home. As we see, Mohamed Adil changing ends are coming from the mount end. He's been very tidy. Plays it on the back foot. Is the man who is on form, Roger Mukasa, who is on 35 off 35, striking it at 100, moving the ship slowly and steady.
Yeah, of course, the plan for Roger Mukasa coming into this tournament very clear. There will be a T20 qualifier next year. Roger Mukasa's plan is getting runs and making back to the T20 team. He's not really looking at getting back to the 50 over team, but this T20 team, he needs to fight for its spot. But he's been trying to get back into his touch. Even the tournaments, the warm-up series we've had in Uganda, we've seen Roger trying to get some runs.
Other interview of you and him before you guys came here, where he mentioned he didn't mind much being dropped for the Challenge B League, saying he loves playing the T20 format. Bring out, of course, his A game, as you like mentioning, knowing his wicket is very key in this particular tournament, as he said he wants to win all the games.
Yeah, of course, he's now kept his strike rate at 100, 35 of 35. Very, very vital for your figures in T20 cricket.
As for the big sweep shot, misses it, beaten by the turn, getting some patches either, Mohamed Natil. You can see he was trying to penetrate that gap between mid-wicket and shot deep square leg, I beg your pardon. He's been very patient in these 10 overs. Was bigger, but there's protection in the deep. Emilio Chiriza, who cuts it off to only 1 run. Very smart bowling and disciplined fielding from Team Rwanda after the power play, making sure every bowler is not going above 5 runs.
Yeah, indeed, very, very vital in defending a total like 122. But 57 in 56, Team Uganda carrying a 66 for 1 after 10.4. Muhammad Nadir changing bowling ends. That is turning away, but a deft touch there from Ronald Ultaya into the gap. Isaini Umga with the clean-up work, and Uganda will pick up a double.
He gets a bat on that one from the left-hander. But again, you would see, you'd feel for Team Rwanda, this left-hand, right-hand combination has been very key for Team Uganda.
Actually, two left-handers on top for Team Uganda. Simon Sessa's departing early and Ronald Ultaya replacing him.
He's made sure they don't miss Simon Sesazi. Cuts away very late, but straight to Orkide Tuisenge. What do you make of this youngster, Orkide Tuisenge, as we see 68 for 1 after 11 overs, needing 55 of 54. Getting back into the side, of course, after being dropped for that tour of Malawi and the sub-regional qualifier in Kenya. He's made sure he's got back-to-back centuries in the league here, and now he comes with all the form, scoring 68, leading from the front, of course.
Yeah, Orkide Tuisenge must be fighting for his spot back in the team. He, in the local league in Rwanda, he plays for 8 guards, and he's been getting runs in the local league. So coming up and scoring for Team Rwanda, he's been the leading run scorer in this match for Team Rwanda, 68 of 54. A very, very brilliant knock. Looks like he's now also trying to catch the eyes of the selectors and maybe fighting back for this spot. But that's what this tournament gives you. Emilio Kiriza back for Team Rwanda. That is a big swing there from Roger Mukasa down to the ground. The captain, Clinton Rubagumya, and Uganda will pick up a single.
Exactly what the tournament brings here on the table, worth all the money in the world. Players trying to get back into the national side. We've seen, of course, Simon Sesazi, Roger Mukasa himself out there unbeaten at 37 of 38. Plenty of players, Pascal Murunji, who's been warming up the bench. I believe this is the right time and the right tournament for him.
Yeah, of course, Pascal Murunji didn't get enough playing. Didn't get a lot of playing time in the Challenge League B tournament, despite being part of the squad. But this tournament gives him opportunity, and that's what the coach for the side, for the Uganda A side, was saying. David Storinawe. That is some powerful hitting there from Ronald Ultaya in the gap, and they'll take up a single. Yeah, but Bob, this is what one of the things this tournament provides. This double round robin tournament gives players plenty of playing time.
Absolutely, and of course the coaches try out their players, the depth in the squads. Shot this time round pulled away, not enough timing again from Roger Mukasa. We've seen that on a couple of occasions, failing to go for that pull shot.
Of course, Roger Mukasa, that is his powerful shot. I don't know why he's failed to clear the boundary with that shot. But the bowlers are also bowling well to him, making sure that they don't give him that width and they crumple him for room. When you see the way Emilio Kiriza has bowled to him, when you see the Martina Kaiser has bowled to him, they really know who Roger Mukasa is. The analyst for Rwanda must be doing brilliant work.
Down the ground from Ronald Ultaya, who's playing a very handy knock here in this chase. You'd feel for Roger Mukasa that he's trying to overhit the short ball instead of trying to get the timing right. One of the reasons he's been getting a single. Every time he's missed out, he's livid with himself. Taking their time to set the right field, of course, because of this combination. Goes big, switch hit. No look there from the captain, Roger Mukasa. The biggest tonight. Maximum coming off the bleed of the captain, Roger Mukasa. Telling Rukiriza Emil, I've had enough.
Of course, a reverse sweep there from Roger Mukasa to end the over. That is a massive hit. Look at that shot there, just getting down to one knee and manages to play it. That is hit far away to the banana plantation, and that puts the end to the 12th over.
And that came out of the sweet spot of the blade. The Ugandans would love to see Roger batting left-handed. He is connecting. But that should be 78 for 1. Getting closer and closer to the target is Uganda A side. Later on this afternoon, Zimbabwe Emerging will be taking on the A side of Team Rwanda. A lot of games we have here on our cards.
Actually, the side of Rwanda is a very, very interesting side. Seeing people like Mishaira Radukunda in that side, Eme, the wicket keeper, but yeah,
the likes of Hamza Khan.
An interesting game will be coming up. But Muhammad Nadiru is back to bowl his last over. Look at that one. Bowls it far outside off stump, but manages to turn it inwards. Very, very brilliant spinner there, Muhammad Nadiru. You cannot rule him out of the game.
Tell you about the A side of Team Rwanda. Everyone is itching to watch that game between the selected side. It's going to be calls for the big sweep shot, but there's protection in the deep. Who cast it off to only 1 run. Inyasi Nirenganya. As I was saying, everyone is itching to watch these two sides play. For the first time, we see A side and the selected side competing in a tournament.
Yeah, Bob, of course, plenty of players in the A side will be trying to make sure that they fight for their spots back in the team. So that only sets up a very interesting stage in this tournament.
Just one hit away is Roger Mukasa to register his half century. Cause big flashing, doesn't get enough timing. He's been told to hold back by Ronald Lutaya.
Yeah, but looking at the A side for Team Rwanda, Theoneste Hakuziaremi, under 19, who recently represented Tanzania alongside Christopher Namuhoranye, Jaspanziza, Konfiasa Rukundo, their opening bowler for IPRC. They'll all be coming to try and make sure that they ask for their spots. Roger Mukasa getting down to one knee, looks like that is another commitment, and Roger Mukasa has failed to connect every time Muhammad Nadir has bowled that ball, but the wicketkeeper not giving Muhammad Nadir a lot of backup, and Roger Mukasa will take a leg by there.
You'd feel with the way Muhammad Nadir is getting some patches out of this wicket, you'd feel for him he would have bowled 2 overs at least in the power play to see if he can get the wicket of Roger Mukasa, who's been struggling against him.
Many people in the Rwanda A team who are fighting back for their spots: Eric Kubwimana, Kevin Irakoze, Misho Iradukunda. Should be an interesting matchup. But that is played Venice Ezebe Ronald Lutaya to pick up yet another single. Keep the scoreboard ticking for Team Uganda, 81 for 1 after 12.5.
Very good partnership indeed from these two, making it look very easy. They are very composed at the moment. No chances whatsoever to the Rwanda selected side. Looking to be out of answers at the moment is Clinton there at slips. Flat number 5, we're to see him come and ball, cut away powerfully, but straight to the fielder and long off.
When you look at the innings that Uganda has played, they have played a slow innings, trying to make sure that they play those balls down the ground. Ronald Lutaya with the 22 of 31, Roger Mukasa has 45 of 43. Uganda needs 41 from 42 balls.
They're moving slowly and steady here, Ivan, but I will tell you, this is a very good way for the Ugandans. Having arrived yesterday and had a light session here, this is a very good time for them to get used to the wickets, get used to the conditions, moving forward in the tournament. It is 82 for 1 after 13. More spin coming in from the road end. Emiro Chiriza. Love to see the captain himself. He didn't do much with the bat, coming from the mount end and bring out all the variations. Wide ball again. A lot of extras in the chaser from the Rwanda selected side. Something they need to work on moving forward. So earlier Uganda gave away only 8 extras. Short ball again. Pulled away. There's a fielder in the deep. Inyasi Nirenganya taking on the arm, run out chance. And the run out is completed. He falls short of 3 runs for his half century, taking on the arm of Inyasi Nirenganya in the deep. Poor communication between these two, and the partnership has been broken.
Yeah, very, very huge celebration there for Team Rwanda Select getting that big wicket of Roger Mukasa. Roger Mukasa looked to be in fine touch, but unfortunately he's run out. Disappointing way there to depart as Rwanda picks up the second wicket. Because the disappointment there from Roger Mukasa. Not happy with the way he's gone, but I will have to depart.
Absolutely. He would have loved, of course, to get his team over the line. And especially being the captain there, you see 46 or 44, striking it at 104 with the maximum, which came off a switch hit and 5 boundaries. You would feel he was the man to get them over the line.
Yeah, look at that there. Innocent Renganya, we've seen him very, very brilliant in the deep. But look at that pickup, the throw, very brilliant, one bounce. And Oscar Manishimwe does the rest of the work.
Very good throw. We've seen early in the first innings some accurate throws from Pascal Murungi and Asbega. And now Inyasi Ndirenganya to get rid of Roger Mukasa.
Good to see Oscar Manishimwe behind the stumps. We've always seen Didier Kuwimana behind there keeping for Team Rwanda. But Oscar also trying to put another mark. Pascal Murungi, who didn't get enough of playing time in the Challenge League tournament, will be the new batter for Team Uganda.
Tries to get off the mark with that extra covered driver, but straight to Mohamed Nadil.
So they were just Bob, I was just looking at the Zimbabwe emerging team. 5 under-19 players who were in South Africa in the under-19 World Cup, featuring for the Zimbabwe emerging team. Tries to go for a reverse sweep, makes contact. They will run very quickly, and Pascal Murungi is off the mark.
One of the players who interests me is Pascal Murungi. Straight out after losing a big wicket of Roger Mukasa, the captain, he goes for the switch hitter.
But I tell you something about Pascal Murungi, you always try to hit the ball. Despite the version, even if it's a 50-over game, Pascal Murungi is known for that big swinging.
Of course, a youngster who came all the way from Fort Porto. A lot of credit to Ivan, who stuck around for these kids alongside Hillary, the assistant coach. Into the pads, and Zappi drops it. That should have been another wicket, but it came to him as a flash.
Yeah, Zappi Menyimana just needed to hold on to that one, and that was going to be a big wicket, of course, for Team Rwanda. Because when look at Rwanda retired, 23 of 32, he's been in for some time, just didn't get enough contact, and Zappi Menyimana puts him down. Disappointing there from Zappi Menyimana, the former captain.
Into the pads again, flicked away. Two is the call. They're running very hard, and he slips. Is Ronald Lutaya. Again, coming back to your point of the emerging side of Zimbabwe having 5 players who featured in the under-19, a lot of credit goes to the development coaches. When you look at the Ugandan side, the Push Academy, of course, led by Jackson Ogwang, has been putting in a lot of work and make sure the national team has some backup.
Yeah, of course, this team need to be fed. But the 5 players there, Newman, Nyamuhuri, Ryan Kamwemba, Panashe, Torivinga, Ryan Simbi. Some loud appeal there, but the umpire says not out. Ryan Simbi, Anesu Kumuriwo will all be featuring for the Zimbabwe emerging. After 14 overs, Team Uganda has 87 for a loss of 2 wickets.
Team Rwanda has made sure they push this game deep and deep. Still run a ball. Look at that drop chance from Zappi Menyimana. Almost caught by surprise.
Yeah, he wasn't really expecting it to be flying towards him at that pace. And that was Ivan in the commentary box. "36 and 36, tight equation, but the runs are flowing in for Team Uganda. What a blow that would have been if the big man would have taken that catch in the deep.
He's up there on your screen, Zaid, after making the mess out of that one. Can he do the job with the ball in hand? But you would feel a run the ball here with eight wickets in hand. Uganda A side is on. Allowed appeal straight up into the block hole.
Yeah, it did look like he was going down the leg there, as not a big movement there by Pascal. Stayed on his toes, tried to dig that Yorker, but not getting any bat on it.
You'd feel Zaid here. They run the ball from the Uganda A side. They're still having the upper hand. They would love to have a magical spell in the team Rwanda here to upset the Ugandans.
Yeah, and this is exactly why the requirement of Nadir Mohammed in the power play would have been adequate for Team Rwanda to apply pressure early on. Roger Mukasa tried to play a sensible innings but didn't end it well. Ooh, beautiful looking delivery there by Zappi. 3 back-to-back dots.
Outside off time on that occasion, beating the outside edge of young Pascal Murungi. He has a third man in play, deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. Those are the boundary riders. He's keeping it tight. Is Zappi Menyimana. Driven powerfully straight to the field that covers. Another dot ball, pressure climbing here, Zaida.
Yeah, definitely. And what's going through that helmet at the moment is only Pascal Murungi can tell. The gap in the V is very, very wide. The space is wide open between long on and long off.
Into the block hole again now, but there's protection in the deep. They're running very hard. A little bit of fumble there, but they decide not to take on the arm of Mohamed Adil. Turning out to be a very good over here from Xavier Menyimana. They would love him to finish on a high, pick up a wicket or even a dot ball.
Yeah, he's done really well here in the third over that is bowling. Ronald Lutaya has been hanging around for his 23 of 33.
Big gap between long on, I beg your pardon, and deep mid wicket. Flashes harder. Nobody moves and the ball races away to the third man region for yet another boundary, much needed boundary. Giving away only 5 runs in his third over is Zappi Menyimana. It is 89 for 2 after 15.
Exactly what you spoke about, Bob. Doesn't end the over well. Gave away just 1 run before that delivery and ends the over yet again with a boundary. That is something the Rwandan bowlers have really struggled with, not finishing their overs on a high.
That's been the story of the chase leader. Look at that. Goes full this time round. Beats those 2 fielders at point and that man, 92 for 2, needing 31 of 30 deliveries is Uganda A.
Yeah, the scorebook does not mention if the shot was pretty or not. All it mentions is the runs that came out of it. So runs will be most welcome on that occasion. Little bit of pressure applied through that over, but it all went in vain with the final delivery. Emil Rukeriza still dry at the moment as Uganda move into the 90s. 92 now for the loss of 2 at the end of the 15th over. Pascal Murungi has been having a quiet stay. Interesting enough, 2 of the best wicket keepers in Rwanda happen to be in the same side here.
Softanza. Very good awareness from these two, especially Pascal Murungi telling his partner, we need to drop and run. But again, when you look at this tournament, what it brings on the table, when you look at the average age of these players, it's around 21. When you remove Roger Mukasa and Sebanja and Baidu, others are just below 24 years of age, same as Team Rwanda. We are yet to see the emerging side of Zimbabwe. But I believe with 5 under 19 players, it shows you, as I mentioned earlier, the development in their respective countries.
On a horrid looking delivery outside off stump by Emil Rukeriza on that occasion. And yeah, bringing it to light, the youngsters providing the high octane energy into the tournament, but pops it in the air. Nadir gets underneath it, and he misses out on that, makes a mess, an absolute mess of that opportunity. Went miles in the air, couldn't get underneath it, and it goes down. And a double teapot by most of the players there.
Trying to go bigger from Ronald Lutaya, giving away a chance. He saw the flighter going for the slog sweep, gets their top edge. You would feel Mohamed Nadir, these are catches you would love to take. He's one of the best fielders in the side. He's been taking blinders here in the league. Gotta support the bowler. Kirza Emil is not the happiest. He knew he had his man. Full ball again, goes cheeky.
He most certainly did on that occasion as they come back for a double. Chance of a run out and not given. Have to see that slow down a bit. Was in comfortably. The throw wasn't closer to the stumps there.
But again, a very good decision there from Shando Basen. And again, a very good throwing at the striker's end where Lutaya was struggling. Soft hands again from Pasco Murunji. Playing some sensible cricket here, making sure he gives strike to Ronald Lutaya.
So easy and so nice to see the singles being stolen here. Adequate amount of cricket. And yeah, it's good to see the youngsters bringing their cricketing minds on offer. Again, at times, age. Bat on to it.
There on the scoreboard, Zaid, it's showing 100 up in 16 overs. We'll wait for our scorers. 24 needed in just 24 balls, moving at just a run a ball. It has been the story from the one go of the second innings.
Yes, slight technical difficulties, but shortly will be taken care of. It's a very, very handy knock this by Ronald Lutaya and young Pascal also getting into the act here as Team Rwanda brings the pace bowler back in. Inyas Nyirenganya. Does he add on to the pressure or does he gets away with it?
You would feel that with Inyasi, of course, having 2 more overs and the likes of Martin Akayezu, 1 over left, and Zapi Benyamana, 1 over left. This should be the chance of these quicks to bring out the death bowling tactics. We saw Baidu earlier in the first innings, nailing the toe crushers, the Yorkers, not allowing the batters to free their arms. A lot of task for Inyasi Nirenganya, who changes ends are coming in from the mount end. But again, Zaid, look at that gap. A lot of gaps here in between.
Easier said than done. The pace of Nyirenganya should be used to nail in the Yorkers here. It's not easy to get underneath and get hold of those, but Lutaya has faced Inyas in the past and has given him the treatment. Does he make the recall in this competition?
That man inside the ring and fine leg. He has to make sure he goes full and straight. Anything outside offer and Pasco Murunji gets something on the blade. It was going to run out the way to the boundary. Not sure what's happening there. There's a chat between the captain and the umpire, Veronique Iriho. You're not sure what's happening as we see Inyasi. He's being told not to bowl. He has 2 overs to go, Zaid. But if you're just joining us here live, we have a second game here on our cards. The A side of Team Rwanda taking on the emerging side of Zimbabwe.
I believe it's because of the injury he got and the time he spent away from the pitch. Maybe that's what the officials were referring to, telling him not to bowl this over, but the captain obliges in within and lets the official know, I want my bowler to bowl.
Changing ends, of course. Can it bring him fortune for his side? Into the block or at the outside edge. Zeta spoke about this. Anything that touches the blade will run away to the boundary.
Nearly had it. The dive was put in place, but it flies off in a flash. So quick with the pace on offer by Inyas. Not having that fielder in the deep is always risky. Look at the line offered by Inyas. It's almost as if it's a free hit. We've got a free permit to drive, to have a go at it.
That brings up 100 up for Team Uganda. You would feel Zaid with the way he set his field. He's trying to go full and straight. Much better line there from Inyasi Ndirenganya, but again, well played by Pascal Murungi.
Yeah, drives it properly, and it's a sigh of relief for the Uganda side as they start off this over with a boundary. Not trying to take the game very deep here, trying to finish it off by the 18th over.
You always want Zaida with, of course, wickets in hand. Finish off the game as soon as possible. Go have enough rest.
Again, you can see the grip he's having on the ball there, trying to bowl a cutter.
Much better line again from Inyasi Ndirenganya. Well driven down to long off. You'd feel the way they are making it look very easy. Rwanda fell short on 32, 25 runs. Zaida would have been an interesting chase here.
Yeah, and the people that have been following know the culprit behind that. I believe Team Rwanda missed out the trick with the batting lineup there, because the 150 was definitely on cards. Oh, excellent shot this by Pascal. So cheeky. Just gives it a ramp off the surface there for a boundary. Using the pace of Inyas, it's a full length delivery, nothing wrong with it, but death touch by Pascal.
So boundaries coming off in that particular region. Zaida, knowing that you have the third man inside the ring, I'm not sure why he's trying to bowl outside off, allowing Pascal Murungi to get easy runs. Just needing 14 now in 20 deliveries. Is Uganda A side. A little bit too later, I'll say here, sending Martin Akayezu down to third man.
Yeah, with that kind of pace on offer, you definitely need protection in the deep. Oh, he's dug that out of the ground so well, and the running has been excellent. And very casually, they run back for a double.
It's like Team Rwanda here has already given up, Zaid.
Yeah, trying to throw in the towel here. This over has been very expensive by Inyas. Already third.
But again, here credit goes to the captain, of course, winning that toss, the crucial toss, not knowing how the wicket plays. It is a new pitch, of course. Putting in Team Rwanda to go have a bat first, restricting them to 122.
And
Same result, Zaid, I'll tell you here.
Again, same region. Same result. Consider that the third and the final boundary of this over. Very easy for the Ugandan side, I must say. Takes off all the pressure. 17 overs have gone by, 115 for the loss of 2. Just 8 runs, single digits now for Team Uganda.
Very easy chase indeed for Uganda A side here. Of course, the captain mentioned that he would love to win all the games in this particular tournament, the first edition of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament. As you see, Martin Akayezu to ball from the road end, just defending 8 runs. Should be a walk in the park for the Uganda A side. And a lot of homework to be done by Clinton and his boys. Missed out on the trick. They would have easily scored with 7 wickets in hand at some stage. They would have gotten to that 150 runs.
Hey, you can see the type of cricket being played. Ronald Lutaya has kept it very nice and easy, cruising along the run chase here. 30 of 38 deliveries. And Pascal Murungi, who's just walked in, flies off to 21 of 16. Something that the middle order of Team Rwanda would have applied as well. Get some bat to it. Will pick up an easy single of Martin Akayezu as he comes in for his final over.
Of course, getting to that 21 is Pascal Murungi, courtesy of Clinton and his boys setting the wrong field. But again, that's the beauty of having these couple of games here. You have time to go and think about your game.
Yeah, clearly, two things I feel Team Rwanda did wrong is getting the batting lineup wrong and also not applying adequate pressure in the power play of the second innings.
Wide ball again, struggling again is Martin Akayezu this time round. Out of the reach of young Pascal Murungi. Just 6 runs to get now.
Almost every other extra delivery by Martin Akayezu, you can sense the head coach fuming in the background. He's trying to work with the youngsters. Beats the outside edge this time, and that is what he should have been bowling all this time.
Trying to finish it off in one blow is the young Pascal Murungi. Look at the body language of the A side of Team Rwanda.
Yeah, significantly dropping. Lots of teapots around the field at the moment. Double teapots.
Full ball, very well caressed through the covered region, all the way to the boundary from the young Pascal Murungi, using the pace of Martin Akayezu.
Yeah, it was a hit me ball, and it's been struck to the boundary ropes for 4. Connects it on the full. Very easily done. Pierces the gap perfectly.
Love the way he didn't try to overhit it. It's Pascal Murungi. He had a very good run in the Zimbabwe League.
Yeah, all the boundaries that he's struck so far. Not putting in too much effort. Just milking most of the deliveries to the boundary ropes.
Said if you had this kind of field while batting, I'll tell you, you'll get easy runs. As we see Clinton bringing in the whole field inside the ring. Just defending 2 runs in 15. Keeping a tad too low on that occasion. The wicket is playing its magic, Zaid. It's going to be interesting in the second game here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That stayed extremely low. Nearly rolled towards the keeper.
Just a hit away now for Uganda A side to register their first win. All's big, misses it and misses the stumps completely, trying to finish it off.
Yeah, getting a bit excited there, young Pascal. Just 2 needed. Final delivery of Martin Akayezu coming through now. Does it end in this particular over?
Back in the days, Isaneza, I believe he's out there watching these youngsters. He used to say, always nice to be not out. Loud appeal there from Martin Akayezu. But that will be the end of his quarter. giving away 22 runs.
Yeah, goes wicketless today, Martin Akezu. And it'll take an extra over for Team Uganda to get celebrating here. 2 to defend from 12 deliveries. An impossible task in a game of cricket. But the game of cricket, anything is possible. Do we get a maiden here?
That I need to ask Zaid, as you just mentioned, with of course Ronald Lutaya facing after his 31 of 39. He's played a crucial part in this chase, having had a partnership with the captain earlier on for running him out, Roger Mukasa. He's made sure he gets his team over the line, of course, with a handy 25 from the young Pascal Murunji. Zappy to defend 2 runs into the pads, block all straight up. Starts off with a Yorker.
Yeah. Fortunate to put the bat down just in time. A perfected Yorker. The only other thing that would have been the cherry on top would have been a wicket.
Full ball, punished straight to the fielder at covers. Run out chance. And the run out is completed by Zappy Menyumana. We've had everything in this game. And a no ball signal by the umpire. Pascal Murunji will be facing a free hit. Scores a level at the moment.
Yeah, and I believe it's waist height regulations here.
Yeah, very good call there indeed from Veronique Iriho.
A bit of a mix up here. New man comes in. Just one
Up. And the catch has been taken, but off a free hit. Run out chance, go out chance, goes baking. And his home safe is Pascal Murunji. This should be it from the Uganda A side, registering their first winner in the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament.
There was an opportunity for a run out, but a poor throw there. And Team Uganda winning that game comfortably by 8 wickets. I beg your pardon, winning that by 7 wickets. First game of RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament, courtesy of Rwanda Cricket Association and Dafabet. Team Uganda emerging side. Uganda A winning the competition by 7 wickets. And there is the scorecard. A well-earned 46 of 44 by Roger Mukasa, the captain, with 1 maximum and 5 boundaries to his name. 26 runs coming off the blade of the young Pascal Murunji, with 4 boundaries, striking it at 118. Simon Sesazi didn't have a long stay. Ronald Taya with 31 of 41 deliveries. But in the process of defending 122 runs on the board, 17 extras were provided by the Rwandan side there. And here we have the bowling scorecard, the most expensive of the lot being Inyas Nyirenganya. 3 overs, 30 runs, economy of 10 per over. Just 1 wicket coming by Zapi Bimenyimana, who's been the most economical of the lot. 3.2 overs, 13 dots, 18 runs, economy of 5.40. And that's that as we mark the end of the first game. Yeah, respectable performances here by the Rwandan men. Orkide Tuisenge, 68 of 54. And Ivan Baidu picking up 3 wickets in his spell, giving away just 22 runs. Jonathan Sibanja, 2 wickets he picked for 24 in his spell. And young Siraj Subuga picks up 1 of 19. And that agricultural knock by Gumyusenge Daniel is what led to a low total by Team Rwanda. As we mark the end of the game, do join us shortly for the post-match presentations. My co-commentator Bob Bashir will be joining you soon. Signing out is Zaid Khan.
Microphone 1 2 check.
and welcome to our post-match presentation award of match day 1, game number 1 of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament. Earlier, Uganda A won the toss, deciding to have a ball first, restricting Team Rwanda to 122 and winning the game by 7 wickets. I'll start with the losing captain, of course, Clinton. Tough luck today, captain. Where do you think you guys missed a trick? At some stage, you felt like your team was going to score 150 runs.
Yeah, I think the top order didn't really rotate the strike as much as they should have.
Okay, wish you the best in your next game.
Yeah, thank you.
That was it from the skipper of the Rwanda Select. And now, allow me to welcome the captain of Uganda A side, Roger Mukasa. First win, first of all, congratulations. What do you make of your side? You and Sebanja being the experienced players alongside Baidu, and now other players are youngsters. What do you make of your side?
Just to take everything simple, follow the basics of the game, to be alert every time on the game. So that's all.
Do you feel bad missing out on the first half century?
Yeah, it's very painful, and probably you get out of a run out. That means I played for the other team, so every time you get out of run out, so that means you're playing for the other team. It's so painful, and probably let me see the next game.
You spoke about how you want to win each and every game. Can this be the start of what's yet to come from your side?
Yeah, we want to win every game, but we're gonna take it step by step, game by game, and probably we follow the basics of the game. So other thing will just catch up with us, maybe with the win and all that stuff.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
And now to hand over the player of the match. First, I would like to call the third umpire. The player of the match is a man who came in very handy with the ball, picking up 3 wickets, going for only 22 runs, Ivan Baidu. Well done there, Baidu. What do you make of your bowling today, and how happy are you?
I'm so excited. I'm so happy that I'm holding this in front of me. It was not so easy, but I had to do some assessment on the wicket. In the first overs, it was having a good bounce. Yeah, I had to always remind myself to keep the line and length. So I had to use the wicket to try and do what I can do best.
Should people back at home expect more from you in this tournament with the ball?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also ready to really do it like what they expect from me. I'm ready to do it and to give it the best of me.
All the best.
Thank you.
And that was it from us here, the post-match presentation. It is me, Bob Songa Bashir, signing out. Hello and welcome to match day 1, game number 2 of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament. The second game of the day. Here with me are the two skippers of Rwanda A, Kubgiman Eric and Lennox of the emerging side of Zimbabwe, and our third umpire, Jihozo. Rwanda being the home side will do the flip. Tails is the call. And heads it is. You've won the toss. What are you going to do and why, Eric?
We bowl fast and it's according to the pitch. We have seen the score on the board. So if it would be better for us to say to give them the target, it will be easier for us to chase according to the pitch.
Talking about the target, what sort of total are you looking to restrict them?
If it will be under 130, it will be better for the team and it will be easier for us to chase it. Yeah.
Okay, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Lennox, you lost the toss. Did you go in your favor as well?
Yeah, I think we wanted to bet first because the wicket looks like there's going to be a lot of runs in it. So yeah, we just wanted to bet first.
First time here in Rwanda, how excited are you and your boys to be participating in this tournament?
Obviously, I think it's a good opportunity for everyone to just be able to represent our country in such a beautiful nation, of course, and just looking to take the most of it and hopefully bring home the trophy.
What total are you looking at this pitch?
I think it looks like a 180 plus pitch because it looks dry, and I think with the betting lineup that we have, I think we're confident we can get 180 plus, and that's going to put us in a good position to win the game.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
And that was it. The news coming out here in the middle is Rwanda A side have won the toss and they have decided to have a ball first.
Well, that is one of our mates there, Bob McCoy Songa, former under-19 captain who was earlier on at the toss. Rwanda A won the toss and elected to bowl first. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second match of the Rwanda Emerging Invitation Tournament happening here at Gahanga B Stadium. My name is Sajab Ivan Cyprian. Here in the commentary box, many voices will be coming. Zed Khan will be joining me. Bob McCoy Songa will be coming. John Libuth will be coming. So we're just ready for the exciting encounter. But ladies and gentlemen, to start off the commentary, I'm joined in by Zed Khan. Zed, welcome back for this game.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here in the commentary box once again. And it's a new side, Rwanda A, men's, being given the opportunity. We've seen the men's 11 today morning tasting defeat against the neighbors. Now they'll get to play against Team Zim. Team Zim E for emerging. Got youngsters trying to play this game. It's going to be a healthy competition and a wise decision this by the captain opting to bowl first after winning the toss. A bit of a safe decision, must I say.
Yeah, of course, that Zimbabwe 8, that Rwanda A team having Minpower fighting back for their spots on the team. Zedi Khan, Aime Muchoduyesenga, Eric Kuwimana, Eric Niyomugaba, all who want to get back to the team. Misho Iradukunda, all making sure that they fight for the spots. Should be an interesting game, but we are down to the first ball of the first innings of the second game of the day.
Yeah, the game shall commence as the scorecard and all starts checking in eventually. We've got Eric Kubimana starting the bowling attack from the Mount End.
Eric Kubiman right there with the first ball of the innings. Gives it with his first ball, first boundary there for Team Zimbabwe emerging. A lot of width there from Eric Kuwimana, and that is hit powerfully to give Zimbabwe emerging the first boundary of the first innings. 4 runs right away. A very, very brilliant start to the batting there from Team Zimbabwe emerging. A lot of width given, gets onto it and manages to get to the boundary there. Look at that one there, just bowled with width, a soft deft touch. Second ball of the over, straight to the fielder there, backwards of the point, and only a single run taken there by Zimbabwe emerging. It's a left-right opening partnership here for Zimbabwe. Well, that is the first boundary of the innings. It was cut very powerfully late. 5 already, and we are still into the first over of the game. It's the RCA Emerging Invitation Tournament happening here at Gahanga B Stadium, featuring 4 sides: Zimbabwe XI, Zimbabwe A, Uganda A, and Zimbabwe. I beg your pardon, Zimbabwe Emerging, Rwanda XI, Rwanda A, and Uganda A, all in this one. Uganda A got off the mark with a victory in the first game, picking up a 7 wickets victory. Tries to move, but that is bowled down the leg for yet another extra. Tatenda Chumugoro opening the batting there for Team Zimbabwe.
Yeah, plenty of new faces for Team Zim, new experience for the boys to be playing here at Gahanga. Onto the pads there, but looked like he was going down the leg. How quickly did the umpire move off the mark? It's something that never settles with me. I always see the umpires, you've got to take your time and move adequately. You can't be moving quite early. If you're to make a decision out there in the middle and all of a sudden you find yourself moving away from your mark, it becomes very difficult as an official to make a decision there.
Yeah, of course, maybe the umpire had already said that that's not out. But the opening to there for Team Zimbabwe, Tatenda Chimugoro and Ryan Clayton Simbi. That is flicked off the pads down. It is racing to the boundary. And yes, should be the second boundary there for Zimbabwe emerging.
Yeah, runs are flowing in for Team Zim here. And the boys are being put under the pressure quite early into the game here. Just angling in and just getting good bat on it as it finds its way to the boundary ropes for 4. Eric Kubimana, 4 deliveries, has given away 10 runs already. An expensive start.
Yeah, indeed, Zed, that's a very, very expensive start there from Team.
Final delivery of the first over. Lennox on strike. Back of the length and has kept it down on the ground. 10 runs for no loss. Team Zim E. We've got Lennox and Victor out in the middle.
Rwanda A men's winning the toss and opting to have
Michael Iradukunda. Keeps it on the ground. Rotates the strike. Keeping it easy at the moment. The openers.
Yeah, Michael Iradukunda there also trying to fight back for his spot in the team. Michael Iradukunda is the captain for IPRC, a team which just beat challengers last weekend by 3 wickets. A very, very brilliant man there. He's been seen bowling pace, left, right, and center, and he is now the bowler for Team Rwanda from the road end.
It's always good to see the youngsters fighting for position. It raises the value of a play. It raises the standard of game being played around domestically. Oh, beautifully pulled down. And what a shot onto the officials' tent for half a dozen. Just back of a length and into a flash. It's been dragged down the leg side.
Yeah, indeed, he picks up the length very nicely. A good pull shot there, just sending it to the officials' tent. I have a dozen there for Team Zimbabwe emerging, putting the score to 17 for 9 after 1.2. These boys of Zimbabwe look to be in a hurry of getting runs.
Oh, beautiful. Just pivoting onto the back foot and giving it the full treatment.
Lennox Tinonda at a strike rate of 200, 10 off 5. Very, very good at playing shorty balls. But the man in shades looks to be in a hurry of getting runs, Zed.
Yeah, very, very cool customer. You can see him. Drives that one. Couple of bounces and off she goes to the boundary rope for 4. Punishing Michael Iradukunda. That's 11 of just 3 deliveries.
Yeah, a very, very nice looking shot there. Lofted over the fielders on the offside. And that is another boundary there. Look at the replay there right on your screen. Michael Iradukunda putting it to the offside, but a nice looking lofted drive gives Lennox another back-to-back boundary.
Yeah, and for me, it's the confidence, Ivan. Oh, takes a shame into it. Oh, takes a knock on the head. Hope he's all right. That was a steep bumper. Medical team has been called in to have a check, the concussion test.
Yeah,
have that on the replay one more time, Ivan. Slow down so that we can see the impact.
Yeah, but looks like Lennox made an early movement, and Michael Iradukunda reading it and hitting it hard into the surface. Got that bit of bounce. Had nothing to do but a shy away.
Ooh, almost getting a bit too nasty on that occasion. An effort ball being bowled by Michael Iradukunda. Lost it as he took a charge down the pitch. Nearly catching him towards the back end of his head. Very little protection towards that side of the body. And here we have the team list. You can continue from Panache.
Yeah, but of course, that man Lennox Tinonda Chando is the captain for the Zimbabwe emerging team. Anesu Henti Kamreo, Ivanesu Brandon Senzere, Newman Takuzwa Nyamori, Panashe Taruvinga, Ryan Takunda Kamwemba, Simbarashe Muzengereri, Tashinga Vuzijena Makoni, Tatenda Chimungoro. Tatenda is a very, very common name in Zimbabwe. They have a former captain, Tino Tatenda, also. Victor Takuzwa Chiriwa, Wishinai Nadine Chipfombo, and Ryan Clayton Simbi.
Yeah, and for Rwanda men's A, we've got Eric Kubimana, Christian Benihirwe, David Uwimana, Hamza Khan, the all-rounder Kevin Kabare, the big spinner, Michael Iradukunda, Mucho Dusenge M.A., the wicket-keeper, Neo Mugabo Eric, the all-rounder, Rukundo Jean-Pierre, Theophile Ndaishime, Tuizere Jean Bosco, and Chancelier Nzabarinda. Chancelier being one of the quality left-arm pace bowlers who's been getting plenty of swing of lately. He's been bowling bananas in the domestic league. And again, the challenge here, Team Zimbabwe offering the left-hand, right-hand combination up front, trying to trouble the fielding side, moving every rotation of strike.
Yeah, of course, Zimbabwe emerging, trying to make sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking, keep putting runs. Projected the score already at 251. Lennox Tinoda, the captain, 14 of 7. Well, Victor Takuzwa with 7 of 4. Brilliant start there from Zimbabwe emerging. Last ball of the over. Hitting to the surface. Played off down, shot fine. They are running quick and they will pick up a single. End of over number 2. 24 for none is the score.
Yeah, jersey number 12, skipper Lennox. You can see he's oozing confidence at the moment. Even the lofted drive that he played earlier on, didn't try to overheat it, just hit it enough to go over the fielder's head and race away to the boundary ropes for a comfortable boundary. 24 of just 12 deliveries. Can see the attack by the Zimbabwean side.
Of course, another partnership there growing for Team Zimbabwe. Current run rate 12 as Eric Kuwemana comes back to ball from the hill end.
Into the surface once again, and we've seen plenty of these deliveries coming in from that sort of a line, trying to cramp them up for space, because anything offered outside off, they're pouncing on it. 25 for no loss as we're into the third over at the moment.
Of course, Eric Kuwemana, his first over going for 10 runs. He needs to keep it tight and tidy in this one. Eric Kuwemana is one of the people who are fighting back for their spots in the national team. Missed a couple of tours, but his pace is not something you could quickly roll out.
And another thing that is worth appreciating is how quick and well the Zimbabwean side have adapted to new conditions. Clubbed down the ground. Will it get to the boundary ropes? Yes, it does. Couple of bounces and it reaches for 4.
Two aggressive men at the crease for Zimbabwe emerging. Victor Takuzwa and Lennox Tinonda look to be the two men in a hurry there, but look at that one, bowled very, very backward of the length. He goes through it and picks up another boundary there for Team Zimbabwe emerging.
Yeah, it just rocks onto the back foot and powerfully thrashes that past the bowler. Once again, the ease protection in the deep, saving that one from reaching to the boundary ropes. It will be just a 1.
Yeah, Eric Kuwemana bowling that one with a lot of width onto it. Width on offer. And Victor manages to keep the scoreboard rotating and ticking. Current run rate 12 every over. Rwanda A needs to be working at pulling this current run rate down, because if they keep scoring like this, things may run out of hands.
Once again, same sort of a line, a direct hit. A shake of the head by the umpire, not given. Looked really close, but I felt like he had made his ground comfortably.
Yeah, but a bit of laziness in the field there for Team Rwanda. Even when you're making that appeal, make sure that you do the necessary backup, have the ball with you, then you could ask the umpire how it was. But that gives Zimbabwe emerging chance to pick up another run.
It's the basics. Never let go of the basics. Eric Kubimana, 18 runs. Nice bowled. 1.4 over so far. Trying to bowl that delivery into the line of the batsman, the body line, trying to make them play off the hips.
Eric's first over went for 10 runs, and this over has so far gone for 8. He needs to be keeping it a bit tidy and make sure that he doesn't let these runs keep flowing for Team Zimbabwe.
Pops it in the air. Who's getting underneath it? And it's been dropped.
just gets down of the ball but doesn't get hold onto that catch. Really very, very disappointing. Rwanda needed this breakthrough, but unfortunately they can't get hold onto it.
Oh, it's been clubbed down the ground this time. They've been punished in the V for yet another boundary. A massive over coming to an end.
Thirteen runs coming off that over. Some hell of a shot to end the third over, putting the score at 37. Look at that one. Played it with a lot of ease and manages to pick up a boundary.
Yeah, the pace is no challenge for the Zimbabwean side here. Just stand and deliver. Watch the ball, hit the ball. That's the way it's been so far. You go back over the length, you go into the arc, and you got to pay the price. As Ivan takes a break from the comment box, I welcome back Bob Bashir in. Welcome back, Bob. What do you have to say about the shots being offered here by Team Zim?
Boy, oh boy, these youngsters are putting on a show here with the blade. Making sure everything that is balled in their arc, they are capitalizing and getting those boundaries with ease. Of course, the captain have been being dropped, given a life at 19. Should have been an easy catch, honestly speaking.
Should have, it went in the air, stayed in there for a while. Would have gone to IPRC by now and come back and still caught that.
In the air again, beats the keeper, David Uwimana. The runs will keep flowing from the blades of these two opening batsmen.
Yeah, just puts enough bat on it to get it over the keeper's head and out of keeper's reach. And still, Michael Iradukunda trying to bump the batsman, not understanding those are the easiest deliveries the Zimbabwean batsman can face here. 23 off 13 deliveries, Bob.
The captain leading from the front. He spoke about this earlier at the toss, saying anything above 180, they feel they are very comfortable. And it looks like they're getting to that 200 plus mark if they continue striking it like this. Knocks him over straight away. Misses a straight delivery. Is Lennox, the captain. Michael Iradukunda has the last laugh, drawing fast blood, of course, of Rwanda A side.
Oh, the stare comes out for Michael Iradukunda as he celebrates the wicket of the captain, full and straight, and knocks the timber over for wicket number 1. That is what he should have been bowling all that time. Gets a send-off.
Oh, look at that on the replay. That was the one that went to the third man region for a boundary. But again, a very good comeback there from Michael Iradukunda, getting through the gates of Lennox, the captain who has to depart for his short stay. They see it on the replay. Beating everything, looking to heave it over long on. .41 for 1 after 3 overs. Moving, look at that projected score Zayda after just 3.3 overs, 234. You'd feel that they would love to get a couple of wickets to slow down things. Is the Rwanda A side.
Yeah, we're in for a big total here. The new batter in, Simbarashe, would be opting to capitalize on the firm beginning his captain has provided the Zimbabwean side here.
On the ground, what a way to introduce yourself. A beautiful cover driver that races away to the boundary. Nothing is stopping these young men, Zaida.
Oh, what a way to get started here. A beautiful shot through the covers. And look at the chest on the man. He's pumped. He's got started here. And smashes that through covers. The fielder stood, no chance. The dive goes down in vain.
With on offer there by Michael Iradukunda, allowing him to free his arms. The new batter coming in. I would have loved to see him trying that bumper to the new batsman. Cut away on the back foot, straight to the fielder at point. I was struck again powerfully. Everything is coming off the meat. The power spot of the blades.
Oh, yeah, he's not the biggest of players, but he does pack a punch. Young Simbarasha there, taking his time. It's got good timing on the ball.
Lovely to see that they are not holding back at these two youngsters. Change of pace there into the block hole. Oh, unnecessarily done there by Michael Iradukunda after bowling a dot ball, giving them 2 extra runs. Going for the third one, what a way. Very good awareness from these two batsmen.
An absolute robbery. They've been robbed of 3 extra runs already there. It should have been a dot. Getting a word from the captain. Absolutely unnecessary there by Michael Iradukunda.
I agree with you, Zaida. It is 48 for 1 after 4. Last wicket being, of course, the captain, Lennox Tinoda for his 23 off 14. Balled by Michael Iradukunda, who just made a mess of that dot ball. Back in the days, Zaida, I will tell you, the coach, right after the game, will make you run 10 laps. Make kind of mistakes. You can see he's complaining, trying to blame the wicket keeper.
Yeah, I mean, he had nothing to do with the wicket keeper. Couldn't have expected such a reaction out of him. And there's a very fine line between being aggressive and being silly. Unnecessary show of aggression there, just gifting away the opposition. 3 runs, freebies. And now we've got the big man, Kevin Irakoze, the 6-foot turner of the ball. Well, he doesn't turn the ball 6 foot. He's 6 feet tall.
Kevin Irakoze been trying to get back into the national team. He's picked up a couple of wickets, of course, on these wickets. He's been very tidy in the elite, whereas they need him, Rwanda A side here, to try and slow down things here. The emerging Zimbabwe side is moving at 12 runs and over. Leg spinner Zaid here, interestingly, he has a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. Remember, he will be spinning it away, turning it away from the right hander. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, given his height, he does generate some bounce out of any surface. And also spin. Gets lots of grip out of the deliveries that he bowls. He's got a big hand.
Over the bowler's head, that is the call. These two are running very beautiful between the wickets.
Yeah, running really, really well. And also the placement of where they're hitting the shots. They know exactly where to squeeze out the runs from. If the ball isn't racing to the boundary, they're making sure they keep rotating the strike.
50 up in no time. Oh, look at that. Goes down again, beaten by the turn.
Oh, had a bottom of the toe there. Kevin Irakoze feels like he missed out on that. He's going to be turning the ball square of the wicket.
Cut away this time round on the back foot. Another unnecessarily done there by the fielder at pointer. Benny Hirwa, look at that on the replay. Went on the back foot. try to come out of the shot, taking that toe end of the bat.
The instincts not checking in at the right time. He was late by a day over there on that occasion. Just hits the hard hands and goes onto the ground.
I believe one of the reasons they had prepared 2 warm-up games to get to know their oppositions. With those 2 runs in the over, we come to the end of the power play. Zayda, 50 for 1. Slowing down things down to 10 runs and over is Kevin Irakoze. Gonna have 3 crucial overs to bowl.
Yeah, it's good to see the young Zimbabwean side trying out the new field, trying out a new opposition, and throwing their opponents in the line of fire, giving them no slack, going all in for them. 5 overs of play here, Bob. 50 on board, moving at exactly 10 per over.
Last over of the power play. And they've thrown it to the experienced Michael Iradukunda. Into the pads, flicked away, flicked finer, straight to Bosco, who cuts it off to only 1 run. Love the rotation of striker from these 2 batsmen.
From ball number 1, Bob, they've never seemed like they've been under the pressure here. Just playing it on merit, not trying to overdo any of the activities. If it's there to be hit, they're striking it.
A little bit wider there from Michael Iradukunda on that occasion.
And from the looks of it, they've got to take care of this youngster, Simbarashe. Very, very aggressive youngster, jersey number 13. Started off with a beautiful cover drive. Definitely going to make it to the highlights for sure.
Of course, being the first time here in the land of 1,000 hills. Gets away with that one, Zayda. Look to be over the head of the batsman.
Yeah, the umpire there, Eric, getting a stare from the young Simbarashe, wondering as to why a wide wasn't called.
Soft hands straight to Bosco to Izere. A little bit of fumble, allowing him to get to the other end safe. Being the first time here in the land of 1,000 hills, these youngsters, they would love to capitalize and make a statement, of course. Is the Zimbabwe emerging side.
Yeah, and they feel like the ball is really coming on to their bat well. That's why the shots were offered, and they haven't been holding back. You saw the captain firmly striking the ball.
4 ball driven past Kevin Irakoze in covers, allowing Victor to get yet another boundary. Lovely cover driver, making good use of the last over of the power play.
Yeah, that might be one of the reasons you find Kevin in this particular team at the moment. Losing the jersey, the effort goes down in vain as the ball was struck and it went past the big man for 4. 21 of 9 deliveries. We're about to witness some T10 action here.
It is a T10 by the looks of it. 57 for 1 after 5.4. Goes big up. Catch is the call. The chase is on by Eric Niomugawa. Looking for the 3rd one. But they decide not to take on the arm of shot number 66, Eric Niomugawa. You could feel he has missed out on that one. Trying to go over the top.
Yeah, it was far, far away from him. Nowhere close to his radar. Nowhere close to his reach. In fact, running backwards, he was running the opposite direction from the ball. The only moment he saw the ball is once it had landed on the ground.
Looking to be, of course, out of answers at the moment. Shot ball pulled away. All the way for yet another maximum. What a hit. Best so far, Zaid. Picked up length very quickly.
That is a southpaw delight. Crunched for half a dozen. Getting the treatment is Michael Iradukunda. In the arc and just swatted away for a maximum.
Gives away 39 in his 3 overs. Is Michael Iradukunda to end the power play with a 65 for 1 after 6. You can see they don't seem to have lost the captain. Is these youngsters at the crease. 29 off 11, Zaid.
Yeah, they're trying to make an impression from the very first ball. They're trying to prove a point from the very first ball. So if you make a mark winning the very first game, it creates a very big impression.
And of course, knowing that Uganda A side won their first game against the Rwanda Select side by 7 wickets, they would love to make a statement. As we see Kevin Irakoze to continue from the Mount End. Power play is done. They are trying to open up the field as they send deep extra cover, long off, long on. Flicked away finer. Is the call. They're running very hard. Doing everything on merit. A little bit of fumble, allowing them to sneak in a double.
It's all happening out there in the middle. Slightest of fumbles and an extra run gets stolen. The youngsters are near to perfect, giving it all effort between the wickets.
Shows you the awareness they have. Plays this on the back foot, straight to the field at point, and they take off. Look at the frustration from Eric Nyamugaba. I'm not sure why.
That is a single being stolen from some of the best fielders within the 30-yard circle.
You can see they've decided everything that goes to the fielders, they're taking a single, and every time you fumble in the deep, those are easy 2 runs. Shows you the anger and the appetite they have of scoring runs at these 2 youngsters here.
Yeah, and it's just drop and run. The moment it touches the bat, the partner is already halfway down the pitch.
Interesting to see how Kevin Irakoze is going to bowl to the left-hander here at Zaid. He has a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. Big swing and a miss. Half an appeal there from Kevin Irakoze, but the intentions are clear. They're not holding back. He knows that there are 3 boundary riders on the onside. He seems to care less is Victor Takudzwa. Goes on the back foot again. And this be another boundary that was struck powerfully. Do not move, says Victor Takudzwa.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful looking shot. I feel like there's one person most certainly enjoying this game. Mr. Leonard Namburo. Wherever you are, might be very interested to have his 2 cents into what is happening in this game. But very aggressive youngsters, definitely.
Absolutely. The only team so far. This is the second game of the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament that have looked solid with the blade.
They're not giving any room to the bowlers at all. Only that catch that was dropped. And again, another single being stolen under their nose. Got away with that one, but most of the singles here, Bob, that you see them stealing right under their chin.
72 for 1 after 7 overs is what the scoreboard reads at the moment. Losing only 1 wicket, Zaida. I'll tell you, if they don't pick up wickets, we're in for a big total this afternoon in the second match of day 1.
Yeah, and most often, Bob, it's a bit easy to put pressure upon the bowlers, but very rarely do you find a pair out there in the middle giving a headache to the fielders. The pressure is upon the fielders. They've been forced to stay on their toes as we get Theophile coming into the attack from the road end, jersey number 81.
It's going to be more spinner.
Yeah, young Theophile has been picking some wickets in the men's elite here, but this is a whole different game. A whole different ball game where you've got two punishing youngsters out in the middle.
Into the block or straight away catches the call. He starts off with a wicket. Straight up is Theophile. Holding out with the only fielder in the deep, Michael Iradukunda, who doesn't hesitate on taking that beautiful catch.
Yeah, on that occasion, you could see young Simbarashe disappointed, went for the bait. It was there to be hit, went down on one knee and didn't get a clear connection on it. Ended up gifting his wicket. You can see the disappointment by him as jersey number 16 comes in.
That ball did slightly fuller, going for the slog sweeper. No timing whatsoever, picking up Michael Iradukunda, who takes a beautiful catch. It is 71 for 2 after 7.1. As we see the new batsman coming in, you asked for him, Zaid Khan. He's here with us in the commentary box, Mr. Leonard, to take us through the proceedings here in the field, denying them that second opportunity. But what a start here from the youngsters, 73 for 2, moving at 10 runs and over. More of a T20 game here.
Yeah, definitely. And this suits these youngsters very well, especially the incoming batter here, Ryan Mwemba. He can hit the ball far as well. So it's going to be interesting now to see how they are going to bowl about it, coming up with a plan. And something that I've seen here that these batters are doing, Bob, is how deep they are standing in their crease there, allowing the length to be a bit more longer, and the ball comes to them a bit more slower. Again, a tactic that they've used since they've started batting. So should be the captain and the keeper to pick that up, communicate it upish there. That should be taken.
Ben Hira takes the second catch off Theo's first over, getting rid of the dangerous Victor Takudzwa, who holds out in the deep at deep extra cover, slicing his bat on that occasion. But he has to take the long way back to the dugout. He is livid with himself.
Yeah, lovely delivery there, just taking the pace off it, and he had no control whatsoever. The idea was right there, but just the execution there, managing to find the fielder. Have a look at it again, deep in his crease, just open up that blade, couldn't quite connect well enough. Finds that deep extra cover, who took a comfortable catch. That's wicket number 3. In comes Makoni, comes in to bat. Good left-hander as well, can hit the ball far. So this is going to be interesting. These two, Bob, they like to hit that ball, and when they hit it, it stays hit. So this is where the game is going to be now. So you've been there at the toss. The captain, again, I think you had a word with him. What sort of a total is he looking forward to? To me, 150 on this wicket can be a good total here.
Lennox, of course, earlier at the toss, he mentioned how he was very happy to be put in to have a bat first. Talking about 180 plus was the target they are looking for. So far, they have lost 3 wickets, but I'll tell you the strike rate, I beg your pardon, the run rate is still at 10 runs and over. They're not holding back. Tashinga draining Ryan. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Theophile on fire, picking up 2 wickets in his first over. Should be the moment where the A side of Rwanda can now capitalize and try and build a lot of pressure to the new batters.
Yeah, that's the occasion here. But I'm telling you, if one of these two getters stays in for a bit more longer, the foundation has been laid here for them to get to that 150 mark. So there's no time to hold back. They will definitely try to open their arms there, going for that ball. Lovely over there by Theophile Naishimi, just giving away only a single run and taking two important wickets. That brings over number 8 to an end. It's 73 for the loss of 3.
Very fantastic over indeed from Theophile. A very good movement from the captain, Eric Gimana, introducing more spinner from both ends. As we see, of course, Kevin Irakoze coming back into the attack to bowl his third over. Look at that. Second over that went for 14 runs. That massive over of the last one of the power play going for 15 runs. But he has made sure he goes for only 1 run and pick up 2 wickets is Theophile to bring back the game to the A side. Kevin Irakoze has gone for only 9 runs in his 2 overs. He looked very pumped in his 2 overs. They would love him to bring out his A game, the experience he possesses in the air. But he's going to drop in no man's land. They're running very hard. Bosco is one of the best fielders in the side. You do not want to take him on.
Yeah, that is something that I've seen now with Irakoze Kabare Kevin here. Every over that he bowls is always bowling that short delivery. So once it's picked, it goes miles. So he needs to make sure that it bowls a bit more fuller. He is 10 on that surface. So the fuller you bowl again, the more 10 you're going to get. You allow those batters to hit you in front, no square of the wicket. Lovely shot there, just picking up the deep square leg. The running between the wickets here, Bob, has been exceptionally very well. The speed there, taking on those boundary fielders, something that they've done well from over number 1. Rwanda has not done anything whatsoever to make sure that they stop that from happening.
Look at the way Leonard they're taking off with that fast run. They're making sure. Oh, turn and bounce there. Beats the batsman and the wicketkeeper. Getting some patches. We saw that in the first innings. Talking about the running between the wickets, they make sure they hit the ball. If it doesn't go in the gap, straight to the fielder, but they make sure they put pressure on the fielder. Up, catches the call. 1 bounce for 4. Straight into the gap. Comes off the blade of Tashinga.
Look at that set up. The moment he realized that it was short of a length, there is a gap there between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. And that is what he has managed to do, and he's done it very well, knowing where the gaps are, especially when loose deliverers like that come. And what they've done, again, well so far is if they are not picking up a boundary, it's either they're picking up 2 or they're picking up 3. They're not allowing these bowlers to bowl a lot of dots in and over. And that is something that you'd want to see happening, especially in these shortened games here. We've got not a lot of balls to play around with, so you need to make sure that you score runs every delivery that comes your way.
Rocks back on the back foot, but this time on, no timing, straight to the fielder at point. When you look at that previous boundary, going back, making sure he knows exactly where the gap is. And those quick hands, Leonard, oh, a joy to watch.
That one driven down to long off. See, this is what I've been talking about now. Knowing exactly where the gaps are, where to take on those singles, to close off that over with a single. It's 9 gone, 81 for 3. Zimbabwe Imaging cruising very well here. Rwanda need to find something to do here to apply some pressure there. Just a couple of dots in between there. Then maybe you can be able to get a wicket that they're looking for. But they need to create something there because those wickets are not going to be handed to them so easily.
First time here, the run rate has dropped to 9 runs and over. Coming into the 9th over. Of course, Theo has been given his second over after picking up 2 wickets. Taking their time to set the right fielder is the A side of Rwanda. Long on, long off. They have a deep square leg. Rocks back on the back foot. Hits it very straight as you like. Straight to the side screen. No chance whatsoever for the 2 fielders converging from long off and long on.
That's a lovely shot. Again, rocking off the back foot, knowing where the gap was. This one is a bit straighter. Look at that again. That split shot. Now slap it down on the ground. There was no chance for those two fielders on the boundary to stop that one because it was hit with power. And that's what I said. If these two batters manage to settle there, the moment they hit the ball, it stays hit.
When you look at their scoring zones, they've made sure 40% of the runs have come straight to the side screen where every batsman is always safe. Picking their gaps superbly are these youngsters. 85 for 3. It's going to be an interesting tournament here. To the block hole. But they'll keep taking those singles and make sure the scoreboard is sticking. Is the emerging side of Zimbabwe.
A good cricket there after that boundary. Then you follow it up with a single just to take the pressure off yourself, give your partner a chance as well. Betting in partnerships here. Ryan Takundwa Kamemba still on 12-2. Tashinga just walked in already. He's on 12-9. That shows the quality he possesses with the bet.
Again, a catch is the call. There's a fielder under that one who can only watch it sail over him. Another short ball that is being punished. Ryan Takunda telling his partner Tashinga, if you can do it, I can do it much, much better. They are telling his partner it didn't even come out of the sweet spot of the bat, taking that top edge that goes all the way to the maximum.
At the moment I see the fielder backpedaling there, he was just a couple of meters away from the boundary. Backpedaled. Yes, the elevation was there, enough to clear the rope there. Over. So as soon as I see him backpedaling, looking into the sky, then closer to the boundary, I knew exactly that is gone out of Kahanga here. So another big over coming in. Use of the feet. Again, driving down to long off. So the options are there, Bob. Options are there. So it takes a smart and a good bowler here to come up with a plan on how to stop these guys from scoring runs freely.
The way Leonard, they are using their feet on the crease there. Especially look at that 6 rocking back on the back foot. Quick foot movement, allowing him to access that region. Full ball again, driven powerfully down the grounder. 2 is the call. They're running very hard once again. A little bit of fumble there from Hamza Khan. But well enough, there was some backing up from Eric Nyomugawa, saving his side 2 runs. Fielding in pairs, as you mentioned.
Yeah, they've been a bit busy there, but you look at as soon as he hit that ball, you look at the push, and the call straight on was 2. That's how you apply pressure on fields down the leg side this time, given it's a wide. They don't want to be giving these free runs here. So something interesting here, bit running in the wickets is as soon as he hits the ball off the bat, the straight call is 2, goes up, catches the call, but it's between the two fielders. That's another boundary. Picking up those games, Tashinga is easy as you'd want it to be. Not holding back, I said it. You're going to see more of those big hitting shots since this space betting on. Look at that, the balance, the execution again, picking up that gap there. 100 is up, yeah.
100 for 3 after 10 overs, halfway the stage of the first innings. Look at that projected score of 200. They have really picked up their gaps superbly in the first 10 overs. The emerging side of Zimbabwe, as Leonard takes another short break, allowing Zed Khan back into the commentary box. And there will be another change in the bowling as we see Rukundo marking his run-up.
It's been an express inning so far. Blistering 100 coming up in just 10 overs. Staying true to the projected score. Yes, Theophil picked up 2 wickets initially, but then got clubbed the very next over.
Interesting to see Eric Ogimana resting Kevin Irakoze, introducing more pace from the Mount End. Into the pads, straight away, flicked away, straight to long off. Long on, I beg your pardon, for yet another single. Look at the rotation.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, putting the pressure upon the fielders here, and they understand They're watching the ball really well. You talked about foot movement at the crease, approaching the slow bowlers as it comes onto their bat really, really easy. Rukundo Jean-Pierre, the new bowler for Rwanda A, coming in from the Mount End.
Very good all-rounder he is. Goes big up. Catch is the call. Kevin Irakoze calls for it. Makes a mess of that one again. How many times are we going to see these drop chances, Zaid Khan? Would have been another catch. Very easy catch. And he drops a sitter.
And all the opportunities have been in the air for a long, long time. He had all the time to settle underneath that big man with big hands. Couldn't get a hold of it.
Look at that on the pre-play, Zaid. Even the camera guys at some stage they couldn't find the ball. No balance whatsoever from Kevin Irakoze. Giving a chance to Tashinga, I beg your pardon, into the pads, flicked away, flicked finer. There's a fielder in the deep who cuts it off to only one run.
Yeah, both Ryan and Tashinga both putting on a show here. Opportunity goes down in vain. The big man couldn't get a hold of it. Gundo Jean-Pierre feels he's missed out on a wicket. Yes, they're batting hard, but they are giving opportunities. And those opportunities aren't being taken. A loud and clear call there by Tashinga.
Very good over. It is turning out to be, of course, after that drop chance that went begging. Said in this short format, you'll always find chances. But again, it's upon you to take those chances. We've seen a couple of times a batsman being dropped on 19 and going on scoring centuries or go big. Rocks back on the back footer. Look at that catch. Not sure what happened there, Zaid, but it looked to me like it was a catch.
Yeah, it was a powerfully hit. And Kevin Irakoze this time around grabbing it. It was off the ground, not a catch. There was a bump on it. But excellent effort by the big man. He was traveling at quite some paces.
Caught him by surprise, I reckon, Zaid. Knocks him over this time round. Rukundo Jean-Pierre telling his fielders, if he can't take the catches, I'll make sure I pass through the gates of the batsmen as Ryan Takunda has to depart.
Yeah, a hug of celebration there. Kevin Irakoze feels the pain, but didn't spend too much time picking up his first wicket. Went across the line on that occasion, Ryan, and has to pay the price. Just angled, went through the smallest of gaps between bat and pad onto the timber. It's one of the nastiest sounds as a batsman you get to hear.
Look at that on the replay. This time round, going full and straight. Young man, do not look back. Just take the long way back to the dugout. But you feel like all the wickets they're trying to score runs for their team. Another positive thing from the youngsters here from the emerging side of Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's not losing wickets is still not telling them to slow down the flow of rate, the run rate they're going at. Yes, they lose wickets, but they're taking it heads on. They're still trying to pump up as many runs as possible.
Here comes the man who picked up 5 wickets in their first warm-up game, Zaid. Eric Nyomgawa being introduced from the road end with his off break.
Yeah, someone that has picked 5 wickets in the initial game. You're trying to bring him after 11 overs of play. Maybe he read a thing or two about the Zimbabwean side. and he knows they're aggressive. I mean, the board speaks for itself. 104 in 11, 9 overs of play left here.
I'll tell you, Zaid, Eric Nyamugaba being Eric Nyamugaba, he might have told the captain himself, give me the ball.
Everywhere he goes.
You'll never hide from this cricket ball, Zaid. Yeah, the captain right under us here, setting the field, telling Bosco to Yizere to go a little bit square.
Oh, just a flatter, quicker delivery this time by Eric Nyamugaba. 24 of 17. And as Bob Bashir takes a break from the commentary box, I welcome Mr. Lee Booth. Welcome, Mr. Lee.
Thank you very much, Zed. Afternoon, everybody. Just had a nice lunch and back to watch some good cricket.
Yeah, Team Zimbabwe have been thrashing the ball all over the park, but also have been generous with the wickets they've given away. 4 wickets.
Yeah, good attacking intent, but as you say, a few wickets down, so still a little bit in the balance, but I think Rwanda will need a few more quick wickets to stem the flow.
And surely they've got to pick the wickets. They've got to take the catches here. You've seen a couple of catches going down.
Absolutely, always very important to take those chances. You look at that scoreboard, if it was 6 or 7 down, it'd be hugely different, wouldn't it? So, yeah, catch is vital. But I've been very impressed by just the attacking intent of this Zim emerging team.
Lee, you've been the coach in the past of these boys, particularly in Rwanda. So what do you think is the issue when it comes to the fielding side?
It's a great question. It's not for lack of practice. You watch these guys, they train a lot, always usually rock solid under the high ball. Just whether that's concentration in the game, bit of pressure in the game, but yeah, it's always a concern when you see a few catches dropped.
Yeah, you get a couple of Rwanda 11 side sitting there, just 27 dots, and look at the amount of singles they've picked up, nearly close to the amount of dots they've played. Just 5 extras being offered so far. So it has been quite disciplined, but 12 boundaries.
Yeah, 1s and 4s. It's the right way to go about T20, isn't it? Think about the boundary first, and if there's no boundary, just get yourself off strike and rotate it. But yeah, certainly hit plenty of powerful boundaries.
Yeah, Rukundo comes in once again from the mount end. Plays it in the air, fielder trying to get underneath it. And it's been dropped once again.
Yeah, very tough one, that running backwards, but going to take at least some of the half chances. Made good ground to that over his head, but couldn't get a hand on it in the end.
Did the hard work of getting to it. Just hard hands.
Yeah, very difficult chance, that one, dropping over the shoulder.
That's the sort of innings Tashinga has been playing so far. He's provided those opportunities to Team Rwanda.
Yeah, same again, it's hit, but it's hit in the air, so I guess along with the attacking intent comes the chances. You just got to hold on to them.
Yeah, on that occasion, you saw him making some room outside off for himself and playing it over covers in extra cover region.
See that chance again. Just fingertips really at the end, but a difficult one diving away over your head. But yeah, you've got to try and take some of those. They make a big difference. Ball in there, nice and full.
Yeah. That fielder there, M.A. Muchodusenge, most often used to gloves in his hands, being a wicket keeper.
He tracked it very well for a keeper over his shoulders, really, didn't he? So yeah, really good to see. Valiant attempt at least, but yeah, tough one. You don't hold on to many of those when it's just fingertips over the shoulder.
Ever wondered who came up with the idea of only the wicket keepers using gloves?
I don't know, but then they definitely changed for baseball, didn't they? So someone came up with a different idea when they saw cricket being played. Yeah, that's excellent bowling. Right in the block all that time. Trying to give himself room again, but can't free the arms. Good ball.
Yeah, the Americans always trying to do it different.
Yeah, gloves, pads, helmets. Yeah. Starting to play cricket now, though.
And they're doing fairly well, hosting as well.
Yeah, some impressive pop-up stadiums in the last World Cup.
Speaking of stadiums and hosting games, having the RCA emerging invitational here in Rwanda, what do you think it creates as an impression for cricket all over?
I think it's hopefully a very good impression. It shows that, you can organise tournaments, that it's not just all about ranking points. Often international cricket certainly associates where there's not massive budgets. You're always conscious of ranking points and trying to organise fixtures to look at ranking points. But there's so much learning can go on in a tournament like this. It doesn't mean you don't have high quality cricket, as we've got a chance of a run out there. And another chance goes begging. I'm not sure why he's fired that in it all the time in the world just to lob that back to the bowler's end. Elected to throw it with some pace, and that's a big missed opportunity.
Oh, he had all the time in the world. Michael Iradukunda was there for the backup. He could have easily tossed it back to his teammate. All the time in the world. Have a look at that.
Another mistake there in the field. That's a bad one. That one could be costly. But yeah, I think fantastic to have tournaments where players and coaches, there's a bit less pressure. You can try a few things. You can have a look at the emerging boys, give them some really good experience. So I hope we see more of these across the globe.
Definitely. And the other thing is that the entire group of the boys that are trying for the national side have been provided the opportunity to showcase their skill and create something out of this.
Definitely, it's fantastic for Rwanda. And if we think a lot about associate cricket, not huge budgets, often those squads remain a bit fixed because, there's only a few players get the opportunities. But, fantastic games like this for the next tier down to really showcase themselves and really make a name and, hopefully grab that coveted national team shirt.
Sweeps that. Fielder gets underneath it and takes it comfortably. A catch has been taken. Another wicket goes down.
Yeah, made that look very easily. Made good ground to his right, but a comfortable catch. Top edge going for the sweep. The run out not proving costly. We get a wicket off the next ball, but yeah, very comfortable how he caught that one because he had to make quite a lot of ground.
Yeah, with that wicket of Panashe Taruvinga departing, leaving Tashinga out, stranded out in the middle, half of the side, back into the dugout. At some point, it seemed like they're going to be scoring over 200.
Yeah, clawing it back well, and as we can see from the screen, it's a bit of a warm pitch, so I think sweeping will be difficult in this competition on there. I think there'll be a little bit of an even bounce. It's a good pitch, don't get me wrong, but that sweep shot there, just a little bit of bounce, taking the top edge, and yeah, really good catch running round.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a personal liking of Neomugava Eric towards Zim here. Picked up a fifer just the other day. Picks up a wicket off the very first delivery of his second over.
Yeah, he must be loving life bowling against the Zim emerging. Not quite as much turn on offer for him today. It was a very turning pitch earlier on in the week in the 50 over game down at IPRC. So I think he'll have to work a bit harder for his wickets today.
I just hope I haven't spoken too soon. Game of T20 can take a flip any point.
Yeah, it could soon change. But no, good start. Just 6 from his first over, so they are stemming the run rate a little bit.
The new man is Newman Chakudzwa, finding Tashinga out in the middle.
And it feels similar to the last time I was on commentary. You had the set batter and the new batter in, and I think Newman's job here is for the next few overs, just give Tashinga most of the strike. He's scoring it over a runner ball. He looks in good form. Like I said, he might give some chances, but yeah, give him the majority of the strike if you can.
Well, from the looks of it, Team Zim are giving the green permit to everyone that is coming in. Have a go at it.
Yep, and that's the way T20 really has to be played these days, doesn't it? There's not much time for playing yourself in, and yeah, Tashinga there again. Looking really positive, but a good ball, full in the block, all just squirts it out to long on.
And it's been a very selfless sort of innings for Team Zim as well, giving opportunity to every single batsman to go and have a go at it.
You know, you start looking in the data of T20 cricket, once you get past out of that power play, the value of it, your own wicket, is very, very small, really. So, yeah, play unselfishly and never worry too much. If you get out cheaply in this format, it is going to happen. And a chance of a run out there, but I think that probably needs re-looking at for me.
6 wicket goes down, trying to take on the arm from the deep here. And another wicket goes down. Seemed a forced double on that occasion.
Yeah, I think it will be tight. I need to just see whether the fielder did really collect that cleanly and take the bails, but I think the batter was short of his ground. Certainly a good throw, not like what we saw in the last over, really good throw, top of the stumps.
Yeah, we've seen flat throws in this game. Just chips it over the bowler's head and Michael tosses it back. Oh no. Oh no.
Told you, thought I'd spotted that on the first one. Don't think he collected the ball that time. The batter, when he sees the replay of that, will be very disappointed.
Oh, very extremely. And again, it's the umpire's blind spot. The fielder being right in front of the stumps there. It's not easy to make those decisions.
No, very difficult. Umpire's done what he can there, got into a good position, but he's blocked out by the fielder.
Yeah, I think it's just the spirit of cricket at that point that might save the batsman.
One would like to think so.
Shame, isn't it? Newman Takuzwa has to depart 4-1.
A little bit of turn again there from Neo. Excellent work behind the stumps there from David Uwimana. Chased that one down, kept it to a single.
But I feel the Zimbabwean side is also undermining the fielding of the Rwandan side, trying to take on double every other time.
Yeah, it was right in front of us, that wasn't it? It didn't go that far outside of the 30-yard circle. It was a very adventurous two to take on. Just saying, wickets just falling, so sure Rwanda looking to just keep picking those up and trying not to give them their 20 overs.
Yeah. We've got Ava Inezu, Brandon on strike. Not the biggest physically, but still out there in the middle, playing some good shots. He's faced just one delivery so far, but kept it right under his nose.
Stark contrast to the Rwandan side, in it. Plenty of left-handers we've seen so far in this Zimbabwe emerging team. The hunt continues for some quality left-handed batters here in Rwanda.
Yeah, 14 overs of play and 121 on board. This was the total in the morning.
Yeah, we always felt they were slightly light this morning, didn't we? That first game, probably 20 runs light or so.
And I feel also Team Uganda are having a keen eye on who they will be playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen there 173, the projected score. I think that Rwanda will be looking to bowl them out earlier than that. Just 4 wickets remaining. Kevin Irakoze back into attack with his leg spin. A little bit short on that occasion. Cut hard, but cut directly to backward point. And again, sloppy fielding from Rwanda for no apparent reason. And the ball's just pinballing all over the place, which somehow turned what should have been a dot ball into a comfortable 2. No idea why backward point threw that in so hard to the wicketkeeper.
Chaos, 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 all out in the middle happening.
Like to see some good intent and some positive fielding, but there was just absolutely no need for that. There was no run being attempted. And he threw that in like an absolute tracer bullet from the backward of the circle there.
Plays it in the air. The fielder just lets it come comfortably to him after one bounce. Would have charged in on that one.
Yeah, it looked a close one, didn't it? Wasn't there for a little bit of time, but it does feel like Shinga's going to give chances. He's playing a big shot every ball at the moment.
Yeah, he understands the remaining wickets might not add too many runs on the board, and just 6 more overs of play left here. So he's trying to go hard at whichever opportunity provided.
Yeah, just chancing his arm, but getting away with it. Had some help from the fielders. As we said, a few big boundaries make such a difference in this format, though. Could be another run-out chance there. That's not fielded cleanly in the covers.
And how good is it to have a side like Rwanda experiencing the emerging youngsters of Team Zimbabwe, getting a new feel of the game?
I think it's a real eye-opener as well. It's sort of, they're playing the game the way the game should be played for me. Really attacking intent, positive run-outs, not being too precious about whether they get out, batting for the team. And this one should be out. Another top edge, and that time it is taken. Comfortable leading edge, just going backward a square, and a very easy catch that time.
Yeah, celebrations can keep that man out of the action. Eric Nyomugaba, as Kevin Kabare picks up his first wicket in his ultimate over.
Seems that may be a method of dismissal today, doesn't it? It's just a little bit of uneven bounce. So again, just working that one around the corner, gets a leading edge, and the most comfortable of catches on that occasion.
Yeah, just catching a bit of extra bounce on that, the shoulder of the bat, and a comfortable catch to be taken by Eric Nyomugaba. One thing I would like to really appreciate about the youngsters of Team Zimbabwe is you mentioned that how freely they've been playing. They've shown intent, they've shown bat on ball, they've smacked it all over the park from ball number one, and it all begins by the captain himself coming in, opening.
I think it's even goes further than that. You need, it's your entire system, isn't it? You've got to have faith that if you're going to play that way, if you're going to attack from ball one, you're also going to have plenty of days when you fail. And I think, there will be chances when they bat like this that Zim emerging may be bowled out cheaply in a few games, but that is the game that we play, and it shouldn't stop that attacking intent. You have to have the backing of your captains, your coaches, the board watching back home, and it has to go top to bottom. It's always very easy for coaches to say, we want you to play attacking. It usually comes with, I want you to play really attacking, but I don't want you to get out. And the two don't always go hand in hand.
Yeah, you find the new batter coming in to tender, and from ball number one, you see him swinging hard already. That shows you the intent the youngsters have. They might not get the sweet spot of the bat, but they'll have just enough to scamper along for a single or a two.
I agree. It'd be really tempting at this stage, wouldn't it, if you Zim to look at that scoreboard and think, well, we can just roll it back a little bit now and play a bit more defensive and creep our way to 150. But the attacking intent's there, and they want that 170, 180.
Yeah, and the danger man back into the attack. Eric Nyomugaba, jersey number 66. It's just the free will of the batsman. Trying to attack, trying to get some bat onto the ball to keep the scoreboard ticking. Regardless of what number you come in, your intent is to put up some runs on the board.
There is that other big shot. Left one alone that wasn't in his arc, and the second one is just deposited into the sight screen right next to us. That's a wonderful clean hit. Looks simple as you like, that one. Just free swing of the arms, and that's gone dead straight, high and handsome, clatters into the metal sight screen here at the road end.
Yeah, that looked like your 9-iron.
Not sure
Clubbed
my
it.
9-iron goes that far these days.
Well, if you were that age, beautiful delivery to come back by Eric Nyomugaba.
Yeah, we see there is some spin, isn't there? Slightly quicker. That one gripping and turning.
Lots of power by the youngster there. Once again, keeps it flat, doesn't allow the batsman to get underneath the delivery. Crashes it into the pads this time. Just getting through his over very, very quick. His partner telling him, if you're not striking it, at least keep rotating. And he gives him a thumbs up.
Always like that about off spinners in T20, or well, all formats really. But yeah, try and get through the overs, try and tick them off quickly. Be stood there waiting at the end of your mark, putting the pressure on the batters. If you can manage to just sneak a delivery or two in just before they're ready, all the better, really.
Yeah, and it's a good way to fight back into the game. Pick wickets. Expecting almost 200 at some point. The boys have fought back, showed some character, which is very important. At times, it's not about just winning or losing a game. At times, the game of cricket helps you develop that character, show some spirit.
That's all you ever want to see, in it, fighting to the end. No matter whether you're on top or whether you're comfortably behind in the game. Just keep battling, keep fighting, and whatever that percentage chance you've got, try and maximise that. So it doesn't matter if that's a 2% chance, give yourself the best 2% chance.
I feel there are not many sports around the world that can be related to human nature. But lucky enough, cricket happens to be one of the sports that can directly be correlated to the human ways of living life.
A lot of it in the head, isn't there, in cricket? These guys have all got bags of talent, we know that. The real cream are the ones who can do it under pressure, rise to the occasion. And another, I'm not sure why the bowler isn't at his stumps there. I think, again, really aggressive running, and a better throw and a better pickup.
Yeah, he had the ball and the stumps were right in front of him, and he's got away with it somehow. A wise man once told me, how you play your cricket tells me how you live your life.
Very slowly these days, in my case, then, on both accounts. Worked off the hip again into the leg side, and again, really good running. Puts the pressure on the field of the initial misfield. Allows them on that occasion to come back for a really comfortable 2.
Yeah, and it's good to see the young side of Team Rwanda also being provided the challenge against other youngsters.
Oh, it just looks like they've decided. There's the one. He's nowhere near his stumps. The batter goes flying. The bat's not in the picture. Not sure why he's not stood near his stumps on that one. But yeah, it looks to me like the Zim team have just decided anything out to the boundary, we're just pushing for a 2. It's been head down and go for it.
Yeah, they're really pushing for it. And they've been given the license to go hard or push for 2. Maximize the remaining overs here. Currently moving at 8.3, which is already healthy enough.
Very healthy. You see there, the Rwanda done well. That projected scores just kept creeping down. They've clamped them back a little bit. And just a drop and run on that occasion. Acres of space on the leg side, but good bowling this.
Yeah, and having a look at the score at the moment, you very well know the likes of Hamza Khan, the likes of Kevin Irakoze, the likes of David Uwimana must be thinking how hard they've got to go in the power play if they're to chase down such a total.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, they're going to have to go again. They're going to have to follow the example, go hard, especially in that power play, chance their arm a little bit. It'll be a difficult score to chase no matter what from here. And again, I was saying they were running twos to the outfield. On that occasion, they've run a two inside the 30-yard circle. Slight misfield. That is fabulous running.
Excellent, excellent running. They're stealing runs right underneath the nose of the Rwandan fielders here. On that occasion, the bowler wasn't able to collect the ball once again and launch off the fields. The throw did come in sharp.
What I like there is it would have been very tempting for the batters to just jog the first one. It went straight to the fielder, but the slight misfield, and they'd run the first one so hard it gave them the opportunity to turn it into a two.
Yeah, earlier on I was telling Bob, many a times you'll find the batsman putting pressure on the bowler, but very rarely do you find two batsmen putting pressure upon fielders all over the field.
Yeah, they seem to have put it on everybody. I've seen lots of little misfields in the ground. It's not the easiest outfield to pick up cleanly on. And he had to dive a little way to his left there, but yeah, the fact they've taken two to the inside of the circle is, yeah, not really good from a fielding point of view.
Especially not for the aspiring national team players.
Yeah. The one thing more and more we find out about the shorter formats of the game is you cannot hide any poor fielders. Fielding such a crucial part in this shorter format.
I feel like this tournament, when it comes down to the results of what it might lead to, might break or make good cricketers, that's for sure.
Again, just hit out to long off, and we heard loud calling. It's forced another misfield. Another fumble in the outfield. Back they come for two. It's just very, very untidy in the field at the moment from Team Rwanda.
It's just how hard they push the first run that allows them to pivot back for a second.
And Sam again struck out powerfully. And again, another misfield, another fumble.
It's just a fraction of a second. The slightest fumble by the same fielder and they've stolen yet another single.
Yeah, the real key is just how hard they're running that first one, isn't it? Every first run is being absolutely sprinted, which is allowing them to just turn, have a look, and if there is the slightest fumble, they're in position to capitalise.
Clubs it in the air. That has gone the distance for half a dozen. It's out of Gahanga.
Yeah, just watch that turn to my left. Just watch that straight out of the front gates of Gahanga. Very big, clean strike, that one.
Yeah, waited on it and he's just smashing it now. As we move into the business end of the innings here, everything's got to go. You've got 3 more wickets left. That shouldn't be your worry. That shouldn't be your concern, says the captain.
Full on that occasion, but just sliced up in the air and should be out, and that is, it's taken comfortably at point. Tried to repeat the dose, tried to go big and down the ground. On that occasion, just not quite getting to the pitch and just slices that up in the air in a comfortable catch.
Yeah, Rukundo takes that very, very easy. So a 6 and out by Brandon. He hung in there for quite some time. All the batsmen have provided a threat one way or the other.
You know, plenty of experience in these boys. You'd experience that even though they are young. For me, I'd like to see the big takeaway being going forward. Are we coming up with some plans to just stop the ones, stop the twos? Because they've just run us ragged in the outfield.
Tatenda Chimuguro out in the middle. 8 wickets down for 151. They've all been a very entertaining 151, that's for sure. Be it running between wickets, be it the big shots.
Certainly seen plenty of big shots. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more again. Will Rwanda be thinking, can we just wrap this up now? Just 2 more wickets. Will that prompt any change from these young Zimbabwean players, or will they just keep going hard?
Yeah, the skipper did mention getting to 180, just 30 runs away from that projected score, showing 169.
Bit of width on offer that time. Cut hard out to the fielder on the outfield, and again, feels like I'm repeating myself, but a slight fumble out there allows them to come back for 2, so the aggressive running certainly continued.
It's not you, sir. It's just the nature of the game today. This afternoon, excellent running between the wickets we've seen by Team Zim. And there you see the Rwanda 11 having a close eye on who they might be facing very, very soon.
Yeah, I can see a few Ugandan caps in the background there. The legend himself just strolling away. Roger Makasa cashed in with a few valuable runs earlier. Wonderful player.
There's 2 teams of Rwanda being part of this competition. Puts in that little bit of extra pressure on being the host side.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to when they play each other. You'd expect a bit of needle in that, wouldn't you? Rwanda versus the Select 11.
Oh, most definitely. It's the 2 visitors playing each other.
Absolutely.
And the 2 host sides playing each other.
Yeah, if you train together every day and then you get to play against them in a competitive match, it's got to be game on that. That's what dreams are made of. Get your mates out, hit your mates for a 6.
Eric Kubimana swings hard, gets enough on it, and looks like it's racing away. Will it? The chase is on by Mucho Disenge. Does excellent, and they run for 3.
Yeah, sliced away that time. No real timing. Pulling up inside of the boundary. A little bit of width on offer from Kubwimana.
Just the scoreboard getting stuck there. I believe it's a technical issue. As we can see, the physical scoreboard. Eric Kubimana. Goes down the leg, and it will be an extra. Team Zim won't mind that.
Been pretty good on the extras. The first Rwanda team that played today, less so, 18 extras, I believe, in that first game. When you're playing good opposition, that's certainly something you can't give away. Punch straight down the ground. There is a fielder there. There might as well have not been a fielder there. Not much of an attempt at bending down at that one. I'm not sure we've even got a hand on that. Very, very casual piece of fielding by Kevin Irakoze there at long off.
Spoke about this early. The ball has been following Kevin Irakoze, a very, very mediocre sort of attempt to get hold of that ball. That should have been stopped.
Got to put a bit of body on the line for that one for me. If you can't get down to that, you've got to wear it. Got to get something behind that.
He's got plenty of body to put behind that.
Yeah, didn't look too interested in getting it in line there. Nice shot though. Driven on the up. Powerfully struck.
Into 160s is Team Zim. One thing about this young side of Team Zim, they've got no slack to the bowling side, to any bowler. They've punished them all.
They have. I'm really excited to watch them in the field as well if they keep this energy. Yeah, if there's anything to go by watching them run between the wickets, you'd expect a really dynamic, energetic fielding team as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because you've got individuals like Hamza Khan, Kevin Irakoze, mostly thinking about how they want to thrash the bowlers in the second innings to chase down a total going past 150 here now.
Chasing this total, they're certainly going to need plenty of boundaries, but they're also going to need lots and lots of ones and twos. So, yeah, we might see a bit of a stark contrast between the fielding performances, unfortunately.
Kevin Irakoze is having a long day in the field today.
And no hiding places in T20 cricket.
No hiding places if you're that big.
Well, they've moved him twice since that misfield, so they've tried to get him out of the firing line just backward a square, but good ball that time for Kubwimana. Pushed it a touch wider, but nice and full. And a rare play and a miss.
Yeah, they should be looking forward to picking up those 2 wickets without thinking about how to end the overs here.
I think that's something when they reflect after the game, no matter whether they win or lose. As we see another scampered 2 being taken that probably should have been a 1. I think wherever they end up here and whatever the result, they'll look at that scorecard and think, you know, with better fielding, we could have kept them to a much lower total by either taking the wickets or just restricting the runs. Wider again, push through, big appeal. Didn't hear anything from the commentary box. I think that must have been the toe of the bat. It was so wide, if there's a clip on that. Doesn't look too disappointed.
Yeah, just got a feather to it, and that will be the end of Ivanezu.
Well, look at that one again. That might be too much attacking intent. That might have been going up in the wides column if he'd not managed to get the bottom edge on that one.
I would have let it pass through, and just 1 more wicket left here.
A very difficult stage of the game to start bringing out the leave now, though, when you were 30 from 20.
Very, very wide of the crease there. Just got a feather to it. The finger was raised by Damasen.
Yeah, you could tell he must be in decent form to have got any bat on that one. That's not easy doing. That was a wide ball. But as we say, you go back to the dugout and the coach just says, well battered, good positive attacking intent. Sometimes you're going to get out.
Yeah, it was so wide. Mr. Lee had to say it twice. 164 for the loss of 9. Final over of the first innings here. It's been a very entertaining 19 overs so far. We've got Rukundo Jean-Pierre coming in for his final over. 18 runs is given away. He's picked up 1 wicket already in his 3 overs. That is bold. And also the fact that the sport rotates around adaptation of situations, of conditions, of new teammates.
I think that's another thing when you're really lucky with these sort of competitions where the pressure isn't quite as high as a full international, that you can start to work on those types of things. And I think it's something that we notice a lot with, you know, younger, more emerging teams like Rwanda. That game awareness isn't quite there.
Starts with a slow delivery. Hamza Khan getting underneath it. And he drops that one. So many catches have been dropped today.
Another one, they'll reflect on this one. You take these catches, you stop those 2s, you turn those 2s into 1s. This sort of 170 all of a sudden could have been very easily 130, couldn't it, here today?
Yeah, Wishnezi on that occasion just feels lucky. Got away with that one. He's got a smile on his face. Got a hard hand to it.
Yeah, made no real good contact on that. Just scooped it straight up in the air.
Once again, cutting off pace is Rukundo Jean-Pierre, which is very smart. He's trying to make the batsmen use their own efforts and energy to put those deliveries away.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Rukundo. I think he's got a great looking action. I think he's going to just get stronger and stronger as well, but keeps everything simple, nice straight lines. But he's mixed his pace up well, and It's what you've got to do when the boys are charging at you like these guys are.
Just plays that with soft hands. Nearly ran him out. Gets away with that. By the time he looked up, his partner was already at his
It
end.
certainly was. There wasn't much need for conversation there or a call. He'd just set off, hadn't he? Get me back on strike. I'll have a dart at these last few deliveries.
I mean, why not? You left with the final 3 deliveries of the innings and just moving along the plans of the skipper. 170, 180 on board here.
Good hand on that on the return from the bowler. Powerfully struck, but a little bit off the toe. Goes back to the bowler. Does well in his follow through to get 2 hands on that. Managed to keep it just in front of him for no run.
They've shown such great intent and fight. The youngsters from Team Zimbabwe trying to capitalize on whatever opportunity has been thrown at them.
Great figures these so far from Rukundo, though. Just 22 runs. Last 2 deliveries. Doesn't want to spoil it with a boundary. Another fabulous ball. A little bit quicker. Fuller going straight through the batter on that occasion.
Wishnezi throwing the kitchen sink at that one, but fails to make any contact.
Be a fabulous day at the office for Rukundo if he can get away with no boundary here. In the chaos that's been this 168, just 22 runs coming from his 3.5. Can he finish it off? Or will Zim go in with another boundary?
The call is for 2 straight away. He's running hard, coming back, and he will make it comfortably for a 2.
Yeah, more comfortable 2 on that occasion. Push slightly wide of long off, so an easy 2 on that occasion. And the innings comes to an end. So we can see there 170 for 9 from their 20 overs. And when you join us after the break, Rwanda will need 171 runs to win.
Good afternoon and welcome back for the chaser of the match day one, game number 2. Earlier, if you're just joining us, Rwanda A won the toss and elected to have a ball first, restricting Zimbabwe to 170 in their allotted 20 overs. But what an exhibition of batting display we've just witnessed from the youngsters from the Zimbabwe emerging side. They've done their part with the ball. Is Rwanda A side, as we see David Uwiman alongside Hamza Khan, or the two batsmen to open the proceedings with the bat for the Rwanda A side. I won't be alone, of course. I'll be joined by Zed Kana. Take us through the chaser of the second match of the day. Welcome back, Zed.
Thank you very much. And it's going to be hopefully an exciting run chase this afternoon. Got the likes of Hamza Khan. We know how explosive he can be if he hangs around. But that is the question. How long does he tend to hang around?
And he's got a
Alongside him is David Uwimana, who's also shifted gears. We've seen that in the recent men's elite. He's changed his approach. Victor starts the bowling attack. Oh, so much drift by the left-hander.
interesting to see Zimbabwe emerging, of course, using spin up front, trying to pile up pressure in the power play. Takes a little shimmy down the ground. High and handsome out of the ground. That's Hamza Khan for you. Doesn't need any sighters to get off the mark.
Yeah, that's one way of dealing with a new cherry. Get it out of the park. A new ball is always firmer, tighter, comes off the bat neatly. Goes downtown, bang, bang.
Hamza Khan, of course, that man there on your frame, he's been having a good run with the bat. In the league, back-to-back 50s in the elite men's league. He has a sleeping place, of course, the captain, Lennox. Setting the right field. He has a long off-fielder in play and a deep mid-wicket for Hamza Khan.
Much speedier, short of a length, but really having some pace on that one. They'll have to make good use of the power play. Leaves that one to go through. Just enough drift and turn on it.
Reminding you that the emerging side of Zimbabwe had 60 in the power play. They would love to capitalize is the Rwandan side into the pads. Or play it again from Hamza Khan, taking his time to adjust. And that should be the end of the first over. 6 on board.
Yeah, no run taken after that 6. One more delivery left in the over here. Victor, apart from that 6, has kept it very neat and tidy.
As for a big sweep shot, that should be the end of the first over with that dot ball. Very good comeback, of course, from Victor after that maximum. They see the dugout. The Rwanda select after losing by 7 wickets against Uganda A side. They know they have a game tomorrow against the A side of Rwanda. It's going to be an interesting one, Zaid.
Yeah, and from the looks of it here, Bob, I can see the importance of Hamza Khan sticking out in the middle. David Uwimana will be getting to face his very first delivery from the opposite end. We saw how the Zimbabwean side were picking up the singles and doubles. The doubles were excellent. So yeah, going for the big shots can be an option, but you've got to make good use of the running between wickets. 2 slip fielders there. Newman, Takudzwa coming in from the road end. the pace bowler.
Talking about the singles from the emerging side of Zimbabwe, they've scored 81 singles, doubles, and threes. 50% of the runs coming in singles and 50% in boundaries. That shows you how good they have been.
And they've been intentful right from the get-go, right from ball number one. They've been striking without the fear of losing wickets. Swinging it away and wide, it will be an extra. Plenty of movement here. At times, the high total can be overwhelming for the new batters out in the middle. They need to keep their calm, hold on to their nerves, and do what is necessary.
Into the block or straight away. All driven but straight to the fielder at mid-on. Very love to see the battle between these two. David in the past has been struggling with the left arm spinners and seamers. And he's been given Newman, as the name says. He has to slip in place. Calls for a big cut shot, no timing whatsoever. I'm not sure why he's in a rush. Is David Uwimana. I just spoke about how these high targets can be very enticing for the batsman. But I believe that if they can have a partnership or two down the road, try and get closer to the target every single over. Try and get to that 7-8 run mark. I believe with this batting lineup of the A side, we're in for a good contest if they don't lose again early wickets in the power play.
Yeah, very well said. The game of cricket is a numbers game. You've got to keep pushing in, keep feeding in the numbers, keep the scoreboard ticking, because it can be overwhelming for your partner as well at the other end if you keep him idle for a long amount of time. Not getting any contact on the bat. The Zimbabwean side, every time they went for a big shot, they had some bat on the ball.
I love the fact that they knew the bowlers to pick and the gaps. Healthy outside edge flies over the two fielders at sleeps. Oh, what an effort there. Saving his team out. 3 runs.
Excellent, excellent diving effort there. Any other team that would have been a boundary, but the youngster saves a 4. And David Uwimana cannot believe it's not gone for a boundary. He didn't even consider coming back for a double.
Oh, look at that effort in the deep. I'll tell you, Zaid, even here the crowd were up on their feet, acknowledging that effort in the deep.
Yeah, it deserves a round of applause. It's not always about bat and ball. The fielders do deserve some respect too.
White ball signaled by the 2 umpires. Trying a lot of things up front is a new man, but he has some pace, Zaid, I'm telling you.
Yeah, he's got some pace, understanding the fact that Hamza Khan is not the tallest of players around. Can get underneath the ball quite easily. Loves to pull. Loves to go for his big shots. Very skiddy is Newman, especially with the angle that he comes in with.
Driven powerfully down the ground. Comfortably takes the single is Hamza Khan. Like when you look at that previous shot from David Uwimana, nowhere near the ball. Trying to just close his eyes. Not ideal for someone who opens the batting, Zaid. Not sure why he's trying to be the aggressor here. I would love to see him keeping it down on the ground, using the full face of the bat, allowing Hamza Khan to take more strike.
I feel I know exactly what it is. It's the tennis instincts checking in. Him being a tennis player. Again, beaten by pace. Swing and a miss there.
Should be the end of the second over. 10 for naught. Moving at 5 runs and over is the A side.
Yeah, Hamza Khan just letting him know they've got to rotate the strike, they've got to get the shots in. Otherwise, it will become very, very difficult in the later half.
They just need to keep rotating the strike, as you just mentioned. Pierce those gaps with only 2 fielders outside the ring side. And look at that turn. Half an appeal from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, nearly had him squared up over there. Went for the spin, and after pitching, it did turn right back in.
Cut away this time round. Straight to the fielder. Very good field placement from the captain, Lennox.
Yeah, the boys have shown some character here, the Zimbabwean side. In all aspects, be it fielding, be it bowling. Again, a swing and a miss, trying to club that to the leg side, but no contact.
Pressure climbing up in the dugout of the Rwanda A side. A little bit of chopping there from the wicketkeeper to Hamza Khan.
Yeah, he's eyeing towards the leg side. Again, tries to sweep. It's not a shot that he plays really well, but he plays it many a times. That's for sure. 3 times now, and he's failed on all attempts. 4 back-to-back dots, and every ball that goes by, the required run rate is at the brink of reaching 10 per over.
Big shot coming here, Zaid. Another mistiming there on that occasion from Hamza Khan. Pressure climbing here. 5 dot balls on the trot. Trying to overhit the ball as these 2 batsmen at the crease. Not getting any timing whatsoever.
Victor about to get a maiden here. Just gets a single off the very last delivery.
But look at that turn, Zaid. Giving away only 1 run is Victor in his second over. 11 for naught after 3.
Yeah, the ball getting a lot of degree of turn, almost 1.5 feet of turn off the surface here. Can see the dugout calmly watching upon the 2 openers taking the challenge here.
And with the sun coming out here in Gahanga, expect the wicket to spin more. Sticking to 2 slips here is Victor. He's been struggling in his first over. Takes a little shimmy, ends up yoking himself is Hamza Khan. He is indeed looking to get back into the Rwanda national team side. This should be a good opportunity for Hamza Khan. The likes of course, Kevin Erakoze, we saw him earlier with the ball. Eric Nyomagawa, who's been struggling. He's starting out to be a spinner.
Like I mentioned earlier, it might be a break or make sort of situation for players in this tournament. We've seen Eric Nyomagawa fighting back. We've seen Hamza Khan in the men's elite performing well. It's just the new sort of experience playing the bowlers. At times, you don't have to play the bowler, you just have to play the ball. What I mean by that is, regardless of how it comes as a batsman, you've got to answer the questions that have been bowled at you.
Cut away powerfully straight to the fielder at point. Bit unlucky from Hamza Khan. One of his go-to shots, the cut shot. He's missed out on 4 occasions now, Zaid. You can see the frustration.
Definitely getting frustrated there. Nothing is coming off. It's all going to the fielders. He's not picking the gaps here. We're into the 4th over here.
The emerging side were already on 33 at this stage, Zaid. They remove the second slip into the covers to tighten up the offside. He decides otherwise, telling his captain, I need that second slip in play. Is the young Newman. Takudzwa. Shot mid wicket. Comes closer and closer to the bat of Hamza Khan. As for a pull shot again, a mistiming once more.
So far, in the course of today's play, Bob, we've seen three left-hand bowlers, three left-arm pace bowlers, and Newman seems to be standing out from all of them because he's got control. He's got more consistency compared to the other two bowlers that have been bowling left-arm pace.
And of course, he's getting some carry and pace.
Doesn't have a very high jump either. You just see him skidding along his jump and very swift action.
Cut away this time round again. Oh, what a fielding there. Run out chance. Look at that backing up Zayda.
Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go whatsoever. Deserves an applause. This fielding has been spectacular so far. We've seen plenty of catch opportunities go down by Team Rwanda in the first half of the innings.
Look at that on the replay. Cut away powerfully. Look at that diving effort. Not shying at the stumps. Look at the wicketkeeper Zaid there. We saw earlier. Swing and a miss from David Uimana, who is out of answers, to be honest here.
Yeah, not even getting an edge to it. He needs a wider bat at this point. A bigger bat. Not sure if that is acceptable by the ICC laws, but a tennis racket perhaps.
Talking about the fielding so far in the fourth over, 12 for naught. Zaid, the emerging side of Zimbabwe, have done everything spot on. Whereas, as you just mentioned, Rwanda A side gave away a lot of overthrows at this stage of the innings, making sure the batters got 3 runs up front.
Yeah, and again, it's not just the intent; it's also the execution that matters, Bob.
Takes a little shimmy. Catch is the call. Who wants it? 3 fielders converging. They leave it for the captain. Who drops it here? Was it an easy one running backwards? How many times are we going to see these kind of drop chances, Zaid?
Yeah, fortunate there. Hamza Khan got away with that one for a moment, had his heart in his mouth. He thought it might be the end of his day, but he survives that. And the frustration, you could see him taking a shimmy down the pitch because he's not able to answer to the spin and turn of Victor.
When you look at that previous shot where he was given life at 11 is Hamza Khan, he almost gave up, Zaid, losing his shape, nowhere near the ball. Something they need to work on are these 2 batsmen. Goes inside out, much better shot this time round from Hamza Khan. And the ball races away to the boundary. Much needed boundary here for Rwanda A side, especially Hamza Khan. Playing an inside out shot, not an easiest shot to play, Zaid.
Yeah, he's trying to find something out of the ordinary that he plays. Again, tries to play the same shot, same result, no run coming out of it. At times, they say necessity is the mother of invention. So trying to hit that inside out is where he got the results. Oh, just over the fielder there. Just a teasing opportunity. Gets away with that once again, leaving by the thread is Hamza Khan.
Sure why he's trying to sweep the ball, trying to play it against the turn. He's a strong person on the offside. We all know that Zaid has scored most of his runs on the offside. Have to see him sticking to what works for him. Oh, David Wiman still struggling. Beats the outside edge to end over number 5. It is 19 for naught. Yet to pick up a wicket is the emerging side of Zimbabwe, but they're very happy with how the scoreboard reads. Look at that. Record run rate has climbed to 10 runs and over, coming very, very deep for Rwanda A side to chase.
Yeah, very significant day and night difference between the power play performance of both sides. If we can bring up the graph showing the runs per over, it will show you the Manhattan of runs scored by the Zimbabwean side here in the first 6, because they put the Rwandan side under the pump in the first 6 overs.
There's a change in bowling as we see shot number 25 coming in from the road end. Anesu Kamuriwo coming in replacing Newman. He sticks to one sleeping place. I would love to finish on a high, get a boundary or two in this particular over. They're feeling the heat at the moment as the sun has really come out here at Gahanga.
Yeah, the cricket gods have been fortunate enough to leave the skies open and have a sunny afternoon. Watchfully plays that, but no run taken, and the dot balls are getting quite heavy on the Rwandan side.
Dot ball percentage here, Zaid, is going to be a big difference, and the running between the wickets from both ends. We saw earlier in the first innings, the emerging side were very excellent running between the wickets, putting pressure on the fielding side, the Rwanda A side. Goes big downtowner. The chase is on from the two fielders converging from mid-off and mid-on. Chips in a little bit of a diver to save his team. 2 runs in the end. Fielding in partnerships. Everything they touch is turning out to be gold from these youngsters.
Yeah, not letting go till the very end, showing good spirits and backing the bowlers, letting him know that they've got his support through the fielders, and that's exactly how the fielders let the bowlers know they've got their back.
And when you look at these two fast deliveries of Anesu, I believe this would be the bowler to target Zaid to get those boundaries to close off the power play on a high.
Yeah, Nesu, not really the express sort of pace, but he's got variations. He's got the cutters that he bowls and keeps it predominantly outside the off stump line. Got a good height to himself as well. Good body structure for a pace bowler. Jersey number 25, Anesu.
Rocks on the back foot. Not enough timing. There's protection in the deep. Who cuts it off to only 1 run. Bringing the man who's been struggling, David Uwimana, after facing 7 deliveries for his 1 run. He's not connected, Zaid. Even that 1 run came off that edge that flew to the 3rd man region.
I'll tell you, it's a matter of adaptation here. Team Zim has adapted to every single bowler of the Rwandan side so far. Team Rwanda batsmen have struggled adapting to the new bowling actions coming towards them.
Finally, he gets something on that one. The crowd is up on their feet. Chase is on from the 2 fielders. Oh, what an effort again. Looking for the 3rd one. And they managed to get 3 runs in the end. That's now the David Uwimana we all know, Zaid, using the full face, penetrating that gap.
Yeah, the outfield not supporting him. He expected that to be racing away for a 4, but it's not that easy, says the Zim team.
Interesting to hear the crowd cheering for David Uwimana. Finally getting something on the bat. Last delivery to come in the power play. Change of pace, pulled away powerfully. Listen to the sound. Oh, what an effort in the deep, but it goes in vain. As the umpire Eric Wandera, all the way from Uganda, indicates a maximum to close off the power play with 31 for naught.
Boy, oh boy, does he put out a fight. Hamza Khan pulls that one, gets into it, and what an effort by the fielder in the deep. Gets away with that. Finishes the over with a maximum.
Not about power play here. Of course, knowing you have 10 wickets in hand, they need to capitalize now that they know the field is spread after the power play. They need to run very hard between the wickets if they don't get those balls of boundaries.
But this is where the challenge comes in, as this field has been spread and you've got spinners coming into the attack. They will be luring the batsmen to play the lofted shots. Catches have been dropped in the first half. Do we get to see more of that this afternoon?
We saw earlier in the first innings the Zimbabwe emerging side batsmen backing up their shots, Zaid, using the sweepers, something I would love to see these batsmen do. If you decide to go for that slug sweep, make sure you get enough connection. Not where near the ball. Look at that.
Plenty of turn by Wishnezi Nadine.
Leg break there from Wishnezi.
Very skiddy too. Very quick. Not
quick with
giving
his
time. Not giving time to David Uwimana here at all to settle.
Knocks him over. Straight up. A change in the bowling. Wishnezi gets the struggling David Uwimana, who departs after facing 10 deliveries for his 4 runs. Make that the first wicket down for the Rwanda A side.
Yeah, it's about time the struggles come to an end. 11 deliveries he faced to score 4 runs. Wasn't getting any ball on bat there. Can see heading back with his head down, not happy.
You feel David was struggling, almost playing for the opposition side. Being put out of his misery there, nowhere near the ball, Zaid. Allowing Wishnezi to get the first wicket, 31 for 1. Very good spin bowlers indeed they have, is the Zimbabwe emerging side. As we see Mucho Dusenge Eme training Hamza Khan, who is on 25 of 28.
Yeah, and the significant difference between Hamza and David Uwimana on that occasion is Hamza is a bit watchful of the ball and he's been watching throughout, allowing him to play those shots. David, on the other hand, has been more of a miss and a hit, more of guesswork at times. You saw the way he got dismissed, had no idea which way the ball was going, and it found its way onto the timber right behind him. One of the nastiest ways for a batsman to get sent back.
Was a quick one to welcome Mucho Eme Dusenge. One of the bowlers I feel is going to pick up a couple of wickets in this game.
Not really providing any sort of time to the batsman. From the looks of it, his variation is the odd, slow one that he delivers. Apart from that, everything is a quicker one.
Love to finish on a high, of course. Shot, plays it on the back foot, gets off the mark, and Wishnezi picks up a wicket and goes for only 1 run in his first over. 32 for 1 after 7.
Hamza Khan taking the lead off, playing the spinners here, trying to go for the bigger shots. That's what it implies, but he's asked for protection as the pace bowler comes back in from the road end.
On the other hand, Zaida, Eme Mucho Dusenge can be the want to have a partnership with Hamza Khan. He's been, of course, getting some good knocks in the leagues.
Yeah, he's a strong boy. Loves to hit it a mile, but also a good runner between wickets. The only thing that can be of concern is the communication between Hamza and Muchodusenge Eme.
And so he's been given the second over. He's been very expensive in that last over of the power play. Of course, courtesy of that maximum of Hamza Khan. Up against Eme Muchodusenge. Not sure they have enough time to adjust. We saw earlier these youngsters from the emerging side taking only 3 deliveries to get used to the bowlers of the Rwanda A side. Laula Peeland is gone. Is Muchodusenge Eme. He has no clue whatsoever on what just happened to him.
Yeah, excellent delivery there by Anesu. Picking up his first wicket in the second over that he's bowled. Clueless. Muchodusenge.
One brings 2, Zaid. Caught by Ryan Takunda is Mucho Eme. Going for only 1. After facing 4 deliveries, Anesu getting the big wicket. Hamza Khan, you can see he's still stranded out there looking for a partner.
Yeah, just gets a feather to it on its way. Gets the outside edge. Wicket off the very first ball. Getting the movement off the surface there is Anesu. And the new man in Tweezer is Jean Bosco.
For me, Zaid, when you look at that wicket over Eme Muchodusenge and David Uimana, it's the foot movement. The footwork of these Rwanda A side batsmen is nowhere near the ball, allowing them to expose that outside edge.
Yeah, just fishing outside off stump, allowing the bowlers to just get a feather to it. Another player trying to make a mark out in the middle.
These 3 batsmen, Zaid, interestingly, they almost have the same height. Muchodusenge, Bosco Tweezer, and Hamza Khan.
And
Fast ball.
I would say almost everybody in the frame there, but all 3 in line, including the wicket keeper as well. But yeah, he's been around for a long time. Tweezer Jean Bosco.
Yeah, he's been on and off the national team. Again, Coach Mahatlani Lawrence has given another opportunity to these players to showcase their talent. Oh, beats the outside edge once again. That leg movement from Anesu.
It's the movement of the surface there. It leaves barely any time for the batsman to adjust. Jean Bosco taking a leg stump guard, takes some time moving to his off stump, and by then the ball has already taken off into the gloves of the keeper. Swing and a miss, one for the photographers we've got out there. I'll tell you one thing for sure here. Tweezer Jean Bosco, one thing that is not helping him is the bat lift in his stance. You see him very low in his stance. By the time the ball gets delivered, he goes into his backswing and the ball leaves him most often.
Soft hands there from Tweezer Jean Bosco. Finally, he gets something behind the bat.
it's just the moment of realization when you get to know as a batting side you require 11 per over while chasing a total. Gets very, very difficult to play with soft hands.
And exactly, Zaid, knowing that you have Hamza Khan stranded on the non-strikers end. So far, he's been watching 5 deliveries now. He's been the aggressor. We know him. It doesn't take much time down there without scoring runs for his side. Love to see these new batsmen trying to get him on strike as much as possible.
Goes up and over this time in covers, but the fielder will not allow it to go for more than just 2 runs. Speaking of Hamza Khan loves playing pace as well. Not the tallest of players, gets underneath the ball, strikes it well, uses the pace of the bowlers. And that's what he must be communicating with Bosco out there in the middle, is to keep the strike rotating and not allow the pressure to get heavy on him. 8 overs have gone by, 34 for the loss of 2. The overs are slipping by very, very quickly here.
They'll need a big over indeed. But again, good signs as Hamza Khan will keep strike because of those 2 runs from Bosco to Yizere.
I'll double you on that. They'll need good overs to get through this. He's been launched onto the leg side for 4. Beautiful connection once again by Hamza Khan. And this is what was required. Give him the strike. Let him be the aggressor.
Love the way he's picking up the length quickly and making sure he middles the ball. Look at that gap between deep mid wicket and deep square leg. Would love to pounce on that one, starting off with the boundary, of course. Soft hands there from Hamza Khan.
And if Hamza Khan can sight that one fielder inside the ring at mid-on, pops it in the air, fielder gets underneath it, should be taken, is taken comfortably, and that's the end of Hamza Khan. 29 of 31 deliveries, tries to go hard down the ground, gets an edge, and pops it in the air for a comfortable catch.
Wishnezi, of course, being introduced to ball his second over, picks up his second wicket, and the big fish, Hamza Khan, who has to depart for his 29 of 30 deliveries. Deceived by that leggy from Wishnezi, trying to play it over the side screen, getting, of course, that top edge. And they've made sure every opportunity, apart from that miscatch, look at that front leg, Zaid. Nowhere near the ball, allowing it to pop up in the air. And what a take there.
Yeah, it's all upper body movement. The lower half of the body nowhere close to the ball, not getting into a proper position to strike the ball well. And the mountain is getting steeper and steeper to climb. That brings Eric Neomugaba out in the middle. A man who's trying to make a mark.
He's had a drought, Zaid, of runs. I don't remember the last time Eric Neomugaba scored 10 runs.
Yeah, he's been going through the Sahara period of recent.
Up against one of the best in the business, I beg your pardon.
Five runs, 2 wickets as he comes in to bowl his final delivery of his second over. Excellent figures for Wishnezi.
Absolutely, turning out to be magical figures. There you see Eric Neomugaba nowhere near the ball.
And it's the pace at which the youngster is bowling at. Yes, he's a leg break bowler, but the pace at which it comes down. Oh, nearly had him. Misses out on that. Will that find the boundary ropes? No, it won't. Excellent chase as they come back for a double.
That one, of course, beating the batsman. And, of course, the wicketkeeper apologizing to Wishnezi. Should be an over, Zaid, if we're not mistaken there on our screens.
Yeah, as a batsman, you've got to feel for Eric. It's turning, it's quick, and when it turns a mile. Pops it in the air, gets away once again. Very awkwardly played there by Neomugaba Eric.
And with that single, Eric gets off the mark. This will be the end of the 9th over with the scoreboard reading 43 for 3. And the other thing in the first innings, they kept on losing wickets is the Zimbabwe emerging side. But Zaid, trust me, they didn't slow down on the run rate.
Yeah, they never slowed down on the run rate because they played brave cricket. They went out for their shots. Whichever shot came their way, they went hard at it. Regardless of what bowler is coming at them. They all struck the ball really well. A couple of partnerships taking their total to 160 plus.
Looks like we have another leg spinner being introduced into the attack. Coming in from the road end up against Eric Nyomugaba. He has a slip in place. Look at this field setting.
Yeah, big swing and a big turn off the surface again. Not as quick as Wishnezi, but getting ample amount of turn.
We always know Zaid, leg spinners, they always give you that short ball. Fortunately, Eric Nyomugaba didn't get that one over the ropes. But it's going to be very tricky for the Rwanda A side playing out these leg spinners. They've been struggling. Goes in the air this time round, catches the call. Who wants it? There's a fielder under that one. Drops it by what an effort, diving forward.
Yeah, and they pick up just one run. Excellent effort there. Bosco not getting a hold of it. As the required run rate is at the brink of 12 runs per over.
Almost slipping away. Look at that on the replay. Rocked back. Went into a very good position, but what an effort. Had to cover a couple of inches from the boundary ropes. Chipping in and diving forward. Not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, with the sun also coming into your eyes at this particular hour of the day, fielding from that position is never easy when the ball goes up in the air. Adding strides to it makes it extra difficult. Eric Nyomugaba getting a taste of his own medicine, facing spin.
Picked up, of course, 2 wickets earlier. A little bit expensive in his four overs. Tries to sneak in a single, but there is a fielder right next to the non-striker. Giving away in single runs here is the emerging side. Oh, look at that turn, beats the outside edge.
He's got the drift, he's got the turn, he's got the magical delivery that stays true to its line.
Takes a little shimmy down the ground is Nyomugaba. A little bit of fumble there, allowing them to go for the third run. Run out chance. Not the accuracy of throws in the deep. Very good running between these two. Bosco is one of the quickest.
A very, very rare sight, I must say, by the Zimbabwean side. So far, they've been excellent in the field. Just one time we've seen a fumble here. And that too is probably because of the unevenness of the outfield towards that part of the field.
Shot again, but this time round doesn't get any timing whatsoever. He'll end up with the dot ball. Already halfway the stage of the chase lead, 47 for 3, needing 12 runs and over.
Yeah, to me, the striking difference, Bob, is how cleanly has the ball been struck in the first innings compared to the second innings. We're seeing attempts here, a very desperate attempt, I must say, by Tuizere Jean Bosco after having faced 7 deliveries, not getting the contact right with the ball says a lot.
Coming back to your point, Zay, do you think they've been playing a lot of 50 over games? Are these Rwandan players? Oh, edged but not taken by the wicket keeper. They don't go for the second run. Coming back to my point, do you think it has affected the Rwandan players?
Well, to be honest, I don't think so, because even in 50 overs, what happens is the strike rate drops even lower than you'd expect it to. But yeah, it's a different format, and we can always hope for the better.
The question now here is who is going to be the aggressor between these two? Into the pads again. No timing whatsoever from the batsman.
I'll tell you, from what is required, they both need to be aggressive, not just one. And I believe in a game of cricket, it's a very good myth that one batsman has to go hard while the other keeps rotating the strike. To me personally, it is a myth. If you're out there with a bat in hand, the only responsibility you have is to score some runs.
Trying to sneak in a single is Eric Nyamagama. They need boundaries if they're on the A side, if they're to get closer to that target.
He's given a dolly of a catch, comfortable catch, as Wishnezi picks up his third wicket. Eric Nyamugaba has to depart for 6 of 10 deliveries. Fourth wicket goes down for just 49 runs on board.
You can see Eric Nyamugaba there taking the long way back to the dugout, putting on a smile. I'm not sure why. He's been outfoxed, of course. On a delivery, he would have let go Zaida, honestly speaking. Look at that on the replay.
Yes, wide of the crease, would have been given as a wide as well. Goes out fishing outside off stump and gets hooked himself.
Look at those figures of Wishnezi picking up 3 wickets, going for only 9 runs in his 2.4 overs. Turning out to be magical figures. As we see Veni Hirwa, Christia.
Yeah, already getting some chat by the fielders. The fielders advising him to play switch hits. The ball is turning square of the wicket. Benny Hirwe is getting a warm welcome by the Zimbabwean side. Once again takes a thick outside edge. Fortunate enough, the race is on, but it races away for a boundary. After a long time, we get to see a boundary by the Rwandan side. Fortunate for Christian Benihirwe. Got through the claws of the slip cordon there. Nearly had fingertips to it.
I almost felt Zaid, the fielder in sleep, was a little bit closer. If he had taken 2 steps behind that was supposed to be a very easy catch. But Christian Benihirwa, he doesn't mind the way the runs come. He's off the mark. First time a player is striking it over 100, Zaid.
Yeah, he's flashing, and he flashed hard at it. Whichever way it comes, he says, and that's typical Christian Benihirwe style. He doesn't spend too much time at the crease. Whatever he gets, he likes to play quick cricket.
I think Christian Benihirwa, that's the way he goes about his game. But now he's up against a challenging bowling attack here. Doing some magical tricks with the ball. Turning it square.
Surely tells you a lot. Tuizere Jean Bosco has faced 9 deliveries, now facing the 10th. And he's stuck on 5 runs. His partner, Christian Benihirwe, comes in and gets to his score with just 1 delivery.
He was eager to get on the other side. Is Christian here.
Loves hitting the ball. Spends plenty of time in the nets.
Goes for that helicopter shot. Almost yoking himself is Benny Hirwa Christian.
Yeah, I'll tell you one interesting fact about Christian Benehire. He's one of the members that should start paying rent at the nets at IPRC. Nowhere to go for Trizere Jean Bosco. He's finding nothing else but the fielder's hands.
Nothing really has come easy for the young Trizere Jean Bosco. Goes big this time round. Has he had enough of it? We'll wait for that signal from the umpire, Eric Wandera. Yes, it is a maximum.
Yeah, just landing on the boundary ropes. Barely gets there, but a sigh of relief as he gets into double digits.
The moment he saw that flighted delivery, his eyes lit up. His Bosco to easy. Pouncing on that one, getting the first maximum. I beg your pardon, the second maximum of the chase. But they need more of those ones. Shot again, pulled away this time round. There's protection in the deep. Who cuts it off to only 1 run. Very good rotational strike. Getting to 9 runs and over so far in this second over of Brandon. Still have a sleep in place. We're into the 12th over. That shows you the confidence and the attacking field they're setting for the Rwanda A side. Goes big, hard, catches the call. Drops short at the fielder at long off. They'll finish with 10 runs off this over. 64 for 4 after 12. The run rate is still at 13 runs and over. It is still possible. They have wickets in hand. It just needs one batsman to go bang bang. Needing 108 runs in 48 deliveries is what Rwanda A side needs. Looks to be a tall ladder to climb at the moment. Nothing is impossible. Rocks back on the back foot. There's protection in the deep extra cover. Cuts it off to only 1 run. These two are rotating the strike superbly, but they will need 2 boundaries every over. And with the way, of course, the way the rain has been pouring down here in Kigali. Drop shot this time round over the fielder at short fine leg. Chases on. They all settle for 2 runs. Going back to the way the rain has been pouring here in Kigali, this tournament might come down to the net run rate. You'd love to see these players getting closer, cutting off that margin of 105.
Yeah, definitely. And very well spoken there because numbers are very, very crucial, especially keeping the season in mind. Always batting second, having that chase. You might lose, but how big or small you lose really matters.
Swing and a miss again, beaten by the turn. Nowhere near the ball is Bosco Izere. Rushing him is Wishnaizi.
Yeah, what Wishnaizi has done here and the Zim side, they've really exposed the Rwandan side to spin attack. They're not able to get a track of the ball. Playing it softly, showing no aggression, showing that they can't read the ball off the wrist of the bowler. They're waiting for the ball to pitch and then make a decision of how to play it. By that time, it's already too late. Plays it in the air, up and over. Protection in the deep. Taking on the arm, they'll happily pick up a double.
And that should be the end of a fantastic spell from Wishnaizi, picking up 3 wickets, going for only 19 runs in his 4 overs.
Excellent bowling by Wishnezi. Never looked easy to play. Picks up 3 wickets out of 4. 13 overs of play have got by 69. There you see the coaches, the big men of cricket being played around here at Gahanga. Fine. Bryson, Girinjiro, Bujingo. I beg your pardon, the assistant coach of Rwanda women's national side. Alongside him, the head coach of the men's, Mr. Lawrence Matlani, Mr. Leonard Namburo. Ivanesu Brandon comes in for his third. Flight it. It's gone in the air and it's gone over for half a dozen. Christian Benihirwe goes bang bang down the ground for 6 off the very first delivery. Just a hint bit fuller.
There you see, look at that shot, Zed, with a lot of venom to allow it to go all the way to a maximum.
Yeah, strong boy. 13 off just 5 deliveries. People must be asking, where was he all this time? Definitely needs an upgrade up the order. Christian Benihirwe used to be an opening batsman for his domestic side. Scored plenty of runs. Goes down the ground once again. Will pick up 2 runs. Chance of a run out. And not given. Let's see that. How close was that? Bosco comes back for a quick double. We'll see that on a replay. If he had made it.
Very sharp call there from the two. Oh, Bosco was well in, giving a stare to the bowler himself, Bosco Tizere, telling him, if you want to get me out, try another way, not running him out.
Yeah, clear call by Bosco. He knew he would make it, and he made it comfortably.
And knowing that he was running into the danger zone, there's no way you would run Bosco out.
Wide of the crease and full. The only time if you give length to Christian, he goes for his shots. Strong boy.
Stamping chance there. Do not look back, young man. We'll have to wait and see that on the replay. Zaid, I don't know how and why I felt like Christian was out of his crease. That was some sharp stamping behind the stumps there.
Yeah. Moved on to it in a flash.
Close call there.
Very close call indeed.
Goes on the back foot, trying to penetrate the offside, misses it completely. But again, you would see Christian Benihirwa is always waiting for that full ball. Goes again on one knee. There's a big gap, 1 bounce for 4. Christian Benihirwa putting on a show, giving something to cheer for the crowd here. We've seen the women's national team, Giselle Shimwe, Flora, Merveille Uwase coming to cheer for their brothers.
Yeah, and a very distinctive voice I heard from the crowd. I believe it was Mr. Landry cheering for his boy, calling it a shot down on one knee for 4.
You've seen everything Brandon has bowled on the offside. Christian Benihirwa, apart from that full ball that went for a maximum, he's been struggling. Something he has to work on and see how he can get that front leg into play.
But I'll tell you, Bob, the style and the approach that Christian Benihirwe has got to this innings is exactly what the entire team requires. to put on a show, to put on a game, to chase down big totals as that you see on your screen. The required run rate now is a staggering 14.8. It will require a miracle to get out of this sticky position.
When you look at 89 of 36, they'll tell you if you scored 89 of 36, that would be a very good knock. And they have 6 wickets in hand, is Rwanda A side. So to me, the equation is still possible with the way Christian, of course, and Bosco Tizele are going at the moment.
Yeah, and again, you see plenty of turn on offer. But this is something that even the likes of Kevin Irakoze were getting in the first innings. But the approach was completely different. They didn't care how much the ball is going to turn. They took it on and they punished every single bowler.
No chance again. He's well in his Christian Hira. You can see he is very eager to face. He knows the damage he can do if he stays out there in the middle. Releasing, of course, some pressure from the senior batsman to Izere Bosco. Because of Gainer beaten by the turn and trying, of course, to play it on the onside. Love to see him playing the inside out. Look at that gap between long off and deep extra cover. Very massive gap. If he can get one in that region.
I personally feel, Bob, as a batsman, if you get too caught up with striking the ball, you lose focus of where you're striking the ball to. And that seems to be the case here for most Rwandan batsmen. They're trying to strike the ball so hard, but not really knowing which part of the ground they're trying to strike it to.
They see a very good over there from Bola giving away only 1 run, Zaid. These two trying to overhit him, no timing whatsoever.
Yeah, Victor coming to the end of his spell. He's given away just 15 runs in his 20 legal deliveries that he's bowled without picking up a wicket, but it is very, very good bowling by Victor, who started the bowling attack.
But again, with 5 overs to go, 30 deliveries to come, you would feel for the Rwanda A side. From the dugout, the message is go big or go home.
Yeah, from the looks of it now, it's just a drag. It looks like it's just that moment, the sinking Titanic. This is where the captain's crew starts running out and the captain remains inside the hull.
Sure, Bosco to easily with all, of course, the experience he has. Healthy outside edge. Running away to the third man region. Chases on from the youngster, who chips in a slider to cut it off to only 2 runs. I'm not sure he knows where the ball is standing. Heading to is Bosco to easily. He looks to be outfoxed every single delivery.
Yeah, and he's faced plenty of them. 24 to be precise. He's just trying to go hard at it. He's trying to whack it as hard as he possibly can, but he's not looking at the field. He's not looking at where the fielders are.
Healthy outside edge, but this time round straight to the fielder. Actual third man who takes an easy catch. Easiest of catches to end a pedestrian knock from Tuizere Jean Bosco after facing 25 deliveries for his 17.
Yeah, you could have seen that coming kilometers away. It's bound to happen the way he was swinging wildly. Was in for getting an edge, and an edge did he get for a comfortable catch.
Every batsman you've noticed they're playing against the turn, getting that outside edge, no timing whatsoever, instead of getting to the reach of the ball. Something they need to work on moving forward. These are the same bowlers they're going to be playing in this tournament.
Yeah, and a quality batsman would have probably played late, waited for the ball to turn, and smash it through covers or smash it through point or cut it hard. Those are the options you've got. But trying to play against the spin, like you said, is not working out. It's raining wickets. 5 have gone back into the dugout for 86 on board.
Half the side, as you just mentioned, is back into the dugout as we see Rukundo, Jean-Pierre training Christian Benhirwe with a lot of work to do with the bat, of course. Wide signal and beats the wicket keeper. The chase is on from the fielder, who's been very busy in that particular region. Of course, because of the turn.
Yeah, they've been doing really well in the field. No overthrows or anything being provided.
Oh, lovely shot down the ground. But to only find a fielder a deep extra cover. First time we've seen a player, Zaid, playing the ball with the merit. Coming off, of course, Rukundo Jean-Pierre. With that sort of technique, you would feel he would come in a little bit earlier, Zaid.
This one didn't turn as much. Stayed true to its line. And he ends the over. He's finished his spell for 33, having picked up 1 wicket. 90 comes up for Team Rwanda for the loss of 5 after 16.
A little bit expensive there from Brandon, of course, going for 33, picking up 1 wicket in his quarter. But he's done and dusted. As we're into the last 24 deliveries left in the game. Say these two out there at the crease will get these 81 runs. This should be the best time for them to get their eye in and get ready for the game tomorrow.
Yeah, and the best thing they can possibly do from here on is try to get close to that total and reduce the margin of defeat. But the likes of Rukundo, Jean-Pierre, and Christian Benhiro, one thing is of certain, they will play their shots.
Shot ball pulled away this time round from Rukundo Jean-Pierre. Very casual in the running. Look at that, Zaid. Benhiro was ready for the second run. It shows you the body language. He's already given up on the chase.
Clear signs. They know the task is far ahead of their skill set and out of their reach, but you've got to show some spirit.
Lovely shot again, but to only find a fielder in the deep to cut it off to only 1 run. No ball signaled by the umpire. Interesting name for the new bowler, Zaida. Thank you. Are similar with that first name, Panache.
Very well known, that name here. Commentator referring to one of my favorite drinks. Tries to throw the kitchen sink at it, gets knocked over, but fortunate for him, it was a free hit, so he's got to stay at the crease.
A lot of smiles, of course, from the emerging side of Zimbabwe, being their first time here in the land of 1,000 hills, and they've made their statement loud and clear, posting the highest total so far, Second game of match day 1.
The game that would be really interesting to watch, I believe, from here on is Team Uganda taking on Team Zim. He clubs one onto the mount there for a maximum. Rukundo Jean-Pierre still showing some courage and playing his shots as he should.
Oh, look at that. Holding that shape, pouncing on it. The biggest of the sixes we've seen so far, Zaid. Rukundo Jean-Pierre.
This is what was needed from the very beginning.
And Zaid, when you see the way Rukundo Jean-Pierre is batting, I believe he's one of the batsmen who can come in before Eric Niyomugaba.
Most
looks solid.
definitely. Most definitely. Because he's not afraid of playing his shots regardless of what bowler is coming at him. And he's always hungry for putting on a score on the board. We've seen a couple of mishaps in the batting lineup happening. A couple of things to correct. Again, you see him going for a swing. That's one thing I like about the youngsters is that they've got the courage to go on and play their shots as they intend to.
We saw earlier, of course, in the morning game, Clinton Rubagume missing that trick, sending the youngster Daniel Gumesenge. Oh, look at that shot up and over. No chance whatsoever for that fielder converging from deep extra cover. That's another boundary. And that should be 100 up for the Rwanda A side.
Yeah, Rukundo Jean-Pierre, hard hands, long levers. Just gets enough bat on it to go up and over for. Loves batting. He's a bowler, but a bowler that loves batting is always dangerous for a side.
Talking about the interesting game of Zimbabwe emerging side taking on Uganda A side. One of the reasons the whole Ugandan side is here watching, they will be taking on Zimbabwe A side. I beg your pardon, the emerging side in the morning, whereas it's gonna be a derby. I'm not sure what to call it, Zaid, but I'm very certain it's gonna be an interesting game. Rwanda A taking on the Rwanda Select.
Yeah, more like an inter-squad and bit of a headache game for the selectors as well. And the coaches as well will be having a keen eye on that particular game.
Always a good headache to have as a coach, Zaid. Remember before Mahatlani came here this year to coach the national side, we didn't have as much as players. We had, of course, the talent, but he is turning out to bring out the skills and the talent from these youngsters, exposing them to a lot of games, giving a lot of chances to the players.
Yeah, it's all about laying down the system. Once you lay down the foundation right and you work upon it, future gets guaranteed.
Flashes out this time round from Ben Hirgwa, beats the fielder at mid-off, and the ball is racing away to the boundary. Yes, he does. The chase is in vain. That's Christian Ben Hirgwa for you, Zaid.
Oh, powerfully struck, just slaps it past the bowler there. A baseball whack, just beats that one fielder and races away for 4.
Oh boy, this young man is very strong. One for the future, I reckon.
Always been exciting to watch. I've been following him in the men's elite as well. It's just unfortunate to see him being sent down the order. And these are the things that the coaches and the crew have to look out for.
Into the pads and flicked away. He is made sure since ball 1, he's rotated the strike superbly. And again, Zaid, these short formats, especially this T20 format, I would love to take that gamble and send in Ben Hirgwa to use the power play. If he gives you that 20 plus runs in the power play, you can work on it and get to that 150 plus runs. Instead of trying out David Uwimana to opening up with Hamza Khan.
Yeah, it's a good option there. Pops it in the air, just tips it over the bowler's head, and they come back for a double. I'll tell you, Bob. Christian Benihiro, the style of cricket he's playing, yes, he's known for opening the batting attack, being sent down the order. It's a bit demotivating to the youngster, and it's a task that he finds a bit difficult coming down the order because you've got to now adjust to the conditions of play. With the older delivery coming at you, it's never easy adapting.
And again, Zaid, given that he's one for the future compared to David Uwimana, who's been in and out all the time, something I feel they would love to try out.
Yeah, you gotta give opportunities to the youngsters, the new lot, the new breed, the much more hungrier breed.
Lucky they're from Anesu getting away with that one. I believe that was a little bit wide, Zaid.
Yeah, harsh call
Rukondo
by
is a tall lad.
harsh call by Eric.
Was big this time round, and that field has been kept in check all the time. And that's another boundary, giving something to cheer for the crowd. Look at that strike rate from these two, Zaid.
And look at the partnership they're building up in no time. Very, very good to watch. They're not going down easily. Rukundo Jean-Pierre and Christian Benihiro. This is exactly what I was talking about. They're providing what they're capable of. They're striking the ball hard and nice.
And again, Zaid for the future is going to be a very good headache for the selectors of Team Rwanda. Oh, look at that shot. Opening up the full face of the blade to access that region, a third man. It's going to be a very good headache for the coaches, knowing that Rukundo Jean-Pierre is an all-rounder, having Martin Akayezu, who has not been up to the limits we all know. Of course, with the likes of the captain himself, Clinton Lubagumia.
And also, it's a matter of restriction. When you've got so much in your arsenal, you've got to decide which gun you go for. At the moment, there are plenty of guns around. Some might fire, some might misfire. But which one do you choose to go for? That is the big question.
Of course, the beauty of having these tournaments, especially the RCA Emerging Invitational Tournament, proudly sponsored by, of course, our lovely sponsors, Dafabet. There is a tournament, Zaid, on the 4th to 14th December. Who is going to be on that team, the 14 players? They have 28 players to pick out from, and the coaches and the selectors here in Rwanda.
I'll tell you, last week it being Jean Bosco scoring 17 runs off 25 deliveries, I would have happily sent any of these two batsmen in his position to have made the situation better in a run chase. But the danger man, Newman, comes in from a change of sides. He's coming in from the mountain now. Wide of the crease, beats Rukundo there, beaten by pace and line, keeping it away from the arc. He's a tall lad. Rukundo loves striking the ball hard.
If you've noticed that, I love the fact that the opening bowlers have came back to execute the Yorkers at the death superbly. We saw earlier in the first game, Ivan Baidu, of course, picking up those 2 wickets at the death, nailing those toe crushers. We saw Zapibi Menyimana and his partner Inyasi Nirenganya bowling those deadly Yorkers. And now we're seeing Newman executing that wide line, not allowing the batsman to hit him down the ground.
It's their go-to delivery, and you've got to go all in. Once again, nailing it perfectly, keeping it away from the arc, not allowing the batsman to put any willow behind the ball.
Smart bowler is giving away only 6 runs in 2.3 overs. As a new bowler, of course, you would feel, as an opening bowler, you'd feel you've done your side a very good job.
Yeah, excellent bowling this by Newman. been very handy. Gets a top edge and flies over the keeper's head. It's racing down for four. Look at the partnership that these two have built up. This has been predominantly the best partnership of this afternoon by the Rwandan side, showing in some courage, showing in some fight back into the game.
I'll tell you that they've come out with a positive intent compared to the other batsmen, despite, of course, Hamza Khan falling, trying to play a shot out of frustration. And these two have played a superb knock. Oh, spared the leather from the young man.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, he looked a bit sticky there. Newman getting into the grill of Christian Benihirwe, telling him you got away with one. How about you get away with this one too?
Partnership so far is worth 34 Z of 20.
Yeah, and things would have been a bit different if Hamza was to be joined by Christian or Rukundo in that case.
Oh, lovely shot again down the ground, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, who cuts it off to only one run.
He's got a very, very strong bottom hand. Christian Benihirwe loves playing the offside helicopter. We mark the end of the 19th over. Just 6 deliveries left.
Again, as we get to the end of the second game of the day, the positives are there. You see where Team Rwanda lost it from the 7th over Z. They kept on losing wickets. Something they need to work on. They need a partnership in between the batsman from number 4, number 5, and number 6. They failed to get an anchor to capitalize, especially Eric Niyomagaba. But again, when you look at the way these two have batted and Hamza Khan, they need to work on that batting lineup moving forward. Tomorrow they will be playing their brothers in the afternoon. Should be an interesting game. On Friday afternoon here in Kigali. One of the game you don't want to miss out. Last over to be bowled by, of course, Anesu. Goes big again. This time round, up, over. Starts off with the maximum is Christian Benihirwe. Making it look very easy from that young man. The big question here from everyone watching is why did he come in late into the arc? Look at that flow of the bat. Move to 36. Cutting down the margin is Christian Benihirwe. It's now 44 runs either. Spoke about how it might be very crucial when it comes down to net run rate. Takes a little shimmy this time round. Listen to that sound. Going all the way to the boundaries, Zaid.
10 runs coming off 2 deliveries as he smashes that pass covers for 4. Excellent, excellent come by the youngster, Benihirwe. What a fight he's putting in. He's into the 40s in no time.
I'll tell you, the captain there at covers, he is lucky not to put a hand on that one. That was struck powerfully. Went to the boundary in a flash. How many more can he add? Is Christian Benihirwe. Been very expensive is Anesu. Short ball again this time round, but wide signaled by the umpires. Of course, the height from that particular delivery and the warning.
I don't know why they bring him. Rwanda the captain is very good.
4 more deliveries to come in the last game of the day, the second to be precise. Change of pace knocks him over, outfoxed, middle stump, out of the ground. Very smartly done. The little cameo comes to an end from the young Christian Benihire, giving the crowd something to cheer for. Shot number 32 takes the long way back to the dugout. You'd feel he's done his part, making sure he cuts down the margin to 39. Being bowled by Anesu Kamu Ariwo for his 40 off 24 deliveries. Look at that strike rate of 166 with a 2 maximum. Look at that on the replay. Change of pace, middle stump, out of the ground.
Yeah, hits the bullseye on that occasion. And the big man comes in to face the last 3 deliveries. Kabare Kevin Irakoze will be facing Anesu, who's given away 37 runs, picking up 2 wickets so far. But a great partnership comes to an end between Benihirwe and Rukundo Jean-Pierre. Excellent effort by the two boys.
Absolutely. Getting a taste of the wickets in their first game is something they're going to work on moving forward in the tournament. As we see Kevin Kabari Irakoze. Some call him Commando Zaid. Let's see how far he can hit this cricket ball. Straight away. A little bit of fumble. They go for 2 runs.
Yeah, he's got plenty of nicknames he's earned around here. Gahanga is known as Big Kev. He's known as Mr. Protein. Commando, like you mentioned. Look at the guns. Look at the size of the guns there.
There you go. That's Kevin Irakoze for you, Zaid.
At times you've got big guns, small bullets.
Last delivery to come. What a day we've had of cricket. No rains whatsoever. Allowing us to have 2 full games. Day 1, of course, of the RCA Emerging Invitational T20 tournament. Sponsored by Dafabet, of course. Rwanda needing 36 off 1. Goes flashing and flashes hard and misses it completely. And that should be the end of the second game of the day. Zimbabwe Emerging, clinching the victory, beating Rwanda by 35 runs. Of course, earlier, Kugiman Eric won the toss as we see the batting chart. Hamza Khan, of course, 29 off 31. 2 boundaries and 2 maximums. Nothing much from the 3 batsmen. Tuize, Rejambo Skomucho, Eme, David Uwimana, not contributing much. But look at that cameo from Christian Benihirwe and Rukundo Jean-Pierre, not out for his 20 off 14 with a strike rate of 142, and his partner Benihirwe Christia, 40 off 24. 5 boundaries and 2 maximums. Kabaira, Kevin Irakoze not out for his 3 off 2. 15 extras being bowled by the Zimbabwe Emerging side, something they need to work on. And look at that bowling chart, of course. Outstanding with the ball. Wishnezi picking up those 3 big wickets up front with an economy of 4. And of course, the new man who bowled the new cherry, going for only 11 runs. He didn't finish his quarter. And Brandon contributing, picking up a wicket, but a little bit expensive. Going for 15 extras in their allotted 20 overs. Something they need to work on is Zimbabwe Emerging side. As they clinch their first victory here on Rwandan soil. There you see the match summary of Zimbabwe Emerging taking on Rwanda A men's side. Zimbabwe, of course, 170 after being put into bat, losing 9 wickets in their 20 overs, led by Tashinga for his 36 off 30, and Victor 33 off 17, and Brandon 30 off 20. And of course, Theophil picking up those 2 wickets up front in his first over, and Eric Nyomugawa a little bit expensive in his quarter, picking up 2 wickets, and Eric Kubgimana, the skipper, going for 10 runs and over. And Rwanda Amens being bowled out, I beg your pardon, finishing their overs at 100 with 135 for 6, led by Christian Benihirwe's 40 off 24, Hamza Khan 29 off 31, Rukundo Jean-Pierre 20 off 14, and Wishnezi leading there on the bowling chart with 3 for 19. in his 4 overs. Zimbabwe emerging, beating Rwanda A side by 35 runs. Do not go anywhere else. We will be back shortly with the post-match presentation by Zed Khan. For now, it's me, Bob Songa Bashir, signing out.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody once again for the post-match presentations of the Rwanda Emerging Invitational. Here's second game of the day. Zimbabwe winning by 35 runs. I'd like to call upon the captain of Team Rwanda, Eric Kubimana. Eric, tough luck out there. What do you think went wrong for your side?
The place where we went wrong on is on fielding. We have given away a lot of extra runs when we're fielding, so I think that's the way we need to improve on. Okay.
What do you think were the positives that you picked out of this game?
The positive thing is it's about our death overs, how we played it on our batting side, and where we have to improve on batting is